Yo, what's up? What's up?
Hi, Sleep. How are you?
I had to hobble and go get some water really quick, but I'm all good. How are you?
I am very good. I am very excited for today. I've been looking forward to this all week. It's a really great day. I get to interview one of my favorite people and I get to talk about one of my favorite things. So, this is a really great way to spend my Saturday, and I really appreciate you being willing to do this.
I love how alive you sound. It's gonna really help me because I passed out watching the Raiders game, but I'm alive now, so we'll get to it. And yeah, my pleasure. Of course, it's always
Yeah.
fun.
I mean, I told you I have enough energy right now for two or more people, so you can have some. Just siphon
Appreciate
it away.
it. Bet. I guess we give it a couple more minutes and then we get started.
hmm Sounds good. Is someone transcribing this live, or is it something? Is it the system? Is it a person?
It's a person. She's honoring me. Her name is Nikki, and she's awesome for doing this. She transcribed some of the early spaces that we did. Um, yeah, and so she's going to do this one as well, and we'll find a home to put them so people can read them if they can't hear them. And
That's amazing. Thank you, Nikki. You
yes.
are really quick at this. I'm watching the words type up on the screen. Like you're really fast at this. Thank
Oh,
you so
wait,
much for doing that.
it's happening live in the program too.
I guess.
Oh yeah, I think that they have a function in here. That's awesome. I didn't know that.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sure it might transcribe a little weird, but maybe that's where Nikki can come in and help us.
Yeah, I got a little West Coast accent, so it's gonna transcribe some of my words weird. But yeah, I'll try to speak up and let me wake myself up and look alive, and we
Go
can get
grab some
started.
coffee.
Oh no, if I get coffee, I won't sleep for like 3 days. I only had coffee like I think 2 times in my whole life. And I've never had Starbucks ever, not once.
I mean, I could understand that. Like, I don't drink coffee anymore either. I used to be a caffeine addict. I would have like three espresso drinks a day, and it was really bad for my heart and my body. And my doctor said, you need to stop or else. So I did. I like cut it out completely in 2015, and I just drink tea now and like 1 cup of Earl Grey tea at night, and I'm gonna be up until like 2 or 3 in the morning. But I decided that was an okay thing to do today if I could have enough energy to share with you for this interview.
Bet. Yeah, I had coffee. I went to a coffee tasting plant the first time I ever had coffee. It was for my 30th birthday in Bali, and I was so wired up, and I really love like elephants, and so I went out. It was pouring rain, and I was feeding like I was feeding like 10 elephants for like an hour in the rain. It was
What?
I gotta find that video and show you guys. It's pretty funny, but
That's amazing. Wait, I missed it. What does that have to do with coffee?
it's because I drank too much coffee. The first time I ever had coffee, it was a coffee tasting. So we tasted like 10 different coffees. And I was just wired up. Like, I didn't know what was happening to me. My hands were shaking.
Oh
Never again.
no.
Yeah, never again. But yeah, we can get started. Oh, I see my baby sister's in here. I love her. She's awesome. She's my favorite.
Oh, what's her name?
She's low key. She's low key, but she's in
Okay. Baby sister. Hi.
here. She's in here chilling. A lot of my friends in here. Plus, all my army friends. That's what's up. Yeah, let's get started.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm very happy and I'm very honored that you're willing to do this with me. I really appreciate your time and you being so open about everything. So I basically want to just walk through your life basically in more detail. I've done a lot of research on you. I've read basically every article and watched every podcast or listened to every podcast that I could on you. Um,
Now
so
I'm nervous. Okay.
no, don't be nervous because hopefully I remembered most of it, but you are welcome to correct me if I get anything wrong at any time. But basically, I just wanted to like do a deeper dive and get to know you a bit better. like get basically your perspective on music and the music industry, and then dive into a bunch of questions on the music industry and like your perspective on it and your perception on what's going on in it and all of that.
Sure, let's do it.
Okay, so first question then would be, what is your name? Your real name, if you want to give it as well. Your profession, where you live. Yeah, let's start with that.
I guess my real name is all over the internet at this point, but yeah, it's Derek, and but everybody calls me Sleep. It's a family nickname that I got initially from my grandmother, actually, because I look like I'm sleepy all the time, so she used to call me Sleepy and put me in all these little goofy, uh, Sleepy from Snow White and Seven Dwarfs sweaters and stuff like that, and it kind of just stuck, like in the neighborhood, everybody had a nickname, and that was mine, and it kind of fit, and just became my
Do you like
profession
it?
name.
Do you like being called by Sleep more than your real name?
Um, it's either or. Sometimes when people call me Derek, it's usually people that have known me for like a really, really long time. So either way, or my mom when
Okay.
she's mad.
Do you mind if I call you Sleepy? I guess I never really asked you that.
It's fine. It's fine.
I just decided to call you that, but yeah. Okay, so then your profession, like what you would say your profession is and where you live.
I'm based out of LA. I was born here. I spent like the first half of my life a couple hours north of here, Bakersfield. But yeah, I'm from LA, based out of LA, and I'm a music producer and a songwriter by trade. I'm a product person, just overall. I like to create things out of nothing.
Do you have a preference for producing versus songwriting, or do you just like to do everything?
Um, it's all like it's all like tied at the hip, connected at the hip. Honestly, it's like when you're. I think music production and writing music, people think that they're the same thing, but they're kind of not. Like when you're writing music, when you're writing chords and you're putting together melodies and doing all that, that's like the composing component of it, and then producing is like the process of like putting a song together from start to finish and getting a complete
Hmm.
song. So I love all of it. I love every aspect of it. My heart is in the crafting of like the record just from start to finish. Like I love every step of it. They just all go together in my brain. So
Hmm. Yeah, I have a lot of questions for you on like the details of all that, so we'll dig into that later. Get
for sure.
excited. Okay, so next some fun questions. What is your favorite color, favorite animal, and your most used emoji?
Um, Indigo,
Mhm.
elephant, and probably the sideways laughing my ass off emoji because I find many things funny. So
Wait, isn't that the one that Gen Z said that makes us old people for using?
hey, it is what it is at this point. Gen Z makes the rules. If I'm old for using the sideways laughing emoji, I'll be that.
Okay, then me too. Why is your favorite animal an elephant? Is it because of your story feeding them?
No, they always had been. That was part of even the reason why I went to Bali. I don't even know why. I think my mom always had like tons of like elephant statues in the house, and that was like her favorite thing. And like if she ever wanted a gift, she always wanted. She was like, "Give me one and make sure like the trunk is up," because she said it means good luck. And I don't know if that's actually true.
Oh, so my husband is Cuban, and he said that there is a tradition in Cuban culture that you should have three elephants in your house. One of them you get yourself, and you roll up like $1 into like a little tube, and you kind of like attach it to the nose, and you point that elephant in the direction of the door, and it's supposed to give you good luck and good wealth. And then one of them has to be borrowed, like you have to borrow an elephant figure from somewhere, and then one of them you have to steal. And between those
Okay.
three, that's like a good life, like full of good luck and good health and wisdom and wealth, whatever.
All right, that's good to know. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that then. I got to figure out where I'm gonna steal one from. That sounds fun. But
Yeah, yeah. I told that to my mom and she bought one and she's like, "You can wink wink steal it from me."
well, yeah, my mom had a ton of elephants in the house growing up, and I don't know. They're just like when I read about them, they're just really smart, and they have like really good memories. They can always find their way back to where they need to get to, and I always thought that that was cool. And they're
Hmm.
pretty peaceful until they decide not to be. If they have to fight back, elephants can fight too. People are not aware of that, but
Yeah.
yeah, I like
Is that your
elephants.
temperament? Would you consider yourself to be a person who's like not angry, not angry, not angry, and then you get really angry when you have to defend yourself?
Yes. It actually takes a lot to actually get me angry, but when I do, it probably takes me like 3 days to no longer be angry. So I try not to. Yes.
You go on an elephant rampage. Okay, now it all makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, let's dig into that. So the first question, the most obvious one, and I think the most important, how did you get into music?
Um, I don't like. I guess like listening to music. I've always just really loved it, and when I moved to Bakersfield to move with my mom, it's around maybe 5 or 6 or so. I moved
Hmm.
to a city that is known for country music. Um, they didn't even have a hip hop radio station at the time. They had one country music station that was popular. It was called KUZZ, and they all they played was like Garth Brooks and Merle Haggard, and I think Merle Haggard is actually from Bakersfield, and that was the sound of music. And so for me to find something I liked, I had to like actually find it. It didn't exist on the radio. There was nobody like curating like my musical taste, other than like my mom around the house. And her boyfriend when I was a kid, he used to like sell CDs and worked at a music store. And so um, that was like my first bit of like falling in love with music, because I had to find stuff that I actually like, and uh, I think that that's why I've always been into like finding new artists, because I always had to look for something that made me move or made me feel a certain way. And then from there, I just kind of noticed when I was a kid, I would point out like little things in songs, and I would say like, oh, I love this part right here. Like on the right side of the headphones, you could hear this little sprinkly like ear candy thing, and
Hmm.
my friends didn't necessarily notice it the same way I noticed it. And I think eventually, when I got into high school, my mom bought me a keyboard because I wanted to like learn how to play piano, and
Did you teach yourself?
somehow she got it. Yeah, yeah. I taught myself. There was no
Wow.
we couldn't afford we couldn't afford piano lessons, and there definitely wasn't YouTube.
Yeah, so how did you
So
teach
yeah, I just
yourself?
kind of got it.
Because I would think it would be pretty
I don't.
hard without YouTube or social media the way we have it now.
I just think that like you know, there's math and there's numbers and everything, and once you understand like the math of like scales and things like that, you can figure it out. It all goes together. It's just I don't know. Maybe it's just what I'm supposed to be doing. I have no idea how I taught myself, but I feel like especially at that age too, you can just if you try something, you can figure it out. And I just started making like beats on this keyboard when I was about maybe 15 or so, and
Mhm.
it was very hard because you had to do each part of the beat for like 4 minutes straight, and I thought that that's how music was produced. And me and my friends would like rap on the beats I was making, and that was like the very beginning of how I got into making music.
Gotcha. I mean, I just want to say, like, don't sell yourself short. I think you definitely have a brain, like, your brain has to be wired for music and to understand it mathematically and all of that. I literally just did a live with my friend yesterday who's an opera singer, and she was saying the same thing about harmonies, about music theory. Like, it's just math and it's all like a grid in her head, and she can just recall it instantly. And I hear that and I just think it's really special and not everyone can do that. And it's really special that you can. So I think that's really cool.
Yeah. Shouts out to Maddie.
um, okay, so then you said you taught yourself how to play the piano. Are there other instruments that you play?
Later I taught myself how to play bass. Um, I wanted to learn how to play guitar when I was learning how to play piano, but I'm left-handed, and I use my right hand for a lot of stuff, but I'm primarily lefty, and I could never get the guitar down when I was trying, and then I ended up moving to New Zealand later on, and I met a guy. We were all working in the studio, and he had a left-handed guitar, and I picked it up, and I was able to like make it make sounds that make
Wait,
sense.
there's a difference? Can't you just flip the guitar over and then it's a left-handed one?
I mean, if you're Jimi Hendrix, like if you're the greatest guitar player of all time, yeah, you can figure that out. But no, yeah, it's a difference, and
What's the difference?
even the note arrangement. So if you're using one hand to strum and the other hand to play notes and figure out chords, when you flip a guitar the other way around, you're using the opposite hand for that. And so if
Oh,
I was to play guitar, I need to be able to strum with my left hand and find chords and notes with my right hand instead of the traditional way, which is the other way.
gotcha. So then did you end up buying your own left-handed guitar after that?
No, it was too late. Because at that point, like I know so many amazing guitar players, and it's like if I need to put guitars on the track, like there's so many people I can call, and there's like if anybody in here plays guitar, I know Yana plays a little guitar. Like it's, uh, you go through a little bit of a grueling process, beating up your hands, getting your calluses and all that. And
Yeah.
I just didn't have the actual time to try to figure it out. But it definitely clicked in my brain a lot easier when I picked up a left-handed guitar, and even when I sat down at a drum kit that was set up for um, a left-handed player,
Well, there's a
it
difference
made
there
more sense.
too.
And I was yeah, there's a difference there too. And I was like, damn, if I had this when I was a kid, I definitely could have like been one of those kids that can play like five or six instruments. But I didn't know. I didn't know that was why it was like so hard to
Oh,
like make
wow.
my hands do what I wanted them to do in my head. It was like I was getting like my wires were getting crossed trying to do that.
Yeah, no, that's so cool. I never knew that instruments had like that one you could flip them in terms of like direction, but two that that would make a difference. And again, I wouldn't know that because I have a bias because I'm right-handed. But you're right, that's so cool.
Yeah, I mean, the early '90s, this whole world was set up for strictly for right-handed people. Can openers and those little stupid desks in school, and those little scissors that don't really cut anything. Like those are all like those are all like made for right-handed people.
So basically, they're
So
your torture.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. When I used to walk into those classrooms and it had like the little strip on the right side to write, and I would just be like, man, this is a nightmare. Then they would have the one desk that might be left-handed, but it's like falling apart because nobody cares.
Oh. Yeah, my parents grew up in Soviet Russia, and my mom would always say that she thinks she was supposed to be left-handed by like, nature, but then in school they just force everyone to be right-handed no matter what. So she had it trained out of her.
That sounds great. I've heard that from other people before too.
Yeah. Okay, so then you got into music around 15, you started to do stuff. What happened after that? Did you end up going to like a school or a college to study it more?
No, no, I never did any formal training for music. I was still trying to like, figure out a lot of things. There was a point where like I wanted to try to play basketball at a junior college, and I just didn't know what I wanted to do at all. Like I was just, super lost.
Mm-hmm.
Around that time, what happened was my dad was working with this woman named Senna Hemry, who's a music video director, and um, I would go down to LA for the summertime, and I would work with them. And she's actually gone on to become a pretty a big movie director, and she was
Ooh.
always just super awesome. And she actually started putting me in music videos when I was like 16.
Wow. What would you do in those music videos?
Just background, just being an extra, just being
Just
there,
vibing.
just chilling, and yeah, and it was really cool because like I started like the videos would come out and like all my friends would see them and it would be like a big deal and like I never wanted to be like an actor or anything like that, but being behind the scenes and seeing like um a song go from just like audio format to like having a whole storyline
Mm-hmm.
put to it was really cool. And so I started working like on sets with her, and that would be like my summer job. Like after I got out of high school, like I was doing that, and I came down to LA, and I was just trying to like figure all that out. And then one of my best friends, Rick, like I was like sleeping on his like dorm room floor, and he was going to school at Occidental, and I still had like
That's a
opportunities
good
for
friend.
school and things like that. Yeah, yeah, we're still super close to this day. Like his kids are my godchildren,
Mm.
and yeah, and so we I was here, and I was like, I wasn't really fully pursuing music yet. I was more interested at that time in doing maybe directing music videos. I really liked that Miss Henry. She would let me like submit what's it called, treatments for the music
What's
videos that
that?
she was working on. So that's like a treatment is like when you basically write up like how you see a music video going in your head based on the audio, based on the artist.
Oh, so like
And
kind of like,
so
is that like before a storyboard?
yeah, yeah,
Just like in
yeah.
writing?
So someone once you have a treatment, someone will storyboard your treatment, and then you put that up and then you shoot the video based off the storyboard. So
Gotcha.
I would do that, and then I was able to work on some of those. Like I worked on the set for a song called "Why" by Jadakiss, and I worked on the set for. I was in the video for a song called "He Is" by Heather Headley.
Mm.
Um, and she used to work with Prince, and she used to work with Mariah Carey. She did some of her videos, and uh, some of my ideas were used. I think it was for NDRE for a song called "Ready for Love."
Mm-hmm.
And which is a song that I love.
Aw.
And yeah, I was there at the video shoot, and
It sounds like
all of
this lady director really believed in you. She gave you so much like creative input.
yeah, I think I'm also like very persistent when I get excited about something. So I was just like nonstop, and I also don't care if someone doesn't like an idea. Like I don't like if someone rejects my idea, I just go try to make a better one. I don't
Oh,
really
that's good
get
for you. You have thick skin then. That's really good.
yeah. Yeah, in this business especially. And so that was like my path. And then I was enrolled in a couple different colleges during that time, but it just like traditional school just never really felt like it was for me. Like I found that I always had more money when I wasn't in school. It was like I get enrolled in school and I'm going to classes, and it's like now I'm broke. But then
Yeah.
it's like when I take some time off, like all right, I'm gonna take this semester off and figure out what I'm gonna do next, and then I start making money. And so
Yeah, the catch 22,
um,
college is so expensive in America. Ugh.
yeah, and so eventually I kind of made the decision like around 19 that this is what I was gonna do with my life. And yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's where it started.
Hmm. Okay, well, I know at some point you started your own tech company and started an app. Did that come soon after, or was there stuff in between that?
No, there was a lot of stuff in between that.
Okay, let's
I
go in
would
order then.
say, yeah, we should go in order. 'Cause then we're gonna skip to the part where you know there's already so many wins, and people are gonna not hear about sleeping on floors, and they think it's easy. But
I had a
I would
quick
say,
question for you though.
go ahead.
You were saying you were going to
Mhm.
college and just feeling like it was not for you. Was it kind of like that feeling like you would go to classes and just be like, why am I learning this? How am I going to apply it? Or I guess Like, what were you trying to study?
Um, not so much because I actually like I was a psychology major, and so like classes like courses like behavioral science, like I love that course. But then you have
Hmm.
like somebody, some wicked person put me in an anthropology class at 7:50 a.m.
Oh,
And
that's
I remember
painful.
going to that class. Yeah, I remember going to that class and just being like, "Why am I here?" Like I'm have respect to people that go dig up things, but I was like, I have zero interest in anthropology, especially at 7:50 a.m. And so it was just more so like I didn't really have like any guidance in this area. Like I didn't really know. Like my parents didn't like my mom went to like trade school, and
Hmm.
my dad he was always an entrepreneur, and so I didn't really have any guidance. I didn't really have people that I could like look to. Like I just had my homies. Like some of my homies were in college, and those are my peers, so it's just like they couldn't really give me
They were
like a ton
just
of
as lost as
advice.
you were.
Everybody's trying to figure it out at that age, and so I just kept looking at the fact that when I'm in school, I can't feed myself, and when I'm out of school, I'm doing okay, and so it just didn't really add up for me to um, be there. And then
Hmm.
also too, like my my baby sister, she graduated from university, so she did it for us. So
Hmm.
we got that accomplishment in the family, so I'm happy for that. But yeah, it just really wasn't for me, and I really just kind of like got to a point where I felt like I was good at making music. I felt like you know I could do something with that, and I kind of just took it from there. And it's crazy because I went. So this is 2005, right?
Uh-huh.
I went and I found this guy online, and he was selling video editing software. It was like pirated copies of video editing software.
Back when you could still do that.
And yeah, you probably just downloaded it off Kazaa or Blackberries
LimeWire.
or something, LimeWire. And yeah, so he had this software, and my whole thing was this. I was like, okay, I'm gonna go buy this software. I'm gonna get some books. I already have my dad's friend who's a music video director. If I go learn how to edit on my own, then she'll hire me. That's how my brain worked. I was like,
Oh.
she'll hire me. She already gives me like assistant jobs and lets me work on her music video set. So if I actually can bring value, she'll give me a job, and I'll just direct me or eventually learn how to direct music videos from her by editing music videos for her.
Hmm.
And so I go meet up with this guy, and uh, I go to his house, and I remember it was raining that night,
That's
and
very poetic.
yeah, it was raining, and this is important because something bad happened. I was in his house, and I had, funny enough, I had a foot injury. My opposite foot, it was my ankle and my other foot that got hurt playing basketball, so I had like crutches to kind of get around. And I go to this guy's house, and he's just like your quintessential like conspiracy theorist. He's like talking to me about like 9/11 being an inside job, and
Oh no.
just all this stuff. And he's like, he's just like super high, and he's just like, going through all these different things and talking to me. And he gives me the program, and we're talking. I'm like, yeah, I might get some more stuff from you in the future, whatever. So I'm getting ready to leave, and I grab like my crutch, and because I like kind of tracked some water in his house,
Uh-huh.
um, the crutch slipped, and I like knocked over his whole bookshelf. Like he had like a
Oh no.
bookcase.
Oh,
Yeah, it
awkward.
was. Yeah, that was no, it was like some real life like Steve Urkel shit that happened. Like I knocked over his bookcase, and I'm like super embarrassed. I'm trying to get myself up because I'm like super proud and prideful. Like, oh, I don't need any help up. I can get up. I'm trying to get up,
Oh.
and he helps me up. And this guy, he looks me right in my eyes. He goes, "Hey man, do you like music?" I'm just like, what? I'm like,
Do you
what?
think he asked you
I'm
out
like, I
of
just
pity? Like I feel bad for him. Maybe he likes music.
I have no idea why he asked me that. Like he was like, "Do you like music?" And I'm like, I'm super embarrassed. I'm like, man, I look at him, I'm like, yeah, I do. And then And then he's like, all right, he's like, take this. And he gives me a program called Reason, which is a music production software. He just gave it to me for free. And
Ooh, what a nice guy. After what was the movie program he sold you?
I think it was like Windows Movie Media,
Windows
Windows
Movie
Media
Maker?
Maker or something.
That
It
crappy
was
that crappy thing.
it was no, it was a better version of that. Like it was definitely for like a Windows program, but it was like it was pretty standard, I guess, what people were using. But DIY wasn't as easily available as it is today. But yeah, he charged me $100 for that, and he just gave me this other program that he was also selling for $100. He gave it to me for free. I have no idea
Because
to
he
this
felt
day,
bad for you,
like,
Sleep. You fell,
but
you
why
ate
me?
shit on his shelf. He wanted him to feel better about himself as a human being and to get you out of there.
I, it was just so weird to help me up and look at me. He looked deep into my soul, and he was like, "Hey, Ray, do you like music?" And I was like, "Yeah." So he gave me this program, and I took it back to me and my cousin's place, and I was like, "All right, I'm gonna get started with the movie stuff tomorrow. I got the books, I got the program. I'm gonna learn this, and then next summer, I'm gonna make sure that Miss Emery gives me a job as a music video editor on her team." And so I went home and I just installed the music program. I was like, I'm just going to mess around with this for a little bit tonight because I already know how to play a little piano. And I was like, maybe I can just, try this out.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I got home at like 11 p.m. I was up until 2 p.m. the next day,
Oh my
still
god.
playing with the software.
Love at
Yeah,
first
I
sight?
went absolutely. I never installed the music video software. I never popped it in at all. I never seen it again. I never touched that disc. I never touched it again. And so that was like 2000. I want to say like 2005 or so. And yeah, so that's just how it started. Like this random guy. Like I don't know if I ever run into that guy or find that guy somewhere. Like I'll buy that guy a car because he had no reason to just give me that CD, especially after I knocked over his bookshelf. Like I made a mess. And I just some things I feel like it's just fate. Like just the way that happened was crazy. And then I'd say like maybe if that was like '05, I'd say like maybe 2006, 2007, YouTube came.
Wait, before you
I
move on, I
started.
have a question. Uh,
Yeah,
actually,
sure.
before I do that, two admin things really quick. First off, do you by chance have headphones that you could plug in? Mostly because when I
Uh,
talk, I can hear myself on your end. It's not terrible
I
if you don't have headphones, but just figured I'd ask just in case.
I'll try to keep it muted when you're talking. I don't have any headphones that are charged. I don't think. Let me see if I have some here.
Yeah, I was.
But go ahead. What's your next question?
Yeah, I mean, I know. I was trying to use my Bluetooth headphones before, but Twitter stopped letting me use them. The other admin thing I just wanted to say is that any other time I've been in a Twitter space with you, at some point, Twitter kicks me out. So if I, for some reason, so if I disappear on you, I promise I will be right back.
No
Yeah,
worries.
and then the question that I wanted to ask you is like you said you started using Reason and you just fell in love and you couldn't stop playing with it. So as far as I understand, the way these music softwares work is it's basically just like you have like layers and layers and layers of different sounds that you can make and you can play with those sounds. Is that what this program was like? And like what was it about it that you found so fascinating?
This was the first time that I was able to like use layers because when I would try to do it in the past on the piano that I had, the keyboard that I had, you can only do one sound at a time. And if you wanted to, I had to basically like if I wanted to play piano and a beat, make a beat with it, I would have to play that for 3 minutes straight. And then I would have to record that to like a cassette. And then I would have to come back and do the drums for 3 minutes straight. And then the bass for
Oh,
three
the
minutes straight.
analog way or the very old school
Yes.
way.
Yeah. So it would be all over the place. And then from there, when I got this program, this was the first time that I was able to just loop little sections and then build on top of the loops that I was making. So I would be able to play something for 8 seconds, loop it, and then I would be able to add drums to that and then add bass. So for me to be able to work like that, it was just like it was a whole new experience, and that's why I got so
Mm,
hooked on it.
gotcha. Yeah, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. It clearly made it a lot easier and faster for you, so then your creative juices could just start flowing and you could make stuff. I get it.
Yeah, and I learned how to do it in such a difficult way that once I was able to do that, it almost made that easy, you know.
Hmm. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, sorry. You were continuing YouTube 2005, 2006?
Yeah, so like around that time, that's when like MySpace and YouTube came to be, and those were both very instrumental in like helping me like connect with people outside of like the world that I was in, and um, there was a point where I started to get better, and then I started putting beats on CDs, and I would go give them to people, and put a label on there, and hope like a record label would call me, or whatever. And then there was an airline called was Airtran, and Airtran had this thing called, it was called Xfare, I think, and you can like basically buy like a plane ticket for like $99, and you just had to fly standby, and you
Oh,
had
I
to
think I
be
vaguely
like
remember that.
underage
Yeah.
student. Yeah, you had to be between, I think, between 18 and 23 or something like that. And so what I would do is I would just like meet other people who make music on MySpace and on the internet, and and go to their city, and I would go with like a backpack full of just CDs that I pressed up myself, and I would go to drop them off at like barber shops and like barbecue spots, just anywhere I thought rappers would be at. I would
Mm.
go drop off CDs there. And I did this. I went to Houston, I went to Atlanta, I went to Miami, I went to a few different places. I was working like I was doing like mortgage processing, like for a job at that time. And every,
That does not sound
once a
like
month
fun
I would take off.
at all.
It wasn't, no, it wasn't. And yeah, and I did that so much, I met like so many people, I got like some really crazy like relationships from during that time. um and it was just, it was just a great experience, just getting to travel and like leaving, and then and meeting other people that wanted to like pursue music uh
Hmm.
professionally. And then eventually someone called me from Atlanta, and they had got a hold of one of my CDs because one of the artists did, and they wanted to use something from that project, from the
Oh
CD. They wanted to
wow.
use one of the beats or something, and
How long? How long?
that's
How long? Like between when you started traveling and doing all this and when you heard back from this place in Atlanta?
um, it was within the same year, so maybe 6 months or so, something like that.
Oh wow.
It
So
was all
you real
within, yeah, it was all within the same
Yeah,
year.
you really
Hmm.
hustled. Like really traveled around and I mean, I just first off, I got to commend you because I think it takes a lot of like I don't know how to say this politely. I'm sorry in advance. It takes a lot of balls to just be like, I'm getting on a plane. I'm going to go around the country or wherever else you went and just find people and hope that they're nice enough that we can vibe together and make music together, or you can just spread your CDs. And like, I just think it takes a lot to do that. And I really commend you for it. I certainly couldn't do that, I don't think.
I think there's a certain level of like also stupidity on my end that was required for me to for me to do that. Just like, I don't know, I just kind of also felt like, where I come from. I What's the best way to say this? I already felt like I had seen the worst of what's possible. So like
Mm-hmm.
for me to go to somebody else's city, I'm not someone that's going anywhere looking for any trouble, so I didn't really feel like anything could necessarily happen to me. And thankfully it didn't.
Okay, well, that's
It
good.
worked out.
That's
Looking
good.
looking back, it was a little bit crazy, but I just always, I don't know, it's just like I get like I get a feeling in my gut, and I just like, I'll bet the house on it. Like when I start to feel confident about an idea, or something that I want to do, um there's not really anybody that can keep me from doing that. Not even, me and my mom fought a lot around this time because she was just kind of like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Oh
Like,
yeah.
she didn't get it, and there was nobody that we can necessarily point to and say like, "Oh, I'm trying to do what this person did," because there was nobody to do that. But my dad was like, um, he was like really going to bat for me. He believed in what I
Oh
was doing, and he understood because he worked around entertainment. So luckily, I had that support
yeah.
from him, and yeah. So eventually, I can't think of her name right now. If it pops back into my head, I definitely want to give her a shout out. But she contacted me, and I told her that I live on the West Coast. She thought I lived in Atlanta, and she wanted to have a meeting. And I was like, when? And she was like, well, I was hoping that we could meet up tomorrow.
Uh,
And I was like, I told her, I live in California and stuff. And I was like, yeah, I could probably make it. And she thought I was crazy. She was like what? And I was like, yeah, I could probably make it. And she was like, okay, well, if you can make it, here's the information, here's the address. She gave me address to Patchwork Studios, which is like a legendary studio in Atlanta. And
wow. And you hopped on a plane that night or whatever?
yeah, I left that
Wow.
night. I got there. I landed at like maybe like 5 a.m. or something like that. It was like
A
a
red
overnight
eye? One of
flight.
those
And
red eyes that
red
suck.
eye. Yeah, I got a little hotel room at like a little. It wasn't a hotel room; it was a motel room.
Oh
And
no.
yeah, I was like, I mean, but at the time, I'm like, I just need a place to be able to sleep and take a shower, and
Oh,
everything
to
else
be
is
young and
easy
just be
enough.
like, I'll take anything. It's all fine.
As long as there's no roaches in here, I'm good. So um, I got there. I went and met with her. She was awesome. She introduced me to a lot of people. And she was working with like Outkast at the time,
Oh, that's cool.
and yeah, and they were getting ready to do the Idlewild movie, and so I was able to like be in the studio when they made like some of those records that ended up being like some really classic records.
Wow.
And I don't know. I think that was like what kind of like gave me the confidence that made me feel like I belong. And they had just signed this singer from Kansas City named Janelle Monet, and
Oh,
I did some
really?
songs with
Janelle.
her early on.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
awesome.
and she ended up becoming a huge star. And it was just like a great time because that was the first time that I was like traveling to make music. And
hmm
I think that that along with just everything else, it just made me really feel like, okay, I'm on the right path,
Because you're in the
and I'm
room
doing
with the
like what I'm
people.
supposed to do. Yeah, and like I mean, to this day, I idolize Outkast, and it was
hmm
it was amazing to see them just working in the studio, just being a fly on the wall.
That's incredible. Like, I think you are one of those stories of success stories of people who are just like, I literally went everywhere. I was annoying. And then someone finally said, okay, I'll give you a shot.
Yeah, pretty much. Luckily, people like me. I don't talk too much, so I think if you're not like just super loud, you don't blend in. I wait my turn when it's my turn to play music. I come across at that time, especially, I came across very unassuming. So it would be my turn to play music,
You're
and
dependable.
I, I just think that they didn't expect anything because I was just like this quiet kid that was just there, not saying anything. And then every time I push play, I would just start seeing people's faces just scrunch up and start looking at me like, you made this? And it's like, yeah, I made
Did you
this.
like surprising people every time they reacted like that?
I'm still surprising people, in my opinion. I still feel like I'm um, underrated and I get underestimated uh,
Does that bother you?
by like, um, I don't know. It doesn't bother me. I think that you know what? It doesn't bother me. It used to. It used to bother me a lot. I think it bothered me a lot more before BTS. I think after BTS, nothing bothers me. But
Aw.
um,
Well, that's
I
good.
think that, yeah, I think that it's nice to have something to grab onto for days that I'm tired or when I don't necessarily feel like working. It's great to like be able to just feel like an underdog and be able to grab that and get that extra energy from that.
hmm Yeah. Well, I'm happy that working with BTS and having my time get put out there and having us all adore it to pieces and being able to connect with us helped that a lot, because that to me is one of the funnest parts of being a fan of music, is connecting with the people who make it.
Yeah, it's really crazy to me because I feel like this whole time that I've been making music, I would, see, especially once social media came into play, I would see like music producers and songwriters always complain about not getting, notoriety or not getting this or not getting that. But I never really would see them try to connect to the people that actually like their songs. And for
Mm.
me, it was a no brainer once, that record came out because um, I was aware of like Army's footprint on the internet and how interactive they are and how excitable everybody is when releases come. I'd seen like different things before. Um, like when RM did the record with Wale, and I would see like all
Mm-hmm.
the support like records got, and Wale is one of my favorite artists, and it just to me it was just like a no brainer. Like if people want to ask questions about the music, let's talk about it. Like
that's so
why
that's so
not?
strange that you say that and you think it's obvious, because I would think it would be obvious too, but you're the first one I've seen, like in terms of like, obviously my interests and my attention is all on BTS, but even just in that sense, like you're like the first producer I've seen who's been like, "Hey Army, what do you want to know? Let me talk to you."
I mean, to me, like it was either I was going to talk directly to the fans or talk to press, and like I don't really like talking to press, and I feel like fans ask more interesting music because they interesting questions about the music because they care more. Like
Mm-hmm.
if someone's writing an article, they might not really know anything about BTS. It's just another day at the office for them. But the
For us,
fans want
this
to
is
know.
everything.
The fans want to know the real questions, and those are the questions that I want to answer because I love talking about music. I'm a quiet person, but if you get me talking about music or sports, I can go all day long. So to see people excited about all the little intricate parts that go into like making a song, for me it was like heaven. Like I could, I'm like we can talk about this song like all day long, and
I'm
um,
so glad.
just the
Yeah, I'm
process.
so glad you say that, because I have a million questions for you, and I think you should just get ready for this to take the next 12 hours.
Bet, bet.
You napped. You should be full of energy.
I'm alive now. I'm alive
Yeah.
now. I'm good. I'm chilling.
Okay, so where did we leave off? You were in Atlanta. You were in the room when all the stuff was happening. What happened next?
YouTube happened. I used to make the most awkward looking beat making videos
I've
because
seen
I
some of
wouldn't
them.
really speak. No, you didn't see these ones. These
Did
ones,
you did
I'm
you
like,
take them
dang, are these
offline?
out? I hope so. But I used to sit in my room. I had like this little web camera that I bought off eBay, like for everybody who's like under 21 in here. We used to have to buy web cameras and plug them in via
Yes,
USB,
we did.
and the quality was probably like a strong 240p. And
Potato quality.
um, absolutely, and I would just plug in the camera and I would just make beats and I would just be making tracks for like 15 minutes and upload the video. And then these videos started to get hundreds of thousands of views, and so I started making more and more and more. And I was on this producer forum called futureproducers.com, and I was meeting like a lot of other producers, and we were just going back and forth. And then once these videos, it wasn't even viral because viral didn't exist yet, but once they just
Mm-hmm.
started getting like a lot of views and YouTube started becoming more and more popular, I started having like actual like really big uh, music producers reach out to me
Oh
and want to meet up
wow.
with me and stuff. Yeah. And that was really cool because that's how I got connected with um a guy named Abraham McDonald. Rest in peace. He passed away
Oh, sorry to
a
hear
few
that.
years ago. Yeah, he was a great guy, and he worked really closely with my boy Prince Ward, who's the music director for Black Eyed Peas, and that was actually the last meeting I took. Before that, I went and took like several meetings. I met with like underdogs and Rodney Jerkins, who had done so much stuff like Michael Jackson. He's produced,
Mm.
Destiny's Child,
Oh,
and
that's
he's a
awesome.
legendary producer. I got to meet him, and they all wanted to sign me to like different deals, and some of the deals were really not favorable at all, like really bad deals.
Like, what do you mean by that
Um,
when you say they were bad?
they were publishing deals, and they had something in them called MDRCs, which is like it's where you have to not only recoup the amount of money that you're advanced, but you have to recoup a certain percentage point as well. So
Oh, I gotcha.
it's very, yeah, it was very commonplace for producers. Um, just put it this way, they've largely removed them from
What
deals
what is this
within the
called?
last 4 or 5
Yeah, what
years.
is the acronym?
MDRC.
MDRC. And basically this is a clause that would say like, hey, we'll pay you 10K now, and when the song is released, you don't get to earn any money. Like we won't send you any money until we earn the 10K back, and then once we earn maybe another 20K, and then after that you'll earn your portion off the song.
And kind of sort of it's more like we'll say like a hundred K to make it easy.
Mm-hmm.
Say like they'll offer you 100K, and what they're buying in sense is like your copyright, and they're now a partner with you on your publishing. So now once the publishing starts coming in, so say like a check comes in for 50K, they're taking 25K off top, putting it in their pocket, and the 25 that would normally go to you, they're putting that towards your recoupment, right? So you
Mm-hmm.
have to make that money back. That's normal. But then the problem with those deals was there was also percentages attached to them. So like if you and I go in the studio and we make a record together,
Mm-hmm.
I write all the music parts, and say like you write all the lyric and melody, we're going to split that record, 50-50 on the publishing, right?
Mm-hmm.
um so if I do a deal that say it's like 10 songs, but it's like 1,000%, now that 50% that I earned is going to go towards that 1,000% that I'm in the hole. So you don't only have to recoup the money, but you have to recoup on a percentage basis, and that gets really really tricky because there's often not two people on a record. There's usually, five, six people on a record. So
Yeah.
those percentages get diluted down. And then there's also things called penny rates, which would get complicated. And there's also, if there's more than like X amount of songs on the CD, you might have 50% on the record, but because this album was budgeted for 10 or 11 tracks, but there's 17 tracks on this album, now that 50% that you had might get diluted down to 21%, right?
Gotcha.
And so you can get stuck in a deal where you've recouped every dollar that you were advanced, but you might still owe a ton of percentage back to the
So what,
labels.
I
So
mean, that sounds really complicated, like a little bit needlessly complicated. What is the reason that it's done like that? Is it about being fair, or is it about someone who has the majority of the money that's being made trying to protect themselves from everyone else?
it's about trying to keep you in these deals as long as possible. The music business has never been pro artist. It's always been pro record label, and the language shows that.
Gotcha.
I mean, the fact that you know that same language was in, you know, Sammy Davis Jr. His contract, and it's still in contracts in 2000, 12, 13, 14. That says a lot because that's a lot of time that has passed, but no evolution in the way that the people actually create the music are treated, and
Mm-hmm.
it's not cool.
No, it's not. So then if you say that like those clauses or those kinds of contracts, they don't really happen anymore, is that right? And if they don't, why? Like what changed that?
Information age, and too many people started speaking up. Like I think that there's like a I think people feel like when they get put in a bad situation or a bad deal, I think that there's you feel embarrassed. You feel like, damn, I'm getting played. Like, I don't even want to talk about it. Like you just kind
Oh,
of
you feel
just
like
take
shamed.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then if you're not happy, you're probably not making good art, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you feel like you're in a situation where you feel like you're, you know, held hostage, you're not going to make good art. So I think what happened is more people started sharing their stories, more people started talking. Um, the general public starts to learn more about these things, and then you can make change from that point. There was also like, um, I know my entertainment lawyer Matt Buser, he was also part of like trying to end those deals as well.
Mm-hmm.
And more people became aware, and I guess just when things are common practice for so long, that's just how
Mm-hmm.
it goes. Like if anybody like is interested in like how some of these deals and things came to play, just you can Google. I believe maybe it's history.com. Just Google race records, RACE, race records,
Mm-hmm.
history.com, and just go down a rabbit hole, and you'll see how a lot of this business in the beginning, how much music was stolen from black artists, and
Yeah.
these deals were purposely complicated, and there's
Um.
a lot of robberies taking place.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I just googled that. I'm adding that as homework for me after this. Thank you.
Yeah, that article is going to piss you off, but it's a good read, and it'll give you
Yeah.
like a clear point. But and it's crazy that that's one thing that is also a bit annoying about this business is people know that these deals are bad, and especially when it's like other people who look like me, and they want to prey on people that are trying to get into the business and put you in the same bad situation that they might have been in. um
Why? Why would?
you
Why
know
did they do that? Because does it make them
uh
feel more
I don't know.
justified in their own mistakes?
I don't know. I think it all just comes back down to greed. I think people are greedy. I think that and if they only know one way, I don't know. I couldn't tell you, because I know that as I've been building my company, nobody's in a deal that has a requirement to recoup percentages with me.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't tell you the mindset of someone like that, but I just know that when people, in general, when people are abused in any way, they tend to, repeat patterns sometimes. So
Yeah.
maybe that's the case.
So then, I have more questions about this later. So like we can dive deeper into this a bit later. But I did want to ask, like, if you say that stuff in the industry has changed, like these clauses are no longer allowed or not, or are highly unlikely these days because attention was brought to them. Is it good then that Army brings light to a lot of unfair and manipulative practices in the music industry? Like, do you think do we make a difference with all of the stuff we say and do about it?
Um, I think so. I don't think that bundles would have been ended if it was if everybody wasn't so loud about bundles. Like bundles was already, you know, an interesting way to try to to manipulate the charts. It's like, I go buy a sweater and I get an album and that counts as a sale. Like that's crazy to me. Like you start making it about everything but the music. So I was never a fan of them, and I think that um, Army probably played a part in that. People don't like to, like be called out for
Yeah.
for things that they do in the dark, and once they do, I think that that's the only way that things can be changed, is if people are loud about it.
Well, good. I don't think this fandom knows how to be quiet anyway, so we'll just continue to be annoying.
Yeah, stay disruptive, stay dangerous.
Happily. Okay, so you got a bunch of these predatory contract offers. You said no, told them to F off. Then what happened?
Only one of them was really bad, and it was somebody that I looked up to, and it just kind of like everything else was just generic, but one was like really, really like
Ooh,
really predatory, and I was just like, damn, like I looked up to this guy, Anyways, needless to say,
that's
I didn't
tough.
take it, and yeah, I didn't take it, and I just kind of went back and chilled,
Did that
and
ruin your relationship
um,
with that person?
well, I mean, there was never a relationship. It was just someone that I looked up to because of the work that they'd done in the past.
Ah, okay.
So yeah, there was never a chance for the relationship. So it was, I mean, no sweat off my back, just move on.
Mm-hmm.
Um, then I eventually um, AB Abraham McDonald, um, which is he reached out to me. I'm sorry, I'm just having like a flashback of of talking to him for the very first time. He had
Oh,
an artist, and he wanted me. He sent me something crazy, like his request. He was like, "Can you send me some beats that sounds like Kanye West meets Busta Rhymes meets like Lauren Hill?" I got this artist, and
that's a
I'm just
very
like,
oddly specific request.
and I'm just like, and at this point, I'm already a little just turned off. I'm already thinking like, man, the music industry is probably weird, and whatever, So I get this request, and I'm just like, man, I have no idea what this dude is talking about. So I just sent him stuff that I liked, that I thought was dope, and
When in doubt, just do what you want.
yeah, life motto is my mantra. And he actually he hit me back and he was like, "Oh, this is not really like what I'm looking for, but like, let's stay in touch and so forth, so forth." So I'm like, "Yeah, whatever, okay." And then I guess he was playing these beats in the studio, and um, I think Prince and Will I Am heard these tracks, and then
Wow.
they were like, "Who's not Purple Rain Prince, but the guy who ended up becoming like my mentor in the music business. His name is Prince Board."
I mean, that's still
Um,
amazing.
yeah, he's the music director for Black Eyed Peas, and
Oh, that's so
he
cool.
heard the music. Yeah, he heard the music, and he was like, "Yo, who did this? Who did this?" And then of course AB's like, "Oh yeah, this kid I found on YouTube," and like he started taking like all the credit, and we laughed about that much later when I found out that that's how it all happened. But
You were discovered
he
on
called,
YouTube, Sleep. Didn't you know that?
yeah, yeah, I guess I am. I guess I'm like one of the first YouTube
Yeah,
darlings.
you're a YouTube
That's
star.
crazy. And so yeah, they called me. They wanted me to come down and meet and come to LA and meet. And I was just like, man, I don't know. And then they were like, oh, it's like Black Eyed Peas. And at the time, like I didn't really make pop music like that. It was still like I'm still like heavy like sample based like hip hop music like college dropout Kanye West era. Like
Oh,
that
I
was like
love that
my thing.
album.
Like yeah, I like that was like the kind of that was like someone I idolized, and that's the kind of music I wanted to make, and that's what I was doing at the time heavily.
Hmm.
So they called me down. I meet up with this guy. I come to Prince's house, and like he answers the door, and he's got like, and I'm like coming fresh from the hood, basically. So I come down and meet this guy, and he's got like colorful dreads, and he's got on like some shutter shades, and
Oh,
like he's just
wow.
like super eccentric, and I'm like, oh, like this dude is, I'm like, oh, this dude is
Were
weird.
you like, did I make a good choice coming here?
I just kind of laughed to myself. I'm just like, man, like this is different. So I go in, and like he's playing music, and then he's like listening to my music, and then he's like sitting behind his desk. He stands up and he's like dancing in a chair, and I was just like, "Yo,
Wow.
this dude is wild." And then he just picks up a trumpet and he starts like playing the trumpet over like one of the tracks
Oh my
I was
God.
playing.
No
Yeah, he
inhibition.
just like he's just an energy ball. And so like it was weird, but man, I like this dude. I was like, I don't know how we're gonna work together, but you
He
know,
sounds like the
but
definition of love yourself.
he is, and to this day he is. And so yeah, that was a interesting meeting, and funny enough is I knew who he was because the program that I used to use, which was Reason, he was like an ambassador for the program, and he had like a sound pack on there, and
Ooh.
so we like kind of like vibed over that, and I was telling him how I even got into Reason, and he was like, "Yo, that's a crazy story," and we just like really really became friends, and like eventually like I started going down to the studio, and he was working on the Duchess album for Fergie at the time, and
Mm.
yeah, I was just around. And from that experience, I'd say from 2007 to 2010, I was just there for like every big Black Eyed Peas
How old
moment.
were you
And
at that time, if you don't mind me asking?
I was about 22 or so. Yeah, 22, I think. And
Okay.
it was just like a whole new world, like just like because that was the first time I was around like that was the first time I was around a camp of people that like that worked kind of like the vibe was like very family.
Mm-hmm.
Like they didn't have like a bunch of like outside producers. It was all like done like, you know, in house. They had the team, they had the younger guys, they all had their own studio, and then Will had the studio at his house, and then Prince had his studio, and all the guys in the band,
Mm-hmm.
amazing instrument players. Keith Harris, he's one of the best drummers in the world, and George Mahone, he plays
Mm-hmm.
guitars, and Tim Izzo, he plays like flutes and like 11 other instruments, and they're just like a crazy, crazy dope band.
I mean,
And
that sounds like,
I got to
yeah,
start.
that sounds like so much fun. It sounds like they probably had a lot of camaraderie, right? You know, that you can only get when you play music together.
Yeah, and from traveling together, you
Yeah.
know how it is. You really learn who somebody is when you travel with them, and so they had already done, you know, a couple world tours, and I was, you know, I got to like learn from like just world renowned musicians. I got to be in sessions and watch Will I Am how he works, and I got to watch an album go from like being an idea on a piece of paper to being like the biggest thing in the world with
Oh,
the
that's
indie
so
album.
cool.
It was like a paid internship, and I got to like, you know, I was going to meetings with them at Interscope, and I'm sitting like in the office while they're like presenting music for like Jimmy Iovine.
Wow.
Um,
And this was all
you
just
know,
because they liked your beats? They were like, come with us, come like shadow us?
yeah, well, I started working with them in a sense of like my job. I was a staff producer, so my job was just to deliver. Like I don't even remember what I ended up doing a deal with them. It wasn't publishing based. It wasn't MDRC. It was just strictly like staff producer, like kind of like work for hire. And my job was to deliver like X amount of beats per month, right? And so
Mm.
I was in there. Prince had gave me a room at their studio um, in Griffith Park, and I would just go. I would just show up every day and just like work my ass off. And like my whole goal was just like, you know,
Be a
just
sponge?
bring value, just bring
Oh,
value,
that
just
too.
like, you know, do do as best as I could to bring value. It wasn't really like I don't really walk into situations thinking like what am I gonna get out of this? What's in it for me? I feel like when you walk into situations like that, you don't really make the most from them. I always
Uh-huh.
walk into situations thinking like, how much value can I add? What can I do that nobody else can do here? What can I do that I'm good at? What can I do that's gonna make these people remember me
Yeah.
or miss me if I
If you
am
leave.
not
Yeah.
around?
And I mean, I
And
would say that that also just makes sense from the standpoint of like, I think people are natural bullshit radars and we can sense honesty and we can sense when someone is trying just to be there to get something from us. And if you had shown up and just been like, I'm here to like poach your talent or like, you know, like learn something from you and then run away and do it on my own, like they would have felt that. But you were there and you were like, I want to give back. I want to make you need me and love me and want me around. I think that just, that goes a long way to like change the energy of a relationship.
absolutely. Yeah, and it got to that point. Like I remember, you know, I might have stopped coming around for a little bit, and I remember like people calling, like, "Oh, when are you coming back? When are you coming back? We need you to program some more sense. We need you to do this." And then I started to really feel like I was bringing uh, value, and then I got, you know, invited to go on tour to some dates, and you know, I got to start seeing the world, which that changed everything for me. You know, going overseas and
Where was the first place you went
um,
overseas?
Hong Kong was the first
Wow, that's
place.
a big
First time.
change.
And
What was
yeah,
that like?
it was amazing. Uh, I don't know. Like I is like I get like I almost get goosebumps when you just ask me what was it like. It was just so crazy. You know, just even everything that happened that day. I actually was coming back from somewhere else, and I had to fly in from San Francisco, and there was I remember there was a lot of fog that morning, and so my flight was actually like a little delayed. And I kept thinking like, "Damn, I'm gonna miss my flight. I'm not gonna be able to go. I'm not gonna be able to go."
Mm.
And I got there, and they had like a woman from Cathay Pacific waiting for me, and we're like running through the airport, and she's like booking it in heels, and like we're like running to the plane, and we get there, and I didn't know that I was sitting in first class. So this is my first time ever sitting in first
Oh,
class,
wow.
and I'm sitting there with them, and like, you know, like when you're on a plane, like everybody's usually coming telling you like turn off your cell phone and do this. No one said anything to us. I'm sitting there, they're pouring us champagne, and the plane
Fly
is
like
moving, and we're
kings.
taking off. Yeah, and I'm looking around like, oh, we're taking off. And I remember like the guys laughing at me because it was just like such a new experience for me. And then Hong Kong was really awesome. And then we went to a place called Macau, which is like the Las Vegas of, you know, that part of Asia. And
Oh, that's cool.
that
I didn't know
was,
that. I'd
yeah,
heard that.
yeah, it's crazy.
I guess that's like where everybody, like you mean like they go to gamble there, so it's full of casinos there and stuff?
Yeah, they go to gamble, party. They even have like Manny Pacquiao spot there before. It's like
A what?
it's an entertainment city.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's really
Do
fun. A really fun
do you
time
think
in
it's
Hong Kong
like
was great.
bigger or more fun than Vegas?
I just think that they have like they offer similar things, but and they have like some similar looks with all the lights and stuff. But they're both really fun. I think if I could pick, I would probably pick Macau because I live 4 hours from Vegas and I've been a million times. But
Fair,
Macau is
fair.
fun though. I
Okay.
mean, the Macau is. I will say Macau is humid though. That's
Oh yeah.
Vegas is really really dry heat, and Macau is pretty humid.
Yeah, but Vegas will also in the desert, so it's so fucking hot.
Yeah, you got to pick your poison with that one when it comes to the weather.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so sorry, keep going with your story.
Yeah, so that was the first place I went. I think that's the question. I went to Hong
Yeah.
Kong, and then from there we ended up
Wait,
going.
what did you do in Hong Kong? Like, why would you travel there?
They had a show, and I was just there for the show, and I was helping like carry keyboards or just whatever I could do. Just basically like assisting Prince and whatever he needed. If he needed help with records that he was working on, because we did do some studio sessions there.
Mm-hmm.
I was there to just whatever he needed, I was there to do. Whether it was programming music or if he needed me to go run and go get him some coffee, like like for me, it was just important that I was like paying my way in some way. Like I
Mm-hmm.
want to always bring value.
That's kind of like a really sweet job because I feel like it's low pressure, high fun. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, yeah. I was like playing with house money for the most part, like because like my position was secure and like everybody liked me and anything that came extra as far as maybe getting some placements, it was just all a bonus. And
Mm-hmm.
I really like to just absorb and learn stuff, so I was able to really like learn through that whole process. And
Yeah.
I think that was why I enjoyed it so much.
That-
And the partying wasn't bad. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Would you guys
Partying
have
was great.
huge parties after concerts?
Absolutely.
Any
I'll leave that
Okay,
there.
fine, no stories. Got it. Question. You mentioned that like you guys would have studio sessions sometimes. I assume it's just like what does that look like? You know of where to rent a studio out and you guys just all show up and you're like feeling the creativity and you just try and make stuff, or like how does that work?
Yeah, yeah. They always had, because all the places we would go to, it was my first time, but these guys had frequent to these places. So for them to get these things set up and get things handled, and then just the team around, and then also BEP was signed to Interscope, the biggest label.
Hmm.
Anything those guys needed, they were able to make it happen, no matter where in the world. Um,
That's awesome.
that's pretty much how that went. Yeah.
Okay. That's great. Okay. Where else after Hong Kong?
Just all over different parts of Europe. We stayed in London for a little while working on records for the album. Um,
What was all this travel for, like a concert or a tour, or did you ever just travel just to get inspired from like to make music?
later, there was lots of travel to get inspired, but this is the beginning of my traveling, and I think that maybe around 2008 was the first time I left the country. I think,
Hmm.
and I think some like between then and like 2013, so 5 years of traveling, I think I had ended up going to like 60 countries in
Wow,
that time frame.
that is a
Yeah,
lot. I feel like that would be
all over the
very
place.
exhausting as well.
Oh yeah, I aged 10 years in the process for sure. I aged 10 years in 5 years. It is exhausting. I also learned that you have to you have to like take care of yourself when you're on tour because like I'm not even like a heavy drinker, but if you're out and you go out like
Hmm.
5, 6 nights in one week, and you have 2 drinks. I mean, that's 10 at the end of the week. That's 40 at the end of the month. You know,
Yeah.
that's an accumulation of drinking and not sleeping and yeah, I definitely
Yeah.
learned that you have to take care of yourself when you're moving around and traveling that
Yeah, you
much. You got to definitely get some
got to learn how to
exercise and
listen to
stay
your body.
hydrated. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and I think you've mentioned like all of that is how you hurt your foot, like over time, or is that am I confusing things?
No, no, just bad luck, man. I don't know, man. Like it's the thing about the body is if you hurt something on one side, you're probably gonna eventually at some point hurt something on the other side because you end up compensating so much when you have an injury on one side. So it's just like it started with like I tore the ligaments in my ankle high like 15 years ago, and
Hmm.
I've just had like problems with my bad luck with my feet here and there, but it
Oh,
is what
that
it is.
sucks. I'm sorry. Okay, so where were we? We've talked about Hong Kong, we've talked about London. Where else?
So that whole experience, 2007 to 2010 or so, that was like my Black Eyed Peas, time. And 2010, I had, my dad passed away
Yeah,
that
I'm
year, and
sorry to hear that.
yeah, that was the year when it was time to grow up after that point,
Hmm.
forcefully. I had never, I had, there's been lots of things that have happened. I've been around and just, I didn't grow up in the best area. So I've seen lots of bad things, but that was the first time something directly impacted me in that way. And
Hmm.
he was young. He was only 45. So it
Oof,
was like a shock for me and everybody else.
I can imagine.
Um, yeah. And that kind of just like, it opened my eyes to a lot of things. I learned during that time, like even if the world stops for you, it doesn't stop for everybody else.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, that's the cruel truth.
uh, yeah, there was people that I, expected to be there for me that weren't, and then there were people who were like there for me who I didn't even know that well. So it was just like it was a crash course in like real life, because at that point I don't want to say I was like living, in a fantasy or a fairy tale, but you know, so many things were going right, and they
Hmm.
just kept going right, and it kept going right, and I was definitely feeling like,
You were on top of the world.
like on top of the world, exactly. And then that happened, and everything just kind of just came to like a crashing halt. Like there's a lot of like 2010, before he passed away and after that I don't remember.
Ah.
Like I'll have like a Facebook memory pop up and I'll be like, oh yeah, I remember that. But
Mm.
like when I try to think of like anything before or after, like that was definitely like I was one person before that happened and I was a different person after. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. But it was definitely time to just really grow up and start being more responsible and,
Hmm.
figuring out like I'm doing this for I just love making music, so I'm doing this how I'm doing it right now. But at that point, my mind started shifting towards like, wanting to make my dad proud and figuring out how to make this a career and how to, I've seen so many people come into this business,
Hmm.
have a little success, and a couple years later, you never hear about them again, never hear from them again. And I wanted to make sure that I wasn't one of those people. And, that was just a rough time.
Yeah.
Um, and I think that I didn't go about it the best way because my answer to everything has always been like, oh, just get back to work. Just keep working. Just keep going. Just keep going. Just keep going. And I
Yeah.
did that for um, maybe about a year before I just completely crashed. And
Yeah.
from there, it was just like, only way to go is up. And I had to just reevaluate my entire game plan and what I wanted to do next. And so I kind of left the situation that I was in working with Black Eyed Peas, and I felt like it was time for me to apply everything that I learned and start applying it for myself. And
Mm-hmm.
um, that just led to like so many different interesting opportunities. I went, backpacking around Europe and
Where'd you go?
everywhere. Like I went everywhere because at this point I actually had money finally, and so I was like, let me go see some places and and go travel.
When you say you finally had money, you mean that like some of your beats made it onto Black Eyed Peas songs? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. During that whole time frame, that whole 3 years, there were lots of Black Eyed Peas stuff, but then there was also some stuff for like other major artists.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little complicated to talk about because of like the agreements. But I was also working with another really big producer at that time,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like doing like ghost production. I was producing like underneath him
What is
because
ghost production?
so at that time, especially, I would say especially, before like the last 7 8 years, a lot of producers had producers that worked underneath them, and when a song would get placed, uh, they would get the production credit, and the people who like might have actually like made the actual music would get like writers credits and get some percentages of publishing, but we wouldn't get the production credit.
Is there a
And
difference? Like, do you make more if you're a producer versus a writer, or like why would that matter?
um I don't really know why it would matter. I think that it was more of a stigma. I think that for so long, I think a lot of producers kind of made their made their
Other
name
reputation?
and on their reputation, and it kind of always looked like, oh, this person did everything by themselves. Like there's so many producers that have producers that work with them and work, as part of their company, as part of their team,
Mm-hmm.
but everybody didn't know about them back in the day, and they like to keep it that way for whatever reason. And yeah, they would make more money, but it also kind of played out like this, like, if I don't have a big name and I'm new, and I say I can get a record to a major label and say that they want to pay 10K or 15K,
Mm-hmm.
um, for that, that's one thing. But then if this other producer who's huge with a huge name, they might be able to sell the same track for 100K, 200K, and give you 30 or 40K for the track.
Gotcha.
So it was kind of like I looked at it as a way in, and I still felt like I was still like learning the business and figuring everything out. And the opportunity kind of presented itself from me being around, the Black Eyed Peas camp, and so I started doing it, and uh, it worked out. Like a lot of people, I feel like a lot of people would have known who I was sooner, but I also know that I wouldn't have got those tracks to those people without this producer. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
it's just like it just is what it is. I always had confidence that I would get here, one day, So
Well, you have,
it
so
happened
your
how
confidence paid off.
it happened how it was supposed to. But yeah, I left that situation. I started going different places in Europe, and then Prince called me and told me that he had an opportunity with this guy who ended up being like a pretty controversial figure.
Who?
His name is Kim.com, and he had created a company called Mega Upload, and
Ah.
we went
Wait.
yeah we
His
went to
name was Kim.com.
yeah, he legally changed his last name to .com. That's how he made his fortune.
Wow.
Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, we got a special guest in here. That's dope. What's up? Um, but that's how he made his fortune, and he invited us to come to Hong Kong, where he had turned the entire top floor of the Grand Hyatt into his apartment. Like he had it like totally
What?
gutted and remodeled. Like this guy was like super rich, and
From what? From Mega Uploads?
yeah, I think at one point Mega Upload was responsible for like 4% of like the total traffic on the internet.
Wow.
So that ad revenue was probably insane.
So,
Um,
if I remember correctly, Mega Uploads was like it was a video upload site, right? But it didn't have as many like filters or like anything barring you from uploading stuff the way YouTube did, right?
Yep, yep. It was like that. It was like a mixture of like YouTube meets like Google Drive or Dropbox because you can file share. Or like WeTransfer. Like if you needed to send a big file, you could use Mega Upload to like send a big file
Yeah,
to
I
someone
think you
else.
still can, right? Mega Uploads is still around, I think.
Yeah, yeah, it is. He's no longer attached to it,
Oh,
but
gotcha.
he was forced to. He well, we'll get to that later. He was forced to leave the company later on, but we started working with him. He called us. He had a special project he wanted us to work on, and that project ended up being really just him going to a racetrack in Nuremberg in Germany with his friends, and they were like racing like three of the fastest cars in the world, and
Wow.
it's just like an outing for him. And he had like filmed it with like 29 cameras and a helicopter camera and all this crazy shit. And
So what did he want
they
from you?
wanted he wanted me to score it. Like I
What?
was like, yeah, he just wanted me
Like
to
a
score it. He
movie.
flew us to Hong Kong, wanted us to score it, wanted us to add music. He was paying us like ridiculous amounts of money to come work, and so we were like, okay, cool. And so we did such a good job. He said, well, I want you guys to come see my real house. And I'm like,
Oh
what
my
do you mean?
god.
Like this is not your real house? Like what are you talking about? What are you talking about? And he invited us to come to New Zealand. So we went home, came to New Zealand a couple months later. And I mean, I don't even know how big it was. You guys can Google Kim.com mansion.
I'm gonna do that
It's
right
like a
now.
20,000, 25,000 square foot mansion in Coatesville, in New Zealand. The Coatesville is like right outside of Auckland. It's like 30 minutes north of
Oh
Auckland.
wow, it's like a palace.
Yeah, and that wasn't even the only house on the property. So he had like multiple other houses there. So he like basically gave us our own guest house that was like 8 bedrooms with like a saltwater pool, and like I mean it was just
Oh
crazy.
my
Like
god. And what? Why did he fly you out? Just for funsies, or did he want something else?
he bit like I saw it happen. Like when we were in Hong Kong, there was one part where I was like, "Yo, why don't you get in the booth and say this part?" And he was like, "No, no, I don't want to do it." He's like this big German guy. He's like 6'8". Like he's
Yeah.
this giant German guy. And
Did he have a German
oh
accent?
yeah, you probably yes, yeah, yeah,
Awesome.
very strong. Actually, he might be. I think he was like half Finnish, half German. But yeah, he had. I got him to get in the booth, and I saw him just like light up. He was enjoying it so much, and I think at the time he was probably, this 37, 38-year old, just multi millionaire, and he invited us down.
Hmm.
And we had a good time. He had his chefs cooking for us, and they're taking us to see New Zealand. And before we left, he just basically was like, man, like I really love making music. Like I can rent out the biggest studio in New Zealand, which is Roundhead Studios, which is actually owned by Neil Finn from Crowder House. And
Hmm.
he was like, I can rent out this studio for you guys and we can work on music. He basically wanted to like kind of like be like he wanted to be like David Guetta, basically. He wanted to learn how to produce music. And I said I didn't want to do it at first,
Were you afraid
because it just kind
that
of
he would be disappointed when he couldn't be David Guetta?
felt like a gimmick. And I was just like, man, I got like some other opportunities, and I was like doing some work with like Rock Nation at the time, and I was like trying to like work on stuff in America.
Hmm.
And then he wanted us to come stay there for initially 6 months, and I guess when he started offering the amount of money that he started offering, it was just basically a no-brainer for me to just go to New
Yeah.
Zealand.
And when you say
uh,
we, like you and Prince, or was there like who went
it
with
was
you for this?
there was four of us. It was me, my boy Tex, Prince Board, and George Pahone, who's the guitar player for Black Eyed Peas. And so
Gotcha.
we went out there, and we were just like just making music and living it up. And it was going really, really, really well. And then it wasn't.
Oh.
His This is also on YouTube. His entire property got like raided by like the U.S. government was involved in like having his property
I
raided.
can see the articles on it. Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
insane.
in
Like
2012, right?
it's yeah, it's insane. All of his stuff was rated. They took like all of his like he had like crazy items. Like he had like a Cadillac that was like used to be Elvis's Cadillac. He had like on
Wow.
display in his house, and they took like all these different like things that he had.
Why did they raid him?
He has the biggest copyright infringement case in the history of life.
Because of mega uploads?
Because of mega upload,
Oh
yeah.
my god.
Which is which is largely, I think I always thought it was BS because as a service provider, like you provide a service, you're supposed to be protected. Like Google can't get sued if like you and I use like Gmail to commit a crime. You know what I mean? So just because people were using his site to put up music and movies illegally,
Uh-huh.
and it was really the movies is what did it. There's lots of conspiracy surrounding that whole thing. If you ever want to take a deep dive, I'm gonna move on from that time, but um it was interesting. So he got in trouble, got arrested, got bailed out, and was fighting the case. And during that whole time he was fighting his case, he was like on it with the ankle monitor, still allowed to go to the studio. We were
Oh.
still working on music during that whole
Was that
time, and what
awkward?
was supposed to be,
Did you have to
yeah,
pretend he
yeah.
wasn't under arrest while you were recording with him?
Oh no, I mean where I'm from, that's I've seen plenty of people with ankle monitors in my life, in my
Oh.
lifetime. So it was just another day. I just didn't expect it to be happening in New Zealand, but yeah, it was happening. And we made a lot of music together. Some things went really good, some things went really bad. It was just the craziest experience. I knew the whole time that everything that was in America would be here when I came back, but I knew that whole opportunity was just like a once in a lifetime kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I also had an idea for an app that I felt like could really help the music business. And I knew that, he's a tech guy and he could be someone that could help develop that. And
Oh
he ended up
yeah.
becoming my partner on that. And, I ended up staying in New Zealand really for about 4 years. Um,
Wow.
I think that I really fell in love with New Zealand because I hadn't really took any time to slow down. Um, After my dad had passed away,
Mm-hmm.
and I felt like that was like the place that I got to like really take my time and get better and get my mind right and
Yeah.
adapt to the new normal. And
Yeah.
I got to like spend a lot of time by myself, and it was great. Like I fell in love with the country. Like New Zealand is like forever like my second
Hmm.
home. Like I probably will go back there someday,
Yeah.
to
I
stay.
mean, I think that's
um
understandable. One, because like New Zealand is an island and it's on the far side of the world. So I think when you go there, you feel a sense of like island mentality, maybe, and like a bit of isolation. So I think it's more peaceful than being in a big city in America where everything is just like on top of you, right?
Yeah, it's that, but it's also too. It's like the native people in New Zealand, like some of my favorite people in the world. Like,
Are they
um,
super nice like Canadians?
I think Canadians are not as nice as the world thinks that they are. I think that's like a little bit of a shame. I think Canadians have been living off of like reputation for a long time. I'm not saying that Canadians are not nice, but Kiwi folks in New Zealand are way nicer than Canadian people. I will say that, but they just have like a connection with like the earth and
Hmm.
just like living and being present that you don't find everywhere else. I mean, I still think it's weird, but people like walk around in the grocery store with no shoes on in New Zealand.
They don't have a no
um,
shirt, no shoes, no service clause.
nah, they don't have that out there, and it's just like very friendly and like I just like love the people there so much. Like they just really embrace me. Like it's weird because you get like a healthy dose of like you get like the respect for like what it is you do. Like if you work in entertainment,
Hmm.
you get that, but then it's just like you still get treated like a normal person, which is
They're like,
nice.
that's nice. We don't
Like
really care. How are you doing?
yeah, they just want to be your friend, and they just want to party, and they just want to go drink, and so New Zealand was that was some of the once I started feeling like myself again, that was some of the best moments of my life. When I think back to that, it's just like it always kind of like goes back to
That
New Zealand. It's like I feel
oh
like I grew up after the New Zealand
it
thing because
yeah.
after losing a parent and then having to like really step up for the family in ways and just kind of just like I just
Mhm.
feel like I really grew up after that trip, and like New Zealand is just always going to be
A healing place.
special
Yeah.
special
I
place
mean, it
to
it
me. I
sounds really
remember,
healing.
yeah, I remember on my way there. So if you guys don't know, New Zealand's rugby team is called the All Blacks, right? And which is a funny name. And then I was on the plane and like I'm sitting in first class and like all the time I'm the only black person in first class, and so I'm sitting there on the way to New Zealand, and these guys keep saying like the blacks. I'm
Oh.
just like, and like at one point I just looked, I was like, man, I was like, what are you talking about? And then he's like, he looks, and then he looks at his newspaper, and he looks, and he goes, no, 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 I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean it. And then he explained to me that the rugby team was called the All Blacks, and I was like, "Oh, okay." I was like, "I didn't know what you were talking about because you kept saying the blacks like I'm not sitting right here." I'm like, "Yo, this is crazy." And
Oh.
and then those guys actually like they actually invited me to come to a rugby match, and it was the Rugby World
Did
Cup
you
during
did
that
you see them do
time.
the haka?
Of course, I
Oh,
loved
how
it.
was it? How was it
Yeah,
in person?
it was way more intense because you got to understand New Zealand and Australia are rivals. So this
Mhm.
was the semifinals of the 2012 World Cup, Rugby World Cup, I think,
Uh-huh.
and it was New Zealand versus Australia. So you had people in the streets, you had people walking around with their face painted, no shirt on, just like it was more intense than any sporting event that I think I've ever been to, and it was a great game, and the All Blacks won, and we partied, and it was great. They actually went on to beat France and won the gold medal, I think, or
Wow.
if it's a gold medal, I don't know if it's a gold medal or a trophy, whatever. They won,
They won
they won.
everything.
Yeah, and I ended up becoming like friends with some of the guys on the rugby team and stuff. So
Wait,
it was
wait,
cool.
wait. How,
Like that
how
was
did
like
that happen? That has nothing to do with music. How did you become friends with them?
oh, like like people make introductions. They're like, oh, Sleep. He's a music producer that works with Black Eyed Peas. This person, that person, that person. Come meet this person. You go to a game, and they gave me a jersey.
Aw.
Um, yeah, I got like a tour of the stadium and all that. Yeah, it was super dope.
Oh,
But
look at you.
that happens a lot. Yeah,
Oh, I wish I could say that.
that
Like,
happens a
hey,
lot.
I'm a music producer. I want to meet X, Y, and Z.
Oh, you get. It's a lot of perks that come with this job in this life. So yeah, if you want to be a music producer, I strongly encourage it for the perks, if nothing else. Actually, Neymar, he gave me a jersey a few years ago and signed it for me when he
Oh,
was in the States. I got to meet him.
damn.
That was cool.
That's awesome. Oh, I'm jealous you got to see the haka in person. That's like one of my life's dreams to do that because I've seen the YouTube videos and there's nothing that pumps you up the way watching that does, in my opinion.
You got to do it in New Zealand. You got to go to New Zealand and see it live. Something like it's unmatched.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I know that you had this app idea. Do you want to explain what that was? Because what I read about it sounded really cool, and I'm very sad that it didn't work out for you because I think it would have been a lot better than what we have right now.
Yeah, initially it was called Mega Box, and then we ended up changing the name because of the affiliation with Mega Upload. We changed it to
Uh,
Baboom,
yeah.
and it was the idea of it was basically like a record label in your pocket. We were using for this, we were using blockchain technology back then in 2014 when we started developing it because the whole purpose of it was to have like a transparent royalty map.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Hey,
so
the
if you guys
transparency that still doesn't exist in the music industry.
yeah, that's part of why we didn't make it. But yeah, like the so if you guys don't know, the way that we get paid for like our songwriting royalties is like if I have a record come out like right now, January, top of the year, I won't make any publishing money from that record until probably September, if I'm lucky, and if not
Wow.
September, like the following cycle, which would be like a few months after that. So they
Is that
work
true for
nine
every
months
is
behind.
that true for every artist?
Yeah. The way that BMI and the PROs, ASCAP, the way that they pay out, they work 9 months behind
What are that? What is
the
BRO
calendars. So
ASCAP? What is all that?
PRO is performance rights organization. So they pay you money like every time your song is on the radio or used in like any performance capacity.
Mm-hmm.
Um, we make money from that, and it takes forever for that money to come in, which is how people end up having to sign
Those
these
predatory
bad
deals
publishing
to
deals.
get money earlier.
Yeah, because so you can get it sooner, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so what we wanted to create was a way for you to be able to get paid quicker, get paid from streaming every 30 days, and get paid from actual direct sales daily. And we had it. And like one of the
Wow.
coolest tidbits was from some guy in Chicago. He was like, I uploaded my album at 9 a.m. and I was able to take my wife to dinner that night with the proceeds. And
Wow.
I thought that that was really, really cool. And that's what we were going for. And we did a soft launch. And I mean, the user interface, everything about it was beautiful. My boy Marco and his whole team out in they're based out of Portugal. They designed it. He was our CTO. He's amazing
Mm.
coder, amazing designer. We put so much work and so much energy into it, and money and everything
Mm-hmm.
else, and we got really far to where we were. So there's a very large company that bought all the IP to all the MySpace's IP, and
Mm-hmm.
they were preparing to like do something with that, like launch a social network that was like creator music based.
Like to
And
something to rival Facebook,
I
or
think
just like a social
we
media platform. Oh, sorry,
a social media
like a music
platform.
social media platform.
You remember MySpace Music? It felt like
Yeah.
they wanted to take the best of what that was and make it its own whole
Ah.
new
Yeah.
thing.
Well, that was the
And
best part of my space.
yeah, and that's kind of like what our app was in a sense. And they wanted basically to use our technology to power and combine it with all the IP that they were buying from MySpace. It was going to be a huge acquisition,
Mm-hmm.
and it fell through in the ninth inning.
Mm.
It didn't work out,
Why?
and
Do you know why?
I don't know why. I think that there might have been some bad management issues. I, I I don't really know. There was times during that process that I was actually getting like a little just really annoyed because I was helped create this thing, and then I would have what I felt like were great ideas, and they would get vetted so much and then get rejected on a vote.
Mm-hmm.
And then there were other guys on the team that would have an idea that was awful, and it would get approved quick. I'm just like, yo, this is ridiculous. I mean, it came down to this. There was a turning point where I had set up a meeting with Chance the Rapper's team,
Uh-huh.
and we were talking to them, and he's getting ready to put out an album, and this is when he had like all his underground hype and all his underground buzz, and I told our team that we should give him equity in the company and like let him launch his album with this company and let him be like the face of this company.
Oh, that would be a smart
They
idea.
well, yeah, he was big, but he wasn't as big
Yeah.
as he had become. But
No, I mean, like,
he
I
was
think it's a smart
unprecedented.
idea, but you make it seem like it didn't work out.
Well, yeah, they turned it down. Not Chance's team. Chance's team wanted to do it. Our side turned down the equity part of it. They didn't want to do it. They thought he should just put his album out with us. We're a brand new company, and he ends up putting out the album called Coloring Book. And he put
Oh.
it on Apple Music with a Coloring Book. For those of you guys that don't know, he won a Grammy, and it's the first album to ever
Oh.
win a Grammy. The album was never for sale. He was like one of the first people that just like pioneered like being able to put out an album strictly for streaming,
Wow.
and
Oh my
he won a
God.
Grammy for it, and that would have happened on our platform. Um, if they had listened, and his team was in. His manager was actually like my neighbor, and that's how I even like connected with them. And we set up the meeting and
Uh-huh.
in like our building where we had like a presentation room, and it was the meeting went great and everything was lined up to do it. And actually our CEO wanted to do it, but the investors didn't want to do
That's
it.
so
So
frustrating. That's
yeah.
like cutting off your hands and your feet and then being told, okay, walk, go do your job.
Yeah, it was very frustrating, and that was a very frustrating time for me just personally as well, because I had put all my eggs in that basket. You know, I felt like that was going to be the thing that was going to change music. I was going to be involved in it. We're going to make a ton of money from doing this, and then I can just like, you know, be directly connected with onboarding artists to the platform and then producing and writing for them.
Mm-hmm.
It was just like a win-win-win situation for me that turned into like the biggest loss ever, because
Mm.
I lost a lot of money. I think at the very beginning of, or maybe it was the end of 2016. I think 2016 was like the worst year ever, because that was the year that the
Mm.
company failed. We ended up folding it before the end of 2016. And I think that
Oh.
maybe it was the end of 2015. I can't remember. But I ended up starting like that new year with like $500 was all the money that I
Oh
had.
my God.
Yeah, because
That,
I had put so much time into this, and I wasn't producing for other artists because I was
yeah,
trying to make this work. And
that sounds devastating. Sleep. Like,
yeah,
I would have
yeah,
quit music
we
if
was.
I was you.
I mean, I had like, you know, it's funny because like I remember like I had a couple things going on. I had like, you know, probably like my first ever like real deal heartbreak happened that year, and then also the company folded that
What do
year
you mean by
because I was putting
deal heartbreak?
my first like being in a relationship that I thought I was going to be in for a long time, and it just
Oh,
didn't work out. We were together probably like 4 years, and then we
oh,
broke up,
I'm
and then the company
sorry.
folded like 2 months later. So I
Oh
was
my
just like,
God.
you know, and I had like a falling out with like someone who was like pretty close to me, who was actually like, you know, somebody that I was like mentoring at that
Mm-hmm.
time. So we're cool now. It's all good.
Yeah.
But it was just like a time where I just felt like
That is an,
everything that can go
yeah,
wrong is
as
going
an
wrong right
avalanche
now.
of bad news.
Yeah. And, you know, I only mention that really because like two reasons. Like I said, one, people think that, you know, once you make it forever, and, you know, nothing can ever go wrong again. That's not true. Money might be easy to get at times, but it's harder to keep it.
You can lose it just as easily. Do
And
you know the saying like money talks, but all money never seems to say is goodbye?
yeah, that's how it works. Especially when you're trying to like be the head of something, because
Mm-hmm.
it's like it's a different approach, you know, instead of just being a part. And the other reason why I bring it up too is because all of these things that went wrong during that time is what actually made me available to go to Korea for the first time.
How did you end
Actually,
up there? Were you just like new year, new me, screw New Zealand, I'm off to Japan/Korea?
well, you know, and this is where, you know, there was a lot of years where I felt like my mom didn't support me. But this is where like she like super came through, because I remember it was Christmas, probably end of 2015, and I turned my phone off on Christmas,
Oh.
which is a very Scorpio thing to do, I guess. I turned my phone off on Christmas. I didn't want to talk to anybody. My mom was out of town because her and her husband had like this trip planned where they went away. My
Mm-hmm.
mom just assumed that I would be away with, you know, my girlfriend at the time, and I hadn't told her the news that we broke up like a month before that, or 2 months before
Oh.
that. I hadn't told her any of it yet, and you know, my mom was like, you know, loved her as well, and like we're all close. I'm still close with her mom to this day, so it was like one of those things where like the families were intertwined, and it was just like I didn't even
Oh, that's
tell her
so
what had happened
awkward.
yet. Yeah, and so I turned my phone off on. It's still ridiculous thinking about this in hindsight. You can connect all the dots in hindsight, which is funny. But I turned my phone off on Christmas, and you know, like I turned it back on the next day, and I had like all these messages. People probably thought I was like dead in my apartment or something,
Oh.
and So I talked to my mom, and she was like, "Hey, what's going on?" And she's like talking to me, and I'm just like, "Oh, just here, just having a regular conversation like I do about everything else. I just brush everything off all the time." And she just kept prying, and she was like, "Something's wrong."
That's a good
And
mom.
then she was like, "Derek, what's wrong?" And then I was sat there and I was quiet, and I tried to say another word. I just started bawling on the phone, like I was just
Oh,
like crying, like for like 5 minutes straight. And then next thing I know, like she was on her way to come pick me up. Like she came down, and she can't see that
well, where,
well.
where were you?
I was in LA, and
Okay,
my mom lives. She lives about 2 hours north of me, and
gotcha.
she drove down here like with her bad eyesight and everything. She came
Oh,
down. She came and picked me up. And I drove us. I drove us back. I drove us back to her house, and I got there, and like like my nephew was there, and like
wait.
I
So
had
she
like
had to
all
come
these.
get you because you were too stubborn to go on your own.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. She came. She came and got me. I don't remember why. Like I don't know. She just showed up. Like whenever she feels it, she'll just pop up. She felt like something was like really wrong, and so we had a conversation. I talked to her about it. I was just telling her like I forgot what she said that just like triggered me to just start crying like that. But it was something along the line. She was saying uh, like you never let me help you. I don't even know how to help you. I haven't known how to help you since you were 8 years old,
Oh,
and I just like lost it at that point. I don't even know. I just started crying, and
I
uh,
relate to that so much. I feel you. I think I
yeah,
think it also takes a lot on her part to be able to be that honest with you. Like,
that was the first time I felt like she was that honest. Like that's why I think it caught me so off guard. And
mm-hmm,
so she came and picked me up, and like she cooked all this amazing food, and like I was hanging out with my nephew, and I felt like because I had been doing so much traveling, like I felt like I hadn't really spent a ton of time with him. He gets excited every time I show up, but I hadn't really got a chance to like really spend like that quality time with him.
mm-hmm,
And I don't think I had probably hadn't stayed at my mom's house at that time in my life for more than 2 days since I moved out as a teenager. So
mm,
I got a good chance to spend a lot of time with her during that, and I think that was like the beginning of us like really really crafting the relationship that you see today, because there
mm-hmm,
was like a lot of rocky times when I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do in my life, and she might not have approved of everything, but um,
yeah.
that trip. Uh, I didn't. We've been talking for so long, and we're only at 2016. It's crazy. Okay,
I told you
I'll
I was
speed.
going to dig into the details.
I'll speed it up a little bit.
No,
I'm glad that
no, I want
everybody is.
everything.
I'm glad people are still listening. Is there still people in the room, or is it just me and you at this point?
No, there's plenty
Okay.
of people here. I do not think I'm alone in wanting all this information from you, Sleep. You are a fandom favorite. You're a great guy. All of our bullshit radars say that you're sincere. You're good. And plus, this is being recorded, so if anyone has to go to sleep or whatever, they can come back and resume later.
All right. Drop an emoji if you're paying attention still. Let me see an emoji if you're still paying attention here. All right, I'm sending emojis. That's what I appreciate it. So yeah, so that was like I get to my mom's, and I start realizing like, okay, I gotta like really bounce back, because like this, I just had a horrific year. I got to
Mm-hmm.
figure it out, right? And just being back at home and being in that environment, it just like my brain just started just like working on just different ways to make some things happen. And like I said, I started that year with like I paid my rent. And I think I had like $500 left at that time,
Oh my
and
god.
that was the beginning of
I'm sorry, but
2016.
that's just
And
terrifying. Especially if you
absolutely,
came from a place where you'd had plenty of money and now you're like, $500 to my name. What am I going to do?
and lots of debt had been piling up, and it was just crazy. And so I got to a point where I was like, okay, well, what's next? And I started working on projects here and there, little things here and there, and I just started, rebuilding things. And then two things happened that were just very random. I was hanging out with at my mom's house. I was visiting my nephew because me and him we got really close during that time.
Aw.
And it's like he's one of my favorite people ever now, especially. And I was sitting on the couch and like I got a phone call, and so my manager asked if I wanted to come down and do a session with Jake Paul, and I was
Oh,
like,
I know the
"Who?"
song you did with him. But go on.
Excuse me, I was drinking some water real quick. But I so they called, they asked, and they say Jake Paul, and I got my phone on speaker, and I watched my nephew. His eyes just lit up, and he's like whispering to me. He's like, Jake Paul. And I'm looking at his reaction, and I'm like, wait, what's going on here? Like, I don't know who this person is. So I'm like, all right, let me give you a call back in a few minutes. So I asked my nephew, I'm like, who's Jake Paul? So he pulls out his tablet and he's like, Jake Paul, he has the Team 10 house and he's a YouTuber. And like, cause he's like, my little nephew, bless his heart, he wants to be like a gaming influencer.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he spends all his time doing. But
I'm sorry. That's every little boy and adult man's dream who plays video games, my husband included. Like, it's a completely normal thing to want these days.
I'm glad it's cool to see that he's shifted towards gaming and not just wanting to be like famous for no reason. Because I was a little worried about him for a minute, but he got really hype about Jake, and so for me, I was like, okay, I don't know what he wants to do with me. He was filming a video that day, and he was working out with a homie Sua Cravens, who he's a football player at the time. He played for the Denver Broncos, and they were working
Love the
out together.
Broncos.
And he's an LA guy. He went to USC, and I knew him, but I didn't know Jake. And I guess some of my beats were playing while they were working out, and I guess he was like freestyling and rapping. And he asked my boy Brandon Kaplan, who made these tracks, and he's like, "Oh, that's Sleep. He's one of our producers over here at Fake Work, which is the management firm that I'm
Fake
with. I've been
Work.
with forever."
I love that
Yeah,
name.
Fake Work man.
Who
Yeah,
named it?
DJ. His name is DJ. It's his company, and because we always joke like what we do is fake work. It's like it can be pressing, but it's like we get to make music for a living. Like, come on, like
It's fake work.
there's people that have to do way harder jobs than this. But yeah, I'm there. Mike Will made it is there. YG. There's other people who are managed all by the same firm. But they hit me up and asked me if I wanted to do it, and they only asked me if I wanted to do it because they know that I take like jobs that are like way left often,
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't gonna do it, but when I saw my nephew's reaction, I was like, oh, I have to do this, right? And so I took him with me,
Jake
and
Paul
so
needs to thank your nephew.
he does. Oh, he did. I know his public persona is whatever it is. He likes to play the heel. He likes to play the villain and stuff. But he's great with younger people, and he like shows a lot of love. And he
Aw,
gave my nephews he gave my nephew merch, and he took pictures with my nephew. So when you already know
cute.
when my nephew went back to school, he's like the coolest kid in the whole school at that point. And we went down there. He told me what he wanted to do. He wanted to do this thing where he found a beat, made a song, recorded a song, mixed a song, rent a house, shoot a music video, edit the music video, and put it all out in one day.
And one
And
day,
yeah, because he had a vlog called "It's Everyday, Bro," and
yeah.
and he did it. Like, I mean, he's this kid. He has a psychotic work ethic. Like when he started boxing, I was not surprised at all because the first time I went to his house, he had an MMA cage inside his house, and I'm just
What?
like, man, yeah. He's been like working on fighting forever, so I wasn't surprised that he started like knocking people out who don't actually like box. So I went down. I did the songs with him. It was ridiculous. Like my whole like point of doing it was like, for one, it was for my nephew, but secondly, it was no different than like Lonely Island. The
Mm-hmm.
SNL songs, or like Justin Timberlake doing D in a Box. um,
All-time favorite song.
it's
The
gimmick
Christmas
music that he was
special.
making. Yeah, he's making it specifically for his
Audience.
subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, which is also, that's an important thing that I'll tie in a second. that was his whole point. So we would, be writing and producing songs, and we would have lines that were good, and he would want to change the line sometimes to something that was really stupid. But he would say like, no, this is going to tie back to like this vlog that we did because it went viral for this moment, and like I got to say this. And I was like, okay, that's weird. We're going to ruin the song for you to do that, but
Did you
whatever, it's your
would
music.
would you tell him that, or were you just like, okay, sure, whatever you want?
No, no, I tell people things when I think them.
Your your decision is stupid, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't say I'm professional, but I'm just like, and he understood too, because he would be like, I know that this probably isn't like good from like a musical standpoint, but it's gonna work, and he was right. And then not only
Yeah.
would it work, but these ideas would turn into merch. And then I would
Mm.
watch him like do his merch, and I watched like he did during back to school, he did like $3 million or $4 million in merch. And I was just like, yo, this is insane. I think at the
Wow,
time I think he was 19 or 20 at the time. So we worked
that's
together. We
crazy.
did that. It was all like gimmicky. It was supposed to be fun, and we had fun, and we made a lot of money together. And uh, it was what it was. And then that same year, I got invited to Korea very very last minute.
By
I don't
whom?
think I was anybody's first choice because I hadn't had any new music out. I hadn't really been working, and it was Memorial Weekend, and um, everybody that they wanted was unavailable. So I was like the fifth person that they asked.
Who's they?
Warner Chappell.
What's that?
Yeah, Warner Chappell's a publishing company. They
Ah,
asked me
okay.
last, and it was 48 hours notice, and they asked, "Do you have a passport?" I'm like, "Yep, got one." And they were like, "Oh, do you have any music that like fits this and fits that?" I was like, "No, but I can make it," And so I got invited to Korea. That was my first time going for work. I had been for a concert before, but my first time going out to go work on music, and we were working with FNC. And their whole staff was just super awesome, super amazing. Like we had a good time working there. I worked
Mhm.
with SF9 on one of their early projects. We worked with
Mhm.
Seeing Blue. Um, they had somebody else there that was signed to. I can't remember, but yeah, I think I worked on SF9's first or second like mini project, and then something else in the future. And then I worked on
How did
Seeing
that
Blue.
work? Was it just like, again, like they were like, "Hey, we're looking for a beat that's kind of like this," and you're like, "Well, let me whip something up," or
Yeah, so we arrived, and they took us in the conference room and they showed like everything on the screen. They had like different reference tracks. We want to make something that feels like this. Like a reference track is just an example of another song that might be out, and they don't want you to copy it in any way. They just like might like the tempo or like the energy or like the vibe and colors of like that track. And so
mhm.
yeah, so they gave us that task. It was five of us, and each one of us was paired with different writers from Korea. And we just had to make 2 song ideas a day. So 5 people, 2 song ideas a day. At the end of the week, you get 50 song ideas. And then
Wow.
because they flew us out, they get first right of refusal. So I think like they had like 6 months or to like decide on which ones they wanted to keep. So all throughout the rest of the year, we would just get a random email like, "Hey, we want to use this song, or we want this group to cut this song. Like, can you
Well, that's
finish this? Can you
cool.
change this? Can you change send files for this?" And um, we did that, and it went great. I was the last person to be picked, and I got the most tracks placed during that camp.
Ooh. I bet you felt
It's
very special. Like you still had it.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I know I still had it. It was just cool to like get an opportunity to showcase that, and just seeing like even when we would leave the studio and seeing like fans like waiting outside the studio to kind of like see um people from seeing Blue leaving the studio, or just like getting to get a glimpse to see like the level of like fandom was really awesome. I
Mhm.
really enjoyed that. And during the same time frame, right before Korea, I was actually in Tokyo, and they still had like a Tower Records, which was mind blowing to see people going into Tower Records and buying albums.
Oh, I've been there. I've been
Yeah,
there. The one in
yeah,
Tokyo. I have seen some really interestingly named things there. It's great.
And there were people inside there when you went, right? It was like packed.
Yeah, yeah, there's plenty of people, and it was like a blast from the past because that's like in my mind like something from the 90s or the early 2000s.
Absolutely. And then I saw people buying these like big ass albums that are like $40, $50. I'm like, what is this packaging? Like, yo, this is sick. Like, it's got all this extra stuff in here, and it's coming with like posters and stickers and photo cards, and I had never seen that before, and I was just like, man, like I'm really interested in like working more in in these markets because it didn't feel like there was like a huge disconnect between like the fans and like the music. It looked like there was so much anticipation, and that's
Mm-hmm.
what really first piqued my interest. And then during that trip to Korea, um, one of the A&Rs, we became really close. Actually, you know, probably two of the A&Rs we became really close with, and one of them,
What is A&R?
the artists and repertoire, like they work with the label, they pick beats, they'll reach out to producers and say, can you send a pack of tracks, or they set up studio sessions for the artists. They're just like
Gotcha.
like they're like the creative executive assistant on whatever artist or whatever project they're working on at the
Mm-hmm.
time.
Gotcha. So they like facilitate the music making.
Yeah, yeah. And
Okay.
so me and her became really close, and I
Wait,
asked
who
her.
was? Sorry, I missed this. Who was this?
She's the A&R at FNC. um,
And how did you know her?
from the writing camp in Korea that I went
Gotcha.
out to. Yeah, so she was like my assigned like person to like help me through the week that I worked that camp.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And so yeah, we became really cool. And she would make me like playlists of other artists in Korea. I asked her like, who do you like that's not signed to your company? And she told me about BTS, and that's how we started talking about BTS and a few other groups too that she liked. And she made me like this playlist, and the playlist had the first song on the playlist was "Let Me Know" by BTS.
Oh,
Yeah, and
I
so
love
I
that
really,
song.
really, really liked that song. And then I think the next song that I might have heard was probably on the same playlist was "Just One Day." And so I was
Oh,
like,
that song is so great. Oh,
and those songs like really align with like my style of production. And then
oh,
also like,
really? That's like the
yeah,
style
like,
you like to do?
yeah, yeah, I really like stuff because like Just One Day has like a nice hip hop drum beat to it, but then it has like the nice chords on there, and then it picks up on the chorus. And
It's like
I just, I
both
don't
of those
know.
songs are really smooth, or
Yeah,
like old R&B type stuff.
yeah, and then JK is singing on both choruses too, so that probably helped too.
Oh, hey.
Um, but yeah, I really like those songs, and I told her, and so she was like, "Oh, like there's like a show coming up or something," and we went and we saw they did. I feel like it was like an awards kind of thing that we were at. I don't remember what it was, but it was 2016,
hmm
and saw them perform, and like they killed it. And
2016. That
got a
was
chance. Sorry.
uh, huh?
No, I was saying in 2016, went to the performance.
I'm
Got a
trying.
chance.
I'm trying to figure out which one. Which it wasn't BTS Begins. It could have. What comes after that?
It wasn't
Uh,
their. It wasn't their It wasn't their tour or their concert. It was like an awards kind of thing, and there was like
like
more
year
than.
end award show.
Yeah, it was something like that. I don't really know what it was. I can actually find out, but it was something where there were multiple groups that performed at this thing,
Gotcha.
and they performed and they were awesome. And there were some other groups that were good, but I really liked them. And then I got a chance. I actually met RM during that time, and
Oh, I'm so
nothing,
jealous.
nothing, too deep. Just showing appreciation and just telling him like I like their music a lot, and just had like a brief conversation. And I kept in touch with this A&R after I left Korea. We were friends and we speak on occasion. And,
Before you move on, quick question. So, how did you get to meet him? Did you just literally say, "Yo, I'm a producer. I should be allowed to meet you, or can we meet?" Because maybe I should try that when I go to places.
kind of like, I mean, when you get like, you have VIP bands and you're in the back, and like there's always somebody that's connecting the dots. There's someone that's like oh, this is such and such from America. He works with Black Eyed Peas, and someone made the introduction for us.
Oh, you had
Um,
like a press badge or something? Or
Not just VIP, just VIP
yeah.
bracelets.
Oh, VIP. Okay. All right.
Yeah, yeah,
Just casual.
yeah, no big deal. And so yeah, so we met, talked. I met other artists too during the same time, and yeah, it was just a great trip. Came back home. Things are going a lot better at this point. Like I think I started the year with like no money, and like by the time I ended the year, I was completely like debt free and back on my feet. And
Yay.
and just figuring out, what's next. And I worked, and that's when I started working with Eric Bellinger, who is probably one of my favorite singers. Like he's just super
Mhm.
talented. And I'd known him for a long time, and like it was just like I had been like a bit since I was like making my own personal comeback. I had been like kind of turned off to just like anything that was just like extremely like mainstream, like as far as like industry. I didn't want to deal with any labels. I wanted to focus on like
Raw
independent
talent.
artists, yeah, and independent artists who hadn't like got their just due yet, or
Mhm.
underdogs. And working with Eric was awesome because Eric, he had written at this time, he had already written platinum records for Selena Gomez and Usher and so many other people,
Oh
but his
wow.
own music hadn't really like gone crazy crazy for him yet.
Mhm.
And he had some songs that had been on the radio and things like that, but not anywhere near what he deserved. And the reason why he wasn't getting it is because he wanted to remain independent, so he didn't have that big label push of support. Him and Neiman, they were doing everything themselves. Neiman is his business partner, his manager,
Mhm.
and I really respected what they were doing. And me watching that, it was like I want to build something like that. They're going against the grain and they're betting on their talent, and I love that. And I remember I gave him the track for what turned out to be Goat. It's called Goat, and it's Eric Bellinger featuring Wale. And that song ended up going platinum. And that's the first song that
Mhm.
he's ever had that's his own song that's gone platinum, even though he's written all these platinum songs for other artists.
Aw,
And
that's amazing.
yeah, it was super cool. And when he called me, his manager called me and was like, "Yo, like Wale just got on Goat. We're gonna put it out." And this and that, and he said Eric told me to just whatever you want for the beat to pay you. And I told him don't worry about it. I was like, I'm trying to like do something here, and I want to build relationships. And I was like, I'm
Aw.
doing okay again, and like I just want to like, I just told him don't worry about it. I'm like, I'll just take my publishing money and I'll take percentage of the master and make money on the back end. And at this time, we didn't know the record was gonna do what it ended up doing. That song has 150 million streams now on Spotify,
Wow.
and it's completely independent. Like we put that record out with Empire, so
Did that make
being
you feel I don't know, like victorious in some way? Like, haha, I don't need record labels.
absolutely 100%. Like I was so turned off to record labels after I felt like some record labels kind of played a part in like our app getting railroaded. And
Mhm.
um so I was very anti-establishment during that time, especially, and kind of still. But you know, it turned out to be well worth it, and that record too also gave me a lot of confidence in the sense of like I know what I'm doing. Like I know how to craft a record, like, because
Mhm.
I feel like there's certain things in that record where if it was going to a major label artist
They
that,
would have fucked it up.
yeah, maybe they would have asked to change this or like, do something different. But Eric trusted the vision that I had for the song, and um, we did that record and it became his biggest song to this day. And he's nominated for R&B Album of the Year at the Grammys this year, so I'm super proud of him.
Oh,
And
that's amazing. Good for him.
yeah, he just performed on like Kelly Clarkson's show the other day, and he's finally like really getting like his proper just due. And every time I see him, he's just always just showing me so much love. And he actually recorded a video singing happy birthday to my mom because my mom loves
Oh.
his music so much. And he did
Quirks of
that.
being quirks of being your mother or perks. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know what else to get her because I already gotten her like a car and got her like a purse and all this other stuff. And I'm just like,
Oh,
man,
look
she's
at you
not even
being
a
a good
person.
son.
But she's not even a person that just like loves like stuff. Like she's like me in a sense where she's like more simple. So I'm like, what can I get? And I sent her that something that she could brag with, and she posted it all on her Facebook page. Like, look who's singing "Hey Happy Birthday!" And
So what
that
are you
was
gonna
pretty
do for the
cool.
next birthday then?
Oh man, I feel like at some point I gotta just retire. I don't know. She wants to start her own business. I think that that is probably what I'll do for her next. She's not in here, is she? Okay, cool. Don't tell her.
Okay,
But
okay.
yeah, she wants
Nobody
to
say
start her own
anything.
business.
Shh.
So I think I'm gonna make that happen for her. But
Aw, that's
yeah,
so
so
sweet.
that was like we're at like 2017, 18. That I was working with Eric Bellinger. We did a few records. They all did really well. And I was developing artists and I was just doing like lots of consultation. And then 2019, I finally decided that I was going to start working on major label acts again. And
You finally decided that maybe you would forgive them just a little bit.
I just felt like I was more mature and I could just like move in a different way. And
Mm-hmm.
so 2019, that summer, there was a tweet. I actually had re-pulled it up at one point, and I said something along the lines of like, you know, I feel like I have Grammys on my laptop or something like that because I felt like I was making just really good music, and I was like, who's gonna get this
Ooh.
music from me or whatever. And I remember at the time I had 2 likes, and I just started putting out a ton of content. Like I was started focusing on creating on my own content. I bought a camera. I learned how to use a camera. I started filming myself in the studio and making like these cool different clips. If you scroll back like 2 years on my IG, you'll see them. They're there. And that
Mm-hmm.
content was like people loved it. I didn't get like thousands and thousands of views or likes on it. And I'm telling you this because anybody that's listening, I know that today in this age, everybody is so obsessed with the
The
total of
numbers.
likes, the numbers, but that shit does not matter as much as it does the quality of people that are like listening and paying attention to your stuff. So there's 2 things that I focus on. For one, it's like people that you can consider to be like true fans, like people who really like the art that you create. That's one group
Mm-hmm.
of people. And if you have people like that, then you are winning. It doesn't matter if it's only 10 people liking something or 20 people. If it's people who really genuinely like you, you're winning. And you should keep feeding into that. You should keep feeding them more and
Mm-hmm.
more stuff because 20 will turn into 200 and 200 will turn into 2,000 and so forth, right? And then
Yeah.
the other thing is you have to consistently put yourself in spaces where you're meeting and networking with people who are paying attention to your art. That's how you get the quality of your audience up. And I always knew because I have so many relationships and people do like me. I knew I had a quality audience. I know I just didn't have a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I started putting this content out, I had like a couple companies hit me up wanting to do like different brand partnerships because they really love the content so much. And then I had like different A&Rs. They would see the content. They would be like, hey, I'm A&R in Bryson Tiller's next album. Do you want to submit some music for Bryson Tiller? Like whatever the case may be. So having
Mm-hmm.
like a quality audience really helped. And one of the people in that audience happened to be the A&R that was at FNC. She ended up becoming an A&R at Big Hit. And
Oh, oh, hey.
yeah, and that's why I didn't necessarily mention her name, but fantastic. She's fantastic at her job. She has a great ear for music, and
Mm-hmm.
she contacted me. So I posted this tweet, whatever I said, like saying that I wanted to focus back on like making music mainstream, whatever. I think it was like July of 2019, like July 21st or July 24th, 2019. I posted this whole thing and
Mm-hmm.
I told my whole team, like, yeah, I'm ready to come back. I'm ready to start making music again for major artists. They
You're
were
ready
all
for your own
excited.
comeback.
They were all excited because they were, and bless them because they were very, very patient. Wow. Because, they don't make money if I'm not making money. And if I'm focusing on like things that I love that are like independent artists that not a lot of people know, they're not
Mm-hmm.
making much money from that. But they all stuck by my side. Like nobody thought that I had just fallen off and I was never going to come back. They just all told me to just take my time and, just be mentally
That's a
prepared
good
for when I'm
team.
ready to work. Yeah, it's just super great. And I love them a lot. And so when I told them that it was time, everybody was excited and, I just started working. And 1 week from the time that I tweeted that, 1 week later, it was August 1st, 2019. That's when I got a DM from the A&R at Big Hit asking if I want to work
Wow.
on BTS.
I love that you
And
remember the date too.
yeah, I remember it. You can't forget that. She messaged me and she asked if I wanted to work on BTS, and we had a good conversation. I was just telling her how I was proud of her, and I was like, I didn't know that you were I didn't know she was working with BTS. And she said like she had shared like some of the content that I had been making. She had shared some of the content with guys, and they loved it and loved my
Oh,
sound, loved my style, and all this other stuff. And you know, I was like, what do you want? And it was just like, maybe something just like R&B, but like just your style, just do something. And the first beat that I made for that was My Time. And then
your first beat? Oh my God, look at you. You went through a period of bad luck and then you accumulated all your good luck and it hit you all at once. Not fair.
I mean, so this whole time that I was quote unquote off from making music and only working with independent artists,
Hmm.
Jake Paul went platinum. Um, Eric Bellinger went platinum, and then the next project was BTS, and so it was like I just felt like those two projects leading up to that just gave me all the confidence in the world, because I think,
Uh-huh.
for one, the Jake Paul song, it's the most thumbs down video in the history of YouTube, which is awesome.
Yeah, because it's so in your face.
It is. It's brash. Like, it did what it's supposed to
It's
do. Like,
every day, bro.
if you're making art, like, the worst thing that can happen when you make art is you don't make anybody feel anything. You can either make
Hmm.
people feel good or you can make them feel like they want to boo you, but it's better to have that than you make people just not even react to you at all. And so the fact that
Hmm.
we had the most thumbs down in the history of YouTube was awesome, and we're also the first song to go platinum strictly off YouTube streams, because it wasn't up for traditional streaming.
Oh, it's
So
so funny.
220 million American YouTube streams is platinum, and so I think that year altogether, all the stuff we did together, we ended up with like over 500 million YouTube streams together. So we did our job.
Oh,
And then the
definitely
air,
sounds like all of that gave you your confidence back. Like, you clearly still have the magic touch, especially when you're left alone to do things your way.
yeah. And if you can make a YouTuber go platinum and it was a gimmick song, then like I said, we were able to make people feel some kind of way, so that worked. And then go one of my favorite songs, I love that song. That went platinum over time, which was cool because it was like a slow burn. Like, it came out, did well, then it kind of faded. Then they got more radio ads. They put some more money into it.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, you guys know people pay for radio, right? Anyways, we'll move on from that. But
Yeah. Oh, no, 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 no. We'll come back to that later.
but it got that's how you get the audience, and then from there, people have to react to it just for it to stay there. But yeah, so that song did well. And then it went viral on TikTok again, like a year later, and it just went platinum. And then the BTS record came, said send R&B stuff. The first thing I made was My Time, and then I made two more tracks after that. And then I was like, man, I just felt like the first one was too dark. And then when I looked up like BTS's other music, I seen Fake Love and I seen Boy with Love, and I'm like, man, this sounds like it could work for them, but it's like dark, and it sounds like a little
Hmm.
sad, So I almost didn't send it. And then something just told me to write a song to it. And excuse me.
I'm
Um,
glad. I'm glad you went with your gut.
yeah, and we sent that demo of the song that we worked on. It's called Care for You, and it was
Oh,
great.
that was its first name.
The first name was Care for You. Yeah, it was just it was just a love song, like it was an R&B love song called I Care for You.
Hmm.
And we sent that, and then they loved it. They loved it. CEO loved
Woo!
it. Like, everybody loved it. Everybody was excited about it. I didn't know that it was going to be a solo song, so the
And
bridge.
by CEO, do you mean Bang Shiok?
Yeah, yeah, that's my uncle.
Oh,
Um,
oh,
um,
really?
yeah, yeah. No, they loved the record, and they loved it, and we worked on it. We worked on it over time because the schedule and stuff. We worked on it for it took about 4 months for us to just like finally just be able to connect the dots on my side and on their side, and I think it was done. I think I heard like the unmixed but recorded version with JK's vocals. I heard it on November 4th that year. It was my dad's birthday, which was cool.
Oh.
So I remember like running downstairs to hear it, and then I played it, and I just like listened to it like 10 times back to back, and I was just super excited. And
Mm.
it just all felt just like really full circle. And then they came out to LA to mix the album, and we did we had like a lot of conversations about other songs on the album, and there's versions of like I wrote versions of Black Swan, I wrote versions of On, I wrote versions of 0 o'clock. They didn't make the album, but they came close,
Oh,
and
wow.
yeah, they were really, really, really good quality demos. I actually let a few people hear the version of Black Swan that we did, and everybody that hears it absolutely loves it. I love both
Can
versions.
we hear it?
I can't walk
Maybe.
down there right now. It's just too hard to get down there. But if I
Okay. Okay,
do,
later.
if I do, I think I'm gonna do an Army's Got Talent tomorrow, and I'll play it for you guys so you guys can hear
Yeah. Oh, can you play everything?
it. Yeah,
Or
I'll
are
play
you
a couple
saving?
things.
Yay! Okay.
I'll play a couple things. Yeah, it's no big deal. I mean, it's my top line and my melody, so it's like it's not a problem. It just sounds like a remix. Um, somebody
Well,
just
that's
texted
so
me.
cool.
Somebody
What?
just texted me and said, "I love your version of Black Swan." Someone that's in here because they've heard it, but yeah, it's really good. I'll play it
so,
for
so,
you.
so then, if you made versions of the songs, like, did that influence the final version? Like, did someone hear your version and go, "Oh, cool. Let me see if I can change that up a bit and move forward with it"? Or
Probably, possibly. I don't know how it worked completely on their end. I just set out to just do the best job that I can do each time, and then whatever happens, happens. Like I already had, my time, and I knew that I had that. So everything else was just like everything else would have just been icing on the cake, And it was just great starting to build that relationship. I think that if I had more time working with them, I think that I probably would have had 3 or 4 placements on Map of the Soul 7. But it was just like
mm,
getting acclimated to how they work and what they want, and it's a learning process. And I mean, for our first dance to be my time, like, that's a hell of a good start, So um,
that's amazing. And since you've been friends with them longer now, does that mean you've been working on their next album with them?
I've been making
Can you tell
music.
me that?
I've been making music. I've been making music with them in mind. So that's all of it that I can control. But I've definitely been making music with them in mind for
What
quite
a
a bit.
diplomatic answer.
Yeah, I've been making music with them in mind. I actually almost had a placement on B, so that could have happened. But
Oh,
the
what?
pandemic was really it made things really really complicated.
Yeah,
Um,
I can imagine. Like you mentioned that for my time, you met them when they came to LA and when they were recording. When was that? Like, why were they in the US?
they were here for Jingle Ball, so
So, like
they,
December of 2019?
yeah, they were here for Jingle Ball, and so they came out. I was with the A&R team, and we went in aid, and I was listening to some of the mixes, and I was super excited that they actually picked my favorite mix engineer to mix my time, which is Jason Joshua, and they did that completely on their own, which has just made everything
Ooh.
just even seem even more faded, you know.
Aw.
Yeah, and so I heard the final mix, and I was just like, man, I'm like, this song is incredible. And then that was the first time that I realized that it was only one person, because I didn't really know the difference between everybody's voice and everybody's roles yet. I had just heard, like,
Mhm.
I think at that time, like, probably my favorite song that I heard from them was "Fake Love" at this point. And
Mm.
I knew that the person singing my song was the same person that was singing the chorus on "Fake Love." Yeah, and it was cool. It was cool for that to happen. And then I realized, oh, this
Mhm.
is a solo song. There's nobody else on the song but him. And and yeah, so I went to Jingle Ball, and I remember trying to tell JK that I was the person that produced my time, and it was just a funny interaction, because it took like 10 seconds for him to get what I was like trying to say, because I was calling it my time, but they were calling it Sicha still, the Korean phrase for
Oh,
it.
what is it in Korean?
I'm gonna butcher it. I don't know how to Sicha, Sicha, which means
Teacher.
like time. It means like, somebody will text me and tell me what the actual definition. It means like parallax. I think, like, you know, it goes into like the concept that JK came up with for like chasing time, basically. And so,
Gotcha.
um,
Cool.
once someone helped make that distinction, it was a cool moment. It was very.
Was he just like, what song are you making? Oh, cool, cool. What song?
It was just like a lot of smiling and a lot of like both of us shaking hands and both of us bowing. But then it's like, like when he realized, I could see his eyes like lit up, like got really big, like, oh, he was like really excited.
That
And like,
one.
yeah, then he hugged me at that point. And then
Oh.
they went out. They went out to go perform, and then I watched them perform, and I had never seen anything like that. Like, I never seen um all these other American pop stars, and then everybody in the crowd was there for BTS. I thought that was like the craziest thing I'd ever seen, because I was just like, man, like, I think Billie Eilish performed. I think Normani performed. I think, did Halsey perform? I think everybody got excited for Halsey, and I knew it was because she was on Boy with Love. But I saw all the
Yeah.
Army Bombs, and I had never seen the Army Bombs before, and I'm just like, man, this is crazy. And that's when I think that was the moment where I was like, man, like, I think this is going
Army
to be
goes
bigger than I
hard.
thought. Like, this is going to be much bigger than I even thought it was going to be. And but that was really dope, though.
Oh, that's so cool. Your first time seeing Army. Yeah, we definitely turn up and we go hard. 150% of the time, that's us.
I
And
felt like
we
after
make
they
no
performed, people
apologies.
left. I feel like
uh,
after they performed, I felt like the arena, it didn't get empty, but I feel like a lot of people, like, the
they
excitement
left.
definitely died down after BTS performed. They should have let them go last.
Well, no, that would have been a bad move too. Do you know why people left? I'll tell you.
What happened?
Let's see. I believe uh someone, I can't remember who, but they were saying something about it being past Army's bedtime or something. So they again insinuated that this fandom was only full of like young hysterical teenagers who are, like only there for one thing, and like it was just I can't remember exactly what it was, but someone said something derogatory either during that concert or leading up to it or something. So our armies were just like, fine, I'm only here for BTS, and you don't seem to understand that, so the minute they're done, I'm bouncing. Bye.
That is hilarious. Somebody just informed me that it was Katy Perry who said it. She said that it was past 10 p.m.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That was her. Yeah, we don't take kindly to anyone making fun of anyone's age in this fandom. Like we're a massive fandom, tens of millions of people strong, of all ages, all genders, all ethnicities. Like, don't stereotype us. That's just dumb. And also don't insult us, because then we leave and our attention and our dollar leaves with us. So, like, why would you make fun of us or try to, like, do anything bad against us at this point? It's in everyone's best interest to cater to Army.
Agreed. Agreed.
But yeah, okay. So we've talked about my time. I do want to dig into the details. I don't know how much you can tell me, but I did want to finish going through your life up until the present because that came out in February of 2020 on Map the Soul 7, the album that I still adore to pieces and still want to see performed live, and I will happily take Map of the Soul concert at any point, place, or time. But since then, what have you been up to?
Um, I thought that once this album came out, I thought I was going to be the busiest person in the world, flying everywhere, working on music, but germs. So
Yeah.
the album came out
Yeah.
February 21st, 2020, and I believe like LA went into full lockdown like March 13th or something like that. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I've been in the house along with everybody else, making music, and that whole experience was great. Just leading up to it, I think like a few days before the album came out, there was I know the guys were doing some press, and they talked about JK having a solo song called "My Time," and that's what led Bora to finding my page somehow. And she found my page and she tweeted about me, and I had probably 1,500 followers on Twitter. And
hmm
next thing you know, like my phone battery could not even stay alive after she tweeted out that I was working on this album. And it was cool because like there wasn't like a huge track record of everything that I've done because of like how I've done it. It's always been a little bit all over the place. I've always been really, really behind the scenes. So it was really cool to see the fandom just like try to guess like is it a rap song? Like what is this song gonna be like? And I just
hmm
started seeing like how excited everybody was for this process for this album, and it just really made me just really want to like interact with the fandom more. It was just like these people really, really, really love the music and they really love the group.
hmm
So I want to talk to these people because I had met with at the beginning of the year. Once I knew I had the placement and things like that, I had met with a PR firm, and you'd go the whole traditional route because as a producer, as a songwriter, as somebody that's behind the scenes, if you're
hmm
not loud about what you've done, if you're not talking about what you've done, you're not gonna get other opportunities from it. So that's why some of these people they come across as like real media whores because when you're working with a group that's this big, you want to be loud about it. You want to talk about it because that's what's going to help you get more work in the future. And so I
Yeah.
met with a PR firm in January.
Okay, so question. What did the PR firm say to you about how to get your name out there when it was in relation to BTS? Like, were they aware that this fandom doesn't take kindly to people riding on BTS's coattails, in a
No,
sense?
of course not. They don't know any. They don't know anything. They know how to. They just know how to publicize things. They don't. They No one takes deep dives into things like that. Just
Oh, that's
because I don't know
lame.
if it's arrogance or if it's just like they don't care because they're here to do one thing. So for me, when I took that meeting, for one, like some of the prices, for to publicize your work and stuff, it can get astronomical at times. But I think that the PR firm I met with, they were it might have been like $2K a month or $2,500 a month, and it was going to be like a 4 month thing, and they were going to set up interviews with Billboard and Variety and these different people for me to talk about like doing this work. And something about it always felt weird because for one, I didn't want to spend 10 grand just for no reason, like. And in my mind, I looked at it like, why would I pay these people to try to get me in an interview to talk about this group when I can literally talk directly to the fans directly? It just
Yeah.
never made any sense to me. And I've always been like, the whole point of the app that I try to create, for musicians, it was all about skipping the middleman. It was about
Mhm.
being able to be direct to consumer with your product. So I just didn't really like the concept of doing that. And then, a couple people that I talked to early were talking. I just didn't really like the questions that they were asking me. It was like you clearly haven't even like looked into the group.
What question? Yeah, what questions were they asking you?
So I think one of the things that someone said was, I was at a meeting. I don't remember who, um, but I remember I was meeting with this woman, and I guess you guys had broken like the record for like the most pre-orders of all time or something like
That's us.
that. Sounds about right. Sounds about Army. And I don't even know what the number is. It's like 4 million pre-sales or something
Yeah,
like that.
4.1 or 4.2, something like that.
Yeah, and um, she said, "Oh well, I'm not surprised because there's like a billion people over there, anyways."
Huh?
And I was like, it's like, I was like, okay, I think you're talking about China. They're not Chinese, and
Yeah, Korea has like 50 million people or something like that.
and I was just like, man, like, okay, you clearly don't get it. You don't get it. And then, like I said, in March, uh, I had already spent like maybe a couple weeks just like every day, just like talking to people, reposting when people are posting screenshots of listening to my time, just talking, and it just became more and more fun, and it was just pretty pleasant, just getting to know people.
Hmm.
I mean, it was really overwhelming at first. I don't know how I was like,
I'm sure.
I don't know how I was like doing it, like being able to reply, because I was also at the very beginning, like I was like, I have to reply to every single person, you know, and I was really trying to for a while until it became impossible to do. But in doing that, somebody sent me an email that said they wanted to interview me, they wanted to talk to me, and at the end of the email, they said, and if you do a interview with us, it'll definitely lead to verification on your account. And this was the beginning of me being so anti trying to get my accounts verified, because that same person, I had looked up their page, and
Uh-huh.
they had said something along the lines of like, this is like a week before the album came out.
You looked up their Twitter account?
Yeah, I looked up their I don't remember if it was Twitter, if it was IG. It might have been Twitter, but they said something
Okay.
along the lines of like, oh, Map of the Soul is coming. Here goes all these producers and writers in my inbox trying to get exposure. And
That's not cool.
I hated that, because, and the reason I hated that is because like I felt like this person was like really putting themselves in like a gatekeeping situation. And I also
Yeah.
didn't think it was cool because producers and writers are that's my peer group, and like it's
Yeah.
very, very hard for us to get other opportunities. So if you have the chance, and granted, I understand that, you know, I
Hmm.
understand that certain people, go way too far with the press and way too far with the amount of credit that they take and things like
Yeah.
that. But I understand where it's rooted from. And when I saw that, I was just like, man. And I tweeted something that day. I tweeted that I'm not doing any press that day, and that tweet went crazy viral. I didn't even expect that to happen. I just really
Was it
was
Army
turned
making
off
it go
by it.
viral?
Yeah, because they all, everybody appreciated me saying that I wasn't going to do any
Yeah.
press. That was just about BTS for clicks. But if you want to talk to me about me and my career and how I started working with BTS and make a piece about me, then I'm open. But if you just want
Hmm.
to do some clickbait stuff, BTS,
Yeah.
then
Yeah,
I'm not
I mean,
interested in doing it.
here's the thing. Like I said before, people innately have a bullshit radar. We all have it. And when you have a massive group of people who come together because of our love for BTS, for their music, for them as people, and we see how they're treated over time by the industry, by media, by other adjacent artists, we get very protective. So if someone like you comes in and you're just vibing and you're trying to be principled about your profession and what you do and how you interact with the art you make and the fandom that appreciates it, it comes across as very sincere, as very genuine. And then if over time, over like between 2020 and now, you continue to be like that, it's it's really easy to see that you're just like a legitimate person and that you're a really good person to get to know. And again, I will repeat, like, you think it's obvious that you can talk to the fandom of the music that you made. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, other people who've worked with BTS in whatever capacity don't seem to do that. So you are, like, for me at least, like the first direct person that I can talk to and express my appreciation and ask questions and like get to know you. And that's really special for me.
Wow. Um, that's awesome. Yeah, for me, it just really came down to, you know, I've always wanted to talk to people who like the songs that I worked on, and to see there be so many people, it was just cool. Like, I'm a music nerd, like I'm an audio nerd, like I love music. I could talk about music all day long. Like, I mean, I don't even know how long we've been talking now. Like, this is
We
crazy.
haven't even gotten to like about 75% of my questions.
Well, yeah. Well, we should get to those. We'll get to them. But yeah, it's just really dope. I just take this moment to just say I really do appreciate just Army just being like super welcoming, for one. And then, I also feel like, just from talking to Army for 2 years, like, you get to know people, you get to know people's stories, you get to know what people are about. Like, obviously I've met, a ton of people from Army, and like, it's just a really dope community. And when I see like so many people, when I'm in meetings and stuff with like these different brands and stuff like that, they're always talking about wanting to figure out ways to build community, and to see them be so far behind where to be so far behind where like Army is with BTS, where that relationship stands. uh it's pretty funny to see that they don't really. Oh, did you get kicked off? I think Yami got kicked off. Let me try to get her back on. Okay, I think you got kicked off. Are you back? There we go. Are you back, Yami?
Hi, yeah, sorry, I knew it would happen. Twitter Space likes to kick me out after a while. Like, you've had enough fun. Ploink, go away.
I don't know what the last thing is that you heard before you vanished.
I left and then I came back and I listened to you talk and I could see myself as still your co-host, even though I didn't have those privileges anymore. So I'm sitting here and I'm just like, yeah, okay, my digital version is still talking to you, but I'm not. So I just had to wait for you to notice. You were saying that like you're surprised that other people don't do what you've done and that they don't connect. And I mean, in response to that, I kind of think it's like maybe partially fear because they think the stereotype of any fandom, but especially this one, that like, oh, Army is young, brainless people who wouldn't be able to respond to me in a mature way or like in a productive way or a fulfilling way. So I'm just not going to do it because they're an unpredictable force and they get mad or outraged over whatever. So I'll just keep my distance. Like maybe that's what it is. Because otherwise, I don't know.
Uh, yeah, I mean, sounds a little soft, but uh, yeah, this whole experience for me has been has been great. I mean, if it wasn't, like, I wouldn't be able to be here. It's been 2 years now since we've like started this, and like getting to like know so many people. Like, I mean, it's just really, really dope. So I really appreciate just Army being just super welcoming and being part of this community. And like, I'm very aware that, everybody is here for BTS, and that is like the gateway that allows so many people to know me. And I think it's awesome that, my personality and me talking to you guys every day made some of you stick around and stay by my side. And I think that's
Mhm.
really, it's just a really cool thing, like you guys support everything that I do. And it's just very appreciated. And yeah,
Aw,
I
that
don't really
makes me
see
happy.
myself going
Well,
anywhere.
good. You can take a
I'm
permanent
here.
residence. But yeah, but again, that's the thing. Like, yeah, you're right. In one way, you are the gateway for us to get closer to BTS. But on another level, on the other hand, it's like you are the source of information of like an insider perspective of the media and how to make music and how the music world works that a lot of us don't have. Like, I definitely don't have it. So I really enjoy that you're willing to talk honestly and openly about all of this. And like, that's why I have so many questions for you that I would like, will eventually like to get you. But like, also just, it's so often, I think, projected that like the idea you either make it in music because you're discovered randomly for whatever musical talent you have and you blow up and that's it, happily ever after, or you study music like classically and you go into like you go to Juilliard or somewhere else that's like a place where you get trained in music and then you go into like one of the institutions like Broadway or an opera house and like that's what you do. But there's so much more to music and it's so not transparent or visible that it's very hard for people to just who are outside of the music world to understand even like what it is or where the door is to get in.
Yeah, for sure. It was one thing I think that goes like wildly unaccounted for when it comes to like trying to make it in this business, just like taste, like your taste level. Because at some point, we all do the same thing, and what gets you like repeat business and people coming back is like your taste, how you craft records, how you hear records, and things like that. And to go back to something that you just said too about there not being like a pathway or that everybody doesn't really know how to make it. You know, I don't think there's any just one way to do it, but what does help is knowing people who do it, and that's kind of like how I've positioned myself and how I want myself to be seen amongst this fandom, but then also like to my own family. I think I tweeted something the other day about um, I have a little cousin that wants to be a music producer, and his parents like full on supported and got him a whole little setup and everything, and they point to me as like the inspiration and like the
Aww.
reference point for them knowing somebody that's succeeded. And then even people like Yana who's listening right now, she's an amazing young singer and she's dope. And then I just know that like I'm gonna tell her that every time she's in here,
Mhm.
because there's enough people who don't do that, and me telling her that might give her, the confidence like on a bad day where she might not feel like she's not good enough to do it. Me telling her, no, she might hear my voice in her head say, no, Sleep said I'm good enough to do this. I'm gonna do this.
Hmm.
And just being somebody that people can reach out to, it really makes a difference. When somebody like believes in you, or when you can just point to somebody as an example. We have like, if you grow up and you want to be a doctor or a lawyer, there's plenty of people you can point at. You can be like, oh, this person, or my friend's dad, or this person, my uncle, or my aunt, or like, my grandmother. Like you can point to people who did these things.
Mhm.
It's not that easy for music. You might see it on TV, but you don't get to like have like a close up view or be able to ask that person questions. And so for me to be able to be that person, like it's a responsibility that I don't take lightly.
Mhm. I think That's really cool that you take it so seriously. But also, I want to repeat that is rare. So you are doing something really rare, and that's really special.
My pleasure. It's my pleasure to do it. I don't do super great with compliments, but thank
Okay,
you.
we'll take it, swallow it, digest it, think about it later. Okay, so I guess on that point, then, here's my first music industry question. Why do you think there's so much hostility in the music industry? Because that's the what I get.
I think that anytime that you operate any business or way of life, or even just on a personal level, if you operate from a place of scarcity, I think you're always going to have that. You're always going to end up with like a Hunger Games kind of,
What's
you know,
scarce? What's scarce about it?
opportunities. Opportunities. Like, I think I posted something about like music business being like Squid Game. And it really is, like there's, like, let me show you this for an example.
Mm-hmm.
Say Rihanna wants to put out a record, and we'll go to like the height of like when she was putting out albums like every year, right?
Mm-hmm.
So say she wants to put out an album. The album is going to have like 11 tracks, right?
Yeah.
So she's going to go to, this is Rihanna, so she's going to go to the heavy hitter. She's going to go to whoever is just killing it in music at that time. The Max Martins, the big producers. She'll get her pop records from them, and then she'll get like, her club bangers from like Mustard or whoever the case may be, and whatever Mike Will, everybody that's hot, right? So by the time you do that, all the big names are on this album now, right? And then that's 10 slots, right?
What do you mean? Like she's going to them and saying like, "Hey, do you want to collab on a song?"
Well, either that or her A&Rs are reaching out to them because they're the ones who have hits on the charts at the moment, right? So those are going to be the guys that are getting looked at for these opportunities when someone that of that stature is making a record.
Gotcha.
So
Like, oh, they're a safe bet.
yeah, they're a safe bet. They're hot. You can market this record this way. You can market it that way. Everybody's going to this person right now. It's a very, copycat business in general. If one person is getting records on somebody, everybody wants to go to that person. So someone like Rihanna will have a 10-song album, 11-song album. 9 of those songs are going to be accounted for by, the people that are in closest proximity to her and the biggest producers and writers in the world, right? So now you have 2 slots left for somebody new to possibly creep through that door, right?
Mm-hmm.
And keep in mind, these A&Rs, especially like in the American music business, especially, they all have like their own companies and they have writers that are signed to them and producers that are signed to them because they're trying to make
In
money
in
off as many
house.
parts. Yeah, they're trying to make money. No, like to their own personal companies on the side. It might not even be the company that they actually work for. So you might be an A and
Gotcha.
R at Atlantic Records, but on the side you have like XYZ Productions, and you have like 3 or 4 producers signed that you're making money off their publishing. So it's advantageous for you to put them on a Rihanna album, right? So
Mm-hmm.
then you have that happening. So now you're competing against an A&R who's on the inside, but they have like their priorities because they're trying to make royalties off of this album. And you're only talking about 11 slots. So you're talking about 1 million unknown producers all fighting to try to get on this same album. So when you wonder where hostility might come from, it's from the scarcity. It's from the scarcity of the opportunities. It's not a fair business. It's not a fair game. It's very
Mm.
political. You have to be looped in, tied in somehow, or you can get extremely lucky. But it take it, or you have to start with people that are like more on your level. If you're a new producer, new writer, you got to work with smaller artists. Trying to get on a Rihanna album is probably pretty far fetched for you at that
Mm-hmm.
stage. So when I say operating from a place of scarcity, I think that that's where a lot of the hostility comes from, and then I also think that deal structure is why there's a lot of hostility. Like you put people in position to where you have to do all the work yourself. You do all this work to get known, to get a buzz, to get
Mm-hmm.
hot, and then a record deal comes your way, and essentially you're signing over 80% of all the revenue streams to the label, and you're making 20% of that.
Why why do you do that though? Is it because the label is going to promote it?
I think that there's like, you know, you're not going to be on radio without a major label for one. Um,
Why? Because they have to pay for you to be on it?
yeah, and they also have all the relationships, so they're the ones that can make that happen for you. There's also uh, there's also a certain like allure to being signed to a major label, and I understand that, and I think that in the beginning, that's everybody's goal, right? You're like, oh, I want to make it, I want to be a musician, I want to go sign to, you know, Universal Records, and I want to be this big star, but you don't realize, like, you sign that record deal, now you don't even own your name anymore, and
Mm,
you're signing over 80% of the revenue streams are now going towards the label because they have to quote unquote pay for marketing and pay for distribution, but everything is digital, so why does distribution cost so much? And just all those different things, and then they say they'll get you on all these playlists, but they don't even control like the playlist to that extent anymore. And um yeah, and they dangle a big check in front of you. That's the biggest thing. Like, if you go sign to a major label, they're going to give you a big check up front. And you probably won't make any more money after that from the actual label. You'll make your money touring and doing shows, and you'll get
hmm
your publishing, your songwriting publishing, but just making money from your album sales, it's not happening.
Ugh. That sounds really demoralizing. Like you make one album or one song, you experience it, and then you're like, you know what? Screw everyone. I'm gonna go release music on YouTube.
I mean, yeah, and these albums are like, these deals are 5 album deals, and there's all kind of options that are favorable to the labels. And um like I said, it's never been set up as a pro creator business. It's always felt like kind of against the creators in a sense. It's always,
I
like I
hate that.
said, there's language in contracts today that was in Sammy Davis Jr.'s contracts. Like, it's just like crazy that it has evolved that little on the business side in favor of the people that create the music. And then the only reason that it actually has is, you so many artists, like I said, people share information now, people share experiences now, people say, don't do this, do it like I did it, I'm independent, or I went this route, or I went that route, I went straight to a booking agent instead of trying to go to a label. And there's other
hmm
ways that people have started to find success, um, but we're still not where we need to be yet.
Mm, that's frustrating. So then on that note, what is the thing you hate most about your profession? And then conversely, what do you love the most?
The thing I hate about my profession is the music business. The thing that I love about it is making music. It's pretty simple. Like, it's not even like I don't like the music business at all. Like, even sometimes when I think about like younger people and like wanting to produce for them and stuff, and it's like, I know that this is your dream, and I don't want to turn you off from your dream. And I feel like it's my job to like give people like the information so they can learn it and know it early, so they can maybe make different choices than other people have made in the past. I think that there are things that are in place that are coming, and this is something that we can talk about in the future, because I
hmm
know it's been like super controversial amongst people, is like how NFTs are being used. But the
Mm.
technology underneath NFTs, the smart contracts, they're going to change contract law, how contract law operates. I think that model of technology
Ooh.
is tailor made for independent artists, and I think that technology will reinstill a middle class, like an upper middle class in the music business. Because right now the music business is like San Francisco. Like, you're either rich or you're not.
Uh-huh.
There's no middle. Like it should be. And I think that technology and everything that's happening with Web3 and artists being able to have like direct relationships with the consumers, and transparent like financial relationships with the consumers is going to change
hmm
the music business, because I think this is going to be the first time that the labels can't catch up fast enough, because it's just going to be so transparent, and fans will be incentivized to support the artists that they love, and it's really exciting
Oh,
times.
that's
It's
really
going to
cool.
be really exciting times are coming
How much how
in
much
the
do you know
future.
about this? Is there a way that we could do this another time and I could pick your brain on it? Because I would really love to know this more. Because at the moment, I have like a very general understanding, and it's not always the most positive of NFTs.
Yeah,
To me, they kind of
yeah,
seem like a scam.
yeah. I mean, and I get it, but like even if you look at art and if you know a lot about just the art world and dealing art, it's always been like that. There's always been like levels, high level money laundering happening with the art world. So
Yeah,
it
like
makes sense
really
that it's
expensive paintings being really ugly, but people pay millions of dollars for them.
no, I mean just on even on a deeper level. Like if I have a painting that's 2 million and I sell it to you, and then you sell it to our other friend, and then I get it back, and now the value of that painting has gone from being worth $2 million to $8 million, and then we also didn't have to pay very much taxes during that whole time. Like there's
Oh
lots of
wow,
things like that that go on. But yeah, that's
that
one
is
side of me
really
feels like
cool.
that, and the other side of me feels like it's also cool that people can make digital art that can actually be authenticated, because there are some really talented visual artists out there. So I know a ton about it, and yeah, we could talk about it at some point. I actually had an idea to do a space thing to talk about music and NFTs and what it means for the business, because it's actually going to be very it's going to be very anti-establishment. I
Yeah.
love what's happening with a lot of it, and I don't think that the labels are going to be able to catch up fast enough. I think that the
Oh,
music
that's nice.
business looks drastically different 5 years from today.
Mm. So I am definitely interested in this, and I don't think I'm alone in this because armies know that Hybe acquired an NFT company recently, and there was a lot of discussion about this online because like the general, I guess, understanding of NFTs are that they're not good for the environment and that it's like a scammy type situation. So there was a lot of confusion, and it was very um, like there's just a lot of like misinformation, or so it would be really nice if someone could explain this in and what you think the vision is for using NFTs and stuff like that and blockchain in the future, because you make it sound something that's a lot more positive than my understanding of it was, and I would love to know more.
Yeah, we can talk about that in the future. Like my biggest concern about it initially was the power consumption, but like this space, technology in general moves so fast, right? And
Mm-hmm.
um, this space is moving fast. So it was a big problem about a year ago, the amount of power that was used. But there's also companies now that are carbon neutral, which means that they're putting the amount of money that the amount of gas that they're using to mint things, they're putting that money back into like renewable energy sources. And there's also companies that only mint with renewable energy. So I think that in the future, these people are actually going to bring a lot of light back to a problem. I mean, at the end of the day, we all use too much power. We
That,
all use too much power,
that's very true.
and then the other thing is, I mean, like if you're like a single person, like I used to drive a truck, a Mercedes truck, and I'm paying premium gas, and I'm one person. Like
Mm-hmm.
I'm using way too much gas, and people do this all the time. And if we're talking about photo cards and that stuff, like so what? Okay, let's not mint them and use power, but let's cut down more trees.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, there's lots of things that we can talk about when we get to that, but the main point of it too is like I think that um, it's I think smart contracts are going to drastically change contract law in general, which effectively was going to change the music business forever. Like I don't think
That's really exciting. I love that.
so. Yeah, I'm excited about that.
Okay. Next question. Um, what differences do you see between the Western and the Eastern, I guess, music industry based on the time you've spent in each? Like in terms of how the music industry works, or and then I guess also on I mean, you've already talked about on the fan side, like the different attitudes towards music. Um, so I guess my question is a little bit more directed to on the music industry front.
Um, I have like three ways I want to answer this question in my head, and I'm trying to think of like,
You can answer all three ways.
um, I'm just gonna totally stay away from politics. I won't go that route. Um, okay. I met some people before. I'm gonna keep this very brief. I don't want to harp on this too long, but I was out in New York and we had like a great time. I meet all these people, and they're all. I think that I said, I forgot how it happened, but I said something to them. I knew that one of them was Korean, and she said, "How did you know I was Korean?" And I was like, and I just like laughed, and I'm like, "Damn, that is a real thing where people can't, don't even try to care to differentiate." Um,
Ouch.
different Asian cultures. So I had a conversation with her, and we're talking. We had a good time, and we all exchanged information. And they knew I worked with BTS, and we're all like taking pictures together and all this stuff. And then I found out that she was like a pretty like hardcore like conservative like journalist in Korea. And I was like, I'm like, wow. And I didn't know what the different things that said that she would post, but I would see like, it would be like a picture of Joe Biden with like fake tears. And like, I was just
Oh
like, damn,
no.
like, I'm like, who is this person I met? Like, I was like, she was so cool. What happened? Like, it was like, she like a staunch Trump supporter. I'm like, man, what's going
Oh
on?
no.
But,
Uh-oh.
so I asked her because I felt like we were friends, and I was like, man, so I wanted to know, um, I'm sorry, somebody just texted me and said the Korean Tommy Lauren, and I'm dead. That's a fact.
Oh. Oh
So I asked her. I wanted to know, what does that look like in Korea, because I don't because okay, because obviously in Korea everybody is Korean, right, for the most part, whereas in the States our political system is very tied into heavily tied into race and to
no.
racial issues, but you're not going to have those same problems in Korea, right? So she explained to me some of the things, and some of the things that her side of the coin believes in and what the other side of the coin believes in. I'm like, okay, whatever the case may be. So I brought all of that up to say that I also feel like that's the difference here, is that in Korea, I think it's really awesome that all these different people who run these big labels in Korea all have songwriting, producing backgrounds. Like, that's how they started their careers. They were making songs for other artists, and then they branched out and created their own entities, and they were able to, however they went about getting funding and produce these artists who become like these huge acts, whether it's like you know Big Hit or SM or JYP, whatever the case may be. It's cool that these
Mhm.
people who run these companies are creatives themselves, whereas here in the States it always feels like there's like this crazy like you either have to be really really exceptional and have lots of hits to even get that chance,
Mhm.
or I don't know. It just feels like it's so much harder here, and it makes me wonder um, how much of it does like systemic race issues play into it. We contribute so much to a business and have so little ownership in this business, and it just feels like, to me, it feels like that's the biggest difference. I
Mhm.
think that it's really cool that the people who actually make music get opportunities to like create their own entities and start their own labels and make that happen. Where here it just feels like jumping through hoops. Like, I still, to this day, I tried to go get a JV, which is a joint venture partnership, so I can put out my own artists through a major label, and I still have yet to get a proper offer for me to do that yet. After everything that I've
Oh
done
boy.
in this business, if I had done a quarter of these things and I was Korean and lived in Korea, um, I would have already started that process a long time ago. It's a lot more difficult here, and I don't think it's because it's competitive, because I think that I do my job better than a lot of people here, and I know it's not strictly about that, but
Mm-hmm.
um, I feel like the business on that side is a lot more inclusive, whereas I feel like here it's a lot more people who just want to um,
Work with a
profit off
certain type of person.
profit off creative people, but never really empower you to empower others.
Mm,
So we get a little bit, get some crumbs here and some crumbs there, and get opportunities. But I don't feel like, you know, I don't feel like people's outset initiative is like, yo, I'm gonna help you become the next Diddy or Russell Simmons or whoever, and all those guys were
mm-hmm.
pretty much, Russell Simmons created Def Jam in his dorm room, and it's still like, there's such a big entrepreneurial spirit in hip hop and in urban culture, but it's come from necessity. You have to have it. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, that was my long-winded answer to your
No, I
question.
think it's really rough, and I also think it's hard to talk about stuff like that because at some point, when you're in it long enough, I think you would also start to wonder, like, is it just me? Am I gaslighting myself and thinking things are the way they are, or are they actually like this? Because nothing changes no matter how long I stick around. Is that right at all, or am I off the mark?
Yeah, no, absolutely. You definitely get to that point. You definitely feel like this business is set up to in a way where it just if you don't have thick skin, you constantly like get told, and you don't even always get told no. Sometimes you just kind of get left on red, like you're waiting to get a
Mm-hmm.
response. And then even there's been times where I've even had a song out on the radio and I still hadn't been paid for the track yet from a major label. Just waiting
Uh,
on an invoice to get filled. And in the terms of like, I'm not going to turn my nose up at $10,000, but like that's pennies to the label, and you're taking six
yeah,
months to pay me that. I mean, that's
that's
crazy.
infuriating. Like honestly, infuriating. And
I've
and
never I've never had to wait on a check from anywhere in Asia, whether it's been China, or whether it's been Korea, or whether it's been Tokyo. I think the longest I've waited to be paid on something was like 8 or 9 months, and it was because there was a huge mix-up, and it was on something where they used my time on a competition on a TV show, and something happened, and I had totally forgot about it. But like they ended up paying me like 8 months later for using the song. But yeah, it's like it's crazy that can happen. I just saw somebody that I follow. He's a writer. He writes for Sweetie and other people, and he said that Def
mhm.
Jam or somebody has owed him a check for one calendar year. He posted that.
Oh
And
my God.
yeah, and it's crazy. It's crazy
And
that
what
they
are you
can get away with
supposed to
that.
do, right? Because like if you actually want to get paid, then it's like, well, you're gonna have to like file legal action, but that costs money. So it's like the cost benefits of doing that uh, versus waiting for your check at some point and hoping that if you email enough times and are annoying long enough, you'll get it. While not being too annoying, or else they might not work with you anymore.
Exactly. We deal with that so much, and so that's why, like, I never really get too mad at people who are just like annoyingly loud about something that they've worked on, because it's like we deal with this on a regular basis. These stories aren't exclusive to me or to him or to her. Like they happen to all of us, and you know it's not unionized, and even if it was, it's just too difficult
That
to
wouldn't
to
help.
reel it in.
Yeah, yeah. And the thing is like I can relate to you and those feelings because I am a woman working in corporate America and women are not the top dog. That would be white men. So there's a lot of times when women like get passed up for a promotion and or get put on hold or all of that stuff and you're just like, am I gaslighting myself? Like, am I really making this about gender or whatever else when like this should be about merit? Am I trying to like play a card that doesn't need to be played? Or is this actually happening? Everybody's telling me the right things, but the actions don't follow up with that. Like, I can't tell you the number of times me and my female friends have all been just like having therapy sessions of like, I'm not crazy. I should be being recognized for my work, right? They promoted someone below me to a position above me now. That shouldn't happen, right? So
That's crazy. I'm
I
sorry
feel
to
you.
go through that.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's more widespread than we know, and it's that like sense of like, is this all in my head? And the fact that it's a little bit shameful that I think makes people not talk about it more, and that might be
I
the
think
reason that
so.
some of it is still like this, still like that.
Yeah, I think that's why, these conversations are necessary. I think that the more people talk about these things, the more things come to light, and then, plan of action kicks in. But yeah, it's just, let's go to the next question because now I'm getting depressed thinking
Mm-hmm.
about this business that I work in.
Okay, so, well, kind of related. Have you ever had a moment where you doubted that you'd be able to have a music career, and what helped you overcome it?
um, I'm like ridiculously optimistic, like, like to the point where like I probably get exhausting to like people around me. I never thought that I couldn't make it, like, especially after like, early on in my career, being able to see how other people make music and watching them go through the same blocks when they're trying to put something together. I'm like, oh, this happens to everybody. It's just because you're Timberland doesn't mean that you don't get stuck.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I've always thought that I could. I did think that when I came back from New Zealand, I did feel. I think I had said something like along the lines of I told you like I feel like I really really grew up in New Zealand in that time
Mm-hmm.
frame in that 4 years I spent there. Um, I think when I came back, I saw this business for exactly what it is. I think that I was like a little like blinded, and I thought everybody was friends, and like I thought everybody wanted to see each other win because I'm like the type of person like anytime somebody gets like a placement or something, I'm like excited. I'm excited for my friends. I'm excited
Mm-hmm.
for
Mm-hmm.
everybody. I love producers. I love other producers' beats, and then I started really seeing how other producers hate on other producers, and how producers and songwriters don't really get along. There's like a lot of clashes there.
Ooh, wait. That's interesting. I want to talk about that next after you
So
answer this
yeah,
question.
I'll tell you about that. I'll tell you about that. But yeah. So I just kind of just like came back from New Zealand, and I felt like a different person. I felt like I was finally just like a real grown adult. I think I came back from New Zealand. I think that was 2014 or so. So I think I was like around 28 or so at that time, and I felt like I was fully like just grown and like understood, had a better understanding of the world and a better understanding of people. And I
Mm-hmm.
knew a lot of the stuff that I was seeing in this business wasn't right. I was seeing like a lot of the things that people glorify was also just like really strange. Like I came back, um the first week I was back from New Zealand for good. We used to have like these like industry nights at this bowling alley here in LA, and everybody would come and we would hang out, and
Oh, bowling. How nerdy.
and we would all go bowling. It was cosmic bowling. They would be playing like all kind of dope music, and we was all like just hanging out. And I remember like it was time to leave, and we were getting ready to leave, and these two guys that I knew, I saw them like running out, and like when I see people running, I'm like, oh, what's going on? I don't know. Somebody's, I don't know what's happening. I'm like, let me hurry up and get out of here. But I saw them rush out because everybody was getting ready to leave. And when we walked outside, they rushed out to pull their cars in the front so they can just be posted like by their cars. And one of the guys had like a Rolls Royce, and
Oh, okay.
um, it just felt like, I mean, it sounds like a small thing, but it just felt so idiotic to me. And I was just like, man, like I don't really feel the same that I felt before I left, because I used to think things like this was cool. And now, like,
Uh-huh.
at this point I've lost my father, and like, I just got to go experience the world. And like I was a different person when I came back, and like me being around
Mm-hmm.
all this like high level of like immaturity in the business, I
Mm-hmm.
was really questioning like if I could continue in this business. That's probably the only time that I've doubted it. I had to find a way to be able to like pop in and pop out of the industry, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Show up for some of the events, play the game a little bit, and then get the hell out and go back to my bubble, like my world inside of a world that I've created.
Yeah. No, I
And
get that. It sounds like the spell was broken for you, and once that happens, you can't get it back.
yeah, for sure.
You
And
have to you have to build it back with real people and real connections then.
yeah, and that's what I did, and I'm very happy with everything in my life now, everybody that's around me. So
Oh, that's good. Okay, so then you've talked about some of the problems in the industry. Are there any other ones that you want to mention that we haven't talked about? Like any things that you wish could be different?
I wish there were more women in the music business. Um, and I think that there's starting to be more. I think that there's a lot more women producers and engineers that are coming up, and I think it's awesome. I think it gives the business a good balance, um, and I really love. I think that
Mm-hmm.
women have like a certain amount of attention to detail that you pay, and it really is like an attractive trait as far as like the work goes.
Mm-hmm.
For me to hear that extra level of like care, that's the amount of care I try to put into like my own production. So when I hear that, I think it's cool. I wish there was more women in the music business and more women executives as well. I think we'd be
Mm-hmm.
in a better place if it was.
Yeah. I do not disagree with anything you're saying. So then, in the same vein, have you seen any positive changes in anything, I guess?
Yeah, it's
Like,
not the same business that it was when I came into it for sure. I think that the perspective of um, like I feel like the internet almost killed the music business, and then I
because
think
of
like
LimeWire?
yeah, and then I think the smartphone saved the music business uh,
Wow, yeah.
because streaming has been like a really big thing, and it's still far off from where it needs to be. But it's mostly far off because the labels did all these deals with the streaming platforms, and they are getting money from streaming, but is the artist getting that money from the streaming? Are the producers and songwriters getting money from that streaming? That's the biggest issue, but it is a large revenue stream, and there is a lot of money still to be made in the music business to
Mm-hmm.
this day. And I also one of the biggest positive changes that I seen from streaming was the labels weren't able to just dominate the charts with like whatever sound they wanted to be the current sound, because streaming has had such a
Yeah.
more of a say so in the business. I thought it was pretty interesting. I think that
Uh-huh.
it's partly changed because of Beyonce, because
Oh,
when
really?
yeah, when B put out when she did the surprise dropped album, the
Wait, I'm
self-titled.
sorry. Are you on nickname terms with her?
When Beyonce Knowles put out when she put out her self-titled album.
Okay, no answer. I see. I see.
I'm just an old friend and a big fan. That's it. But when she put out that album, she had the song "Drunken Love." Right, that song came out,
Love
and
that
it
song.
was the
Mm-hmm.
biggest song that was out. It was the biggest social song. It had, that was the song of the moment. Do you know that that song never reached number one on the Hot 100?
No, I didn't. I thought I would have assumed it would have. She
It got
performed it at like all the award shows.
it got stopped at number two, and it got blocked by Dark Horse by Katy Perry. And the
Mm.
only metric where that song was more
Let me guess.
popular
Radio.
was pop radio.
Oh ho ho! What a surprise.
Yeah, and so that's what blocked that song from becoming number one. And I don't know what happened. I don't know if anything happened behind the scenes, but I know that somebody probably made a fuss about that, and eventually the weight of streaming um, started to have more of an impact as far as like the number of points that you get that has to do with like the Hot 100. And that's when you saw the shift. Since that point, you've seen that the number one stream genre of music has been like hip hop overall. So from there, I think that we got rid of like the monopoly that was like happening at the time with like, you know, Dr. Luke and those guys just killing it already. And don't get me wrong, like outside of like all of his personal whatever those issues, like I don't know much about it, like whatever.
Mhm.
But he's, you know, him and his team and Benny Blanco and those guys, they're fantastic at crafting pop records. They really, really know what they're doing. They're really good at
Mhm.
it. And the songs were good. You know, like I liked Firework, you know, by Katy Perry, Teenage Dream. They were good songs, but the radio sounded so one sided. It sounded
Yep.
completely one way. And it got to the
Yep.
point where if black artists wanted to get on pop radio, if you remember, people like Neo, Beyonce, they had to release the record that they wanted to release to urban radio, which is not as many
Mm.
stations, but then they would also release, like they were releasing two singles at the same time. They would release a straight up pop dance single just so they can be competitive on the charts.
Oh.
And that was happening a lot. You know, Neo would have like
Oh, you mean so they
six.
had to work twice as hard?
Yep, that's how it works. And streaming changed that. You know, streaming definitely changed that because the people had a little bit more power and a little bit more say. It wasn't just so dominated uh, by radio alone.
Mhm. Oh, that's crazy. I mean, I can't believe though that it was like one song from Beyonce that started to shift it all in a different direction.
I mean, that's a powerful woman right there.
Fair, agreed completely. Okay, so then if you're a new artist, right, and are just an aspiring musician and you want to get into the music industry, like how do you do that? Are there any actual gatekeepers? Like where is the power concentrated? Is it in people? Is it in labels, institutions, media, artists, the public? Like where is the power?
I think that the power is still in whoever has the ability to be financed, to get financing, to get funding. I think funding is just instrumental in artists getting any kind of footing. And if the only place that you can get funding from is going to put you in a deal that is very, very unfavorable towards you, it's rough. I don't know
Mm-hmm.
the answer to that. Like, I'm still trying to figure parts of these things out. Like, I have an artist from Ohio he's really he used to be my barber. That's how we met, and I think he's super talented, and we make a lot of songs. He just did like a little small tour last year, and he did so good on the tour, and he's been trying for years to break through, and it's difficult. There's different routes. Like he had a situation where he signed to a label, but he signed to the same label uh, that Cardi B had just signed to, and then like she put out Bodak Yellow, and she became the biggest star in the world, and he got forgotten about, and then he got released a year later. Um,
Oh.
so it's just like, you know, bad luck, bad timing. So I don't really know the answer to that. I would just say that, like, you know, I think that the mistake that I do see people make is I think that they're not putting out any music because they're trying to create this magic moment that might not exist. I don't think it's one
Mm-hmm.
thing that happens for people. I think it's like you got to do a multitude of things, and all of those things will lead to like this quote unquote magic moment where you feel discovered or where something happens for you. I think, you know, you got to utilize what's there, which is the internet, and which is, you know, stuff like TikTok. Because I think I just saw something that said TikTok is more used than Google now. And if that's where the
Oh
attention
wow.
is, yeah, you have to be where the attention is and find a way to be niche where the attention is. You know, figure
Mm-hmm.
out how you can do it. I don't want to be like tell people don't try because I would never say that. Like, you know, but I think that building your own little community, like try to get yourself 1,000 fans, 500 fans, 250 fans. Like you have to like kind of like get to a place where success is you have your own definition for it and what that means to you. And if you
Mm-hmm.
can, I think most musicians, most people who actually love to make music and aren't just trying to do this as some kind of quick hustle, quick come up, I think most musicians, if they could just make a nice little living, be able to take like, a couple vacations every now and then and live off of their art, I think that they would all be happy. And if, people show up for their shows. And I think that that should be
Mm-hmm.
the focus. There's so many tools out there um, that can help with, community building, whether it's Twitter or Discord or, just meeting people and finding those people that like and support your music. And don't worry about the people who don't, because there's going to be people that are close
Yeah.
to you that don't get it yet. Sometimes um, they have to see the rest of the world liking what you're doing before they come around, and they'll come around eventually. But you know, focus on finding fans and getting people to
Mm-hmm.
enjoy the art that you put out.
Yeah. So like speaking about making a living, at what point does a new artist make enough money to make a living? Like at what point can you be like, "Oh, okay, I can sustain myself off of my art?"
I
Like
think that's all like just like
how many
subjective.
years?
I think it's just subjective to like whatever it is that that person does. I think that's something that artists sleep on is sync opportunities, which is getting your song synced to a commercial, some kind of visual medium, like whether it's a film, a video game, those things. Um, some of those things pay really well. Like, I mean, when you hear a song on like an Apple ad, I think that those sync fees are like 125 grand.
Oh
Um,
wow.
yeah, having a song on the opening credits or like on the trailer for like a big film, like, I mean, there's lots of money to be made with sync fees. And I think that, you land anything like that or land several smaller ones, I think that you can start, you know, finding that you have a career that can be sustainable where you can make money from your art. Just don't move to LA because our state
Why?
tax is crazy. Our state tax is crazy. It costs way too much money to live here.
I
It's
would agree with
sometimes
that. But don't people say that you have to be in LA to
you got
like
the
meet the
internet. You
people?
don't you don't have to be anywhere. I think that you can be. I mean, you can come here. That doesn't mean that you have to stay here and spend all your money. Uh, spend all your money
Might
being
spend it
out
on
here.
rent.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes like I really, really wish that I was like not from the West Coast. I love being a West Coast boy, but sometimes I wish I was like from Atlanta because I go down there and I see my friends and they have like these gigantic houses for like 300 grand. And I'm like,
I feel you. I live in Northern Virginia outside of DC, and we are, I think, one of the most expensive counties in the country. And I'm just like, just my luck.
yeah,
I
yeah,
feel you.
it's expensive.
Yeah. Okay. So moving on to some more career questions for you. What does your typical work day or work schedule look like? Because it's not like you have an office job, right? So like, what is your typical day?
Well, since I quit OnlyFans, no, that was a joke. Um, my day, my day, I wake up like at 8 o'clock every day. I'm up by then, no matter how late I go to sleep. I just usually handle like all administrative stuff early. Um, emails is usually the culprit. Like I wake up every day. There's anywhere from like 100 to 150 text messages, and I kind of like thumb through them a bit, just looking for ones that look important, and then I get to doing my emails, and I usually start working by like 1 o'clock, 1 or 2 o'clock,
Mm-hmm.
and um, I work from about 1 or 2 p.m. to about mm, maybe like 10 p.m. sometimes. It depends on like if I got a good groove going, or sometimes I might work from like 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. But I usually start around the same time. It depends on the time of the year too. I go into different modes. Like right now, it's New Year. I just started working again. I wasn't supposed to start working again for a couple weeks, but I've been here with my foot all beat up, so I didn't have anything
Mm.
else to do. So I started working, and right now I'm just stacking up ideas. So like, I might make like 5 ideas a day, and then I usually like I like share one or two with you guys on Twitter, and let you guys hear what I'm working on.
Which has been really fun, by the way. I really like you doing that. Please keep doing that. Show
I
us
got
more.
I got you. And then so right now that's what I'm doing. I think I'll do that like this first 2 months of the year, and then hopefully um I can get out of here. I'm supposed to go to Korea to go do some sessions out there,
Oh, uh-huh.
and all
Yeah,
these
you're going to Korea.
ideas
Yeah.
all these ideas that I'm currently working on are ideas that I will take, with me and go get in sessions with songwriters and do some co-writing records for, whoever they may be for.
Uh-huh, for whoever. Absolutely whoever.
And and if other things pop up, then they pop up. Like something that's cool that happened the other day is and you guys made this happen, which is funny. Wolf Tyler, she was tweeting about how much she loved my time. She's an artist. She got really big like on Vine, and she's got like big following and
Mm,
stuff like that.
oh,
And I've
that's
heard
who
some
that
of her
was.
songs.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I've heard some of her songs that have gone viral, and I think that she's talented. And I guess I think it was Nikki was like tagging me in one of the posts, or she said something about me producing the record, and then Wolf Tyler DM'd me and was like, "Hey, like, where are you based out of?" And I told her I'm in LA, and she was like, "Man, I'm coming out there. Like, we should work soon." And I was like, "Okay, cool." So we exchanged information, and we've been texting back and forth. So I'm going to work with her at some point, and that all happened from you guys tagging me when she posted that she loves my time. So that's pretty dope. Um, did you get? I think you got booted again. Oh gosh. Let me re-invite her. All right, welcome back. I will. I will. We've been on here. How long? When did we start? We started at 5. Are we almost at 4 hours? Wow,
Maybe.
that's crazy.
Oh, and we can stop and continue this another time whenever you want. You just tell me. Otherwise, I'm going to keep going. I have enough energy for like forever.
We can do like another 30 minutes, and then I gotta make a run to pick somebody up from the airport.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay. So I think it's really cool that that person reached out to you and now wants to work with you because you make good music, and if we can siphon more people your way, then we get good music. So it's a win-win.
Absolutely, absolutely. Sorry,
No worries. Okay, so then,
I was drinking cherry juice.
I mean, that doesn't sound very yummy, but good for you.
It's very healthy.
Okay, so kind of related then. Do you write songs from scratch and then pitch them to people, or do you usually get brought into a project later on in the process, like when the music has already been written by others? Like, how does it usually work?
Um, both ways, both things have happened. I've just created ideas here at home with like a whole vision for it, and sent them over to certain people and been like, "This is the vision I have for it. Maybe it'd be cool if we did this person for a feature or so forth." And that's worked. And then I've also been brought in like um, I kind of like have like a pretty good reputation for finishing stuff. So like there's been people who've like had a record that they felt like was good, but they didn't feel like it was done, and I've been asked to like come in the ninth inning and make it dope. So that's always cool to do that. Yeah, so both ways. Did you get kicked out again? Jeez, Twitter is tripping. Let me re-add her as a speaker. Is everybody still awake? Did everybody fall asleep? Are you guys still listening? I need to see like an emoji if you guys are still alive here because I've been talking for so long.
Don't worry, I heard everything you said because I popped right back into it. But Twitter, this is an F minus for me. I don't like this. Stop it. Um,
All right, everybody's posting emojis. Everybody's still alive. I just want to make sure I didn't talk everybody to sleep.
no, no, you did not. This is really interesting. So then, a follow up question to that: like, do you write songs with artists in mind, or does it come more naturally without an artist in mind?
I like to start the initial process just like just cooking up and making music, and then sometimes like in the middle of making a song, I'm like, oh man, this would be crazy for you know Drake or whoever the case may be, and maybe I take that approach when like writing the lyric ideas, but often like when I'm in that space of like creating the music, I'm not
Mm-hmm.
always in the space of writing. So sometimes I like to just create and then maybe get with some friends and co-write because I like to co-write with people because I think my strength is like picking out melodies and then um, the lyrics, the actual lyrics, and making sure that the song and the story uh, actually makes sense. So it usually works like that. Damn, you got kicked out again. She keeps getting booted out. I don't know where she went. She seems to have disappeared. Does anybody have any questions about any of the stuff that we've talked about? If you have any questions, maybe you can just hit the request thing to ask a question until until Yami comes back. All right. I love awkward silence. It's so dope. While we wait for Yami to come back, can everybody just go drop a tweet about this space so I can retweet it when we're done here? Hey Lisa, what's up? Lisa, mic check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, I'm over here talking on mute. I apologize. I just want to
No
say
worries.
Yami has been totally amazing asking you, interviewing you, asking you these questions. And I, if you could just, I still to this day don't understand the whole producer part. And I know you touched on it. I know you spoke to it, but when you're brought in as a producer, I know I see your tweets with the music that you're making too, and hey, who can I drop this for? But when you produce, how does that work from beginning to end? Like when you're brought in to produce something, I still don't get that. Even with TV, music, be it whatever, if you can just explain a little more. And I don't know if anybody else, has anything better to ask than I do, but
No worries. I can explain that.
I don't get it. I don't, because you have like executive, even when you watch TV shows, you have like executive producer, senior executive producer, this producer, co-producer. I don't get what all that means. So if you can explain
So
that a little more, it might be different with TV and music. I don't know, but if you would, I would appreciate that.
yeah, no worries. As a producer, um, can you mute your mic?
Yes, I will. Can you hear my husband snoring?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize if that's what you hear.
No, no worries. But when you so TV production and music production are two totally different jobs. But as a music producer, my job is to, for one, make the music, the musical elements, and then to I'm just crafting the song from beginning to end. So all the breakdowns that you hear in a musical piece, all of the different elements that get added, whether I'm like bringing in a guitar player or saying like, oh, this song would be good with strings. I'm like bringing in the strings. I'm telling them what to play. It's like being a conductor in a sense. And then also when I'm working with the actual artist, I'm like telling them like, okay, you should sing this part like this, or you should sing this part like this, or we need to say this here, or this section is not as good as it could be. We need to replace this with something else. So being a music producer is just really crafting the song from the very, very beginning stages all the way to like, near the tail end of it all. And then at the end of that process, I'm also responsible for turning in the credits for all the people who worked on the song as well.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, because, and I hate to bring this up, but like with Yoongi, or Suga, whatever, being out there, oh, Mr. Producer, I don't get how that works, with that last song with, um, for Girl of My Dreams, I don't understand how that works.
Yeah,
That's
like,
why I
well,
asked you.
yeah, without him, there's no actual musical element. It would just be her singing a cappella, probably, so he crafted the music for it and probably gave a vision of how he's seen the song being formatted. This verse should be here, this chorus should come in here, and so forth, so forth. But I hope that helps.
Yeah, it does. Thank you. I appreciate that. And keep up the great work.
Thank you
Keep
so
doing what
much.
you enjoy doing. We look forward to more.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Let's see.
Hi, Sleep.
My personal Twitter, just letting you know.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Well, I wanted
Okay.
to make a quick question about Latin musicians, Latin artists. Have you worked with Latin artists before?
Yeah, I have. One is a good friend of mine actually. He's incredible. Shakira as well. The records that I worked on with her, they didn't make it onto the project, but I was there. I got a chance to go down and work in Colombia. But yeah, I've worked with Latin artists before.
Have you considered making fusion with reggaeton and Hispanic hip hop?
I have. There was some stuff that I was actually working on with an artist. I can't really talk about that, but there was some stuff that this artist did. It went viral. You probably know who I'm talking about, but some of that stuff is kind of like on hold because that's a tough one. I'll talk about that at another point. But yeah, I will work with some more Latin artists and definitely be blending some of the genres together.
That sounds cool. And I always wanted to hear some reggaeton beats in BTS. I mean, I've heard it in other K-pop artists, and I really love it. And I think it also gives the artists opportunity to open up and bring in more fans as well. And I think that would there ever be a chance that maybe BTS might consider something, a type of fusion that involves some more Latin beats in it?
I can't, answer that like on their behalf, but I don't see why not. Like I think that there's definitely some synergy there for them between them and some other Latin artists who have expressed wanting to work with them at some point, and they've tried so many styles and they've done everything so well. So I could definitely see them doing something with some more Latin flair to it in the future. Yami, are you backpacked?
Yes,
Or are you like
I am.
half
I
backpacked?
am. I have. I have a sneaking suspicion someone might have reported me on my personal account. Please don't do that again. If it was someone, if it was just Twitter Spaces being annoying, but like I can't get on here with my personal Twitter account anymore.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. So if this was Twitter Spaces being mean to me, I don't like you. If it was someone else being mean to me, I don't like you either. Stop it.
Hey,
Um,
we've gotten a nice 4 hours out of this whole ordeal, so we're doing all right.
for me a little bit. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think I was covering the mic. Sorry.
Okay. Shall we resume where we left off? Because I know I heard some of the questions. Like one of the questions was like, what is the producing process? So Maddie gave me some homework to do for this call, and she sent me some articles to read about the difference between mixing and mastering. And so the way I understand it now is that to make a song, it's basically 3 steps, right? You have the recording step, or tracking, apparently, which is the technical term. Then you have mixing, and then you have mastering. Is that right so far?
Yeah, traditionally, I think with like the way that music is made today, you also have like, when you're actually like tracking the beats, and then that usually happens first when you're creating like the musical idea, and then after that, the next stage will be tracking vocals to that, and
Oh, is it
then
just me? You're breaking up for me a little bit. Like you cut out.
really,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Maybe we broke Twitter
I
with
have
how
no
long this
idea
space
how
has
to
gone on.
tell. Can anybody else? Is everybody else having trouble hearing me too, or if you can hear me, just put like a 100 emoji or something. I don't know. I don't know how to do this.
Okay.
Okay. Ozzy says she can hear me. Okay. Okay.
Okay, I fixed it.
All right. Good.
Yeah, apparently I'm not allowed to use my Wi-Fi when I use a Twitter space.
Sometimes I have to go off Wi-Fi too.
Yeah, that's annoying, but whatever. So yeah, so you were saying that there are more steps in the process, like in the beginning part?
Like what you see when I'm posting those examples of like me making the track, like I would say that probably comes first a lot, or whether it's in a program or whether it's on piano, you have that, and then you actually track vocals to it. Mixing, when you see those clips when I'm posting stuff and you see everything broken down into its own sections, um, that's the mixing process. You're processing each individual element of a song and trying to make it all sound like one thing, and then you bounce that and that turns into just a stereo track, and then you send that to mastering, and mastering is they process just the waveform by itself, just the one that's all everything mixed down to one song.
Mm-hmm.
They process that part of it. So
Where it's polished into like making everything sound as best, like brighter or fuller or whatever.
yeah, and mixing is very, very important because a lot of times people will take shortcuts or not get something right in mixing, and they think that they can just fix it in mastering, and they end up with shit. So it's good to, get everything done right in the mix before you go to mastering.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a preference for what you like to do? Do you like to mix or do you like to master?
My job is more of the production part of it. I use somebody else for mixing when it's the final song. I mix all of my own stuff when it's demos, and we don't get demos mastered. It's kind of like a waste of money because once the artist is going to record it, it's going to need to get mastered anyways. So
Mm-hmm.
the mastering is usually happening from the label side. The label is picking someone to master it because that's the last step before it gets distributed out to the world.
Gotcha. So But usually, if you mix it, you want to get someone else to master because they're going to give it a fresh ear, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Gotcha. Yay, I'm learning. Thanks, Maddie, for the homework you made me do. Okay, so then another question. When you are mixing, when you're trying to put your song together, how often do you work with live instruments versus MIDI? Like, and do you have a preference? Like MIDI being like the computer generated instruments, right?
It depends on the feel that I'm going for. There's so many MIDI instruments nowadays that sound so realistic because they actually are using like real samples of actual real instruments. So those really
Mm.
work well. But yeah, I use both. I use both quite a bit, and I love using both. Like it's not one or the other for me. It's just whatever the song calls for.
Okay, so you don't like. I know that some people say like, "Oh, live instruments are better because they make the song sound better." Do you agree with that, or do you just think there's a time and a place for everything?
I think there's a time and a place for everything. I also think that if you know how to manipulate the sounds in a certain way, I know there's plenty of tracks where people hear my tracks and they say, "Is that live bass?" And I'm like, "Nope." So it just it just depends on the record. And I do love live instruments. Like there is like an element of that, but I also think that you have to know how to mix it into a track. You have to know how to make it fit. I think there's a lot of people who can play instruments extremely well, and I hear their beats, and their beats are awful. Because they only know one way of doing things. So
Hmm.
it's a different process.
Okay, so then, what's the strangest or like most unusual or unique instrument that you've ever had to mix in a song?
Bed springs.
Wait, what? Why bed springs? What was it? A dirty song?
Yeah. It was bed springs, and it made it sound like it was part of the beat. Actually, the song is actually dope, but yeah, bed springs.
Interesting. Okay. Um, so kind of similar. Is there like a specific instrument or a sound or a voice, bed springs, that you find it hardest to EQ? Or like are they pretty much everything's the same difficulty when you mix?
I think that the biggest issue that people have is figuring out like which bass element is going to win, especially like in modern music. Trying to figure out how to have a 808 and a bass line and other low frequency instruments is probably the most difficult when it comes to mixing, because you still want it to hit hard, but you don't want it to sound like muddy. And it takes like
Mm,
a bit of skill to be able to do that, but I'm pretty good at that.
yeah. Yeah, that sounds complicated for me as not that musically talented like that. Um, but yeah, I think that's really cool. So then, um, question then kind of related in genre. Like, do you think producers should be able to produce in like many different genres and styles of music, or should they try to focus and be an expert in one?
It's a really good question. Um, I think that producers tend to stick to the genres that they listen to. And I think if you don't
Mm-hmm.
listen to other genres, I don't think that you should try to dabble in producing, because I think that there's like a bit of like people who think like, because I know how to work the software, I can make this kind of music, I can make that kind of music. But I think that you should produce the kind of music that you are listening to. And I think that that is why I'm able to be versatile, because I listen to so much different music. Um,
Mm-hmm. What genres do you like to produce in, and what do you want to try producing in? Like, should we expect a country song from you?
I've done a country song before.
Oh,
Um,
have you?
yeah, this guy named Samuel Goff. He was a cool guy. But I I like making hip hop beats, but I think that I stopped working with so many hip hop artists because I don't really think that a lot of the lifestyle is conducive to how I live my life these days, and it's just a lot of stuff going on. I mean, if you look at um and
Is this
Game is, the Game is a cool dude. Like, I know Game, and he posted a clip of him in the studio last night. It was Game and Hit
mm-hmm.
Boy, and it's a new song featuring Kanye West, and Kanye like said something about Pete Davidson on the song, so the video has gone viral, so it's easy to find if you guys have seen it. But if you look and see how many people were in that studio, and I've been there when during his sessions when he has 100 people in the studio, that's not too many people. That's not
That's
too
a
many.
lot of people.
And we're,
I feel like that's too many people. Am I
it is too
wrong?
many. I mean, at that point, it's like they're not working at that point. They're just having a party. They're playing music for everybody, but still, at this point, where I'm at, I love making hip hop beats, and I have a couple artists that I work with that I'll send stuff to. I like that, but then I like to do like, you know, I guess pop music, but like with like a harder, like
Spicy
edgier
pop?
element to it. It's like urban pop, like sleep
Oh,
pop.
urban pop.
Like that's the kind of music I like to make. Like I don't mind doing the chords and having all these pretty elements, but I still want the drums to be hard. Like when you hear My Time, it's like it's got like this dreary feel to it, but then there's still all
Mm-hmm.
these layers with the music, and it has like this. It starts off with like some sadness to it, but then it ends up hopeful. But the thing that's consistent throughout the track is those drums are hitting hard, and like that's like
Mm-hmm.
a staple for me in my music. I want my drums to just slap like every single time.
Yeah, so that you can feel them in your chest when you hear it live.
Absolutely.
I love that. So then, if you have a song that has several producers on it, like how does that work? Who does what?
Um, it's different each time. Uh, sometimes, sometimes it's just the homie. They might just be in the studio with you while you're working, and you might be working, and you might pick a certain sound, and you might be unsure of yourself, and that person might be like, "Oh, that part was hard. You should do that." And if somebody's in the room with me and that happens, then I end up just sharing the credit with them because I don't care. I just don't care.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like for me, it's just like I'd rather win with my people. But everybody has different roles that they play. Like My Time in particular, I think P Dog did some really cool subtle things. There was nothing like uh, new as far as like melodic parts to it, but some of the layering that he did was really sick. And then the electric guitars that he had put on at the end. I mean, it's just like when I heard that, I mean, you guys saw it. The video is my pinned tweet. When I heard the electric guitars for the first time and I started clapping, that was just like I felt like I was like levitating because that was just like the icing on that song.
It sounds like a religious moment. Like, yes!
I mean, yeah, and it's cool that it's there for you guys to see. It's cool that it's there for me to see it, in the future.
Why did you record it? Like, were you just hoping that something would happen?
I don't know. I just
Want to
turned on
record
the
it for
camera.
posterity?
I know why I recorded it because at that time I had been working on a documentary. Like I have a lot of footage from me in the studio and sessions, before I ever worked in BTS. So I had been recording like all the Jake Paul stuff that I was doing, the Eric Bellinger stuff. I have all that footage. And so I was just used to, and I actually learned that from Jake because he just sets up the camera for everything. And yeah, I think I just set up the camera because I'm like, all right, I'm about to hear like the mixed version of this song for the first time, and I just like set the camera up, and I forgot it was on. There's more footage to that too. Actually, that whole clip is probably like 10 minutes.
I would like to see that. You should post it.
It's gonna come whenever I decide to do the documentary and release it, and that'll be this year.
Oh yeah. Do you want to tell everyone what you told me about you potentially dropping something or other?
Yeah, I have 2 singles in the documentary that are ready, mostly.
Yay!
I'm figuring out like cool ways to give it to everybody. And some of what we talked about earlier is a possible way. Like I'm in meetings like constantly, like trying to figure this out and get it right. And I mean, I think you guys know me well enough now to know that whenever I do things, I got you guys in mind, and like I want to make it something that people can have and love. And I think everything from the concept photos to the sound of the music, I think you guys are gonna absolutely like love what I'm doing with it, and I just want to do it right. It's been a couple false starts with me trying to get it out, because as soon as I think I'm able to shoot this and get this done, it's like, oh, Omarion variant, and it's like, all these things keep happening. And then I was supposed to film some stuff actually recently, and then it's like, oh damn, my foot, so.
So what you're
Soon,
saying is we should expect photo cards.
do people want photo cards from me? I don't think people want photo cards. People don't want photo cards.
Why not? They're fun.
Okay, we'll do some fun. That's so funny. But yeah, we'll do a cool way to like roll it out, and there'll be like a lead up to it, and I want to do it and make it fun and make it interactive, and it'll be like a fun process.
Yeah. So I know you have to go, and I still have tons of questions for you. So like, this isn't over, but I did want to end on like an army note, to just you give a chance to have you give your perspective on army, if you are amenable to that. I have some questions for you related to that.
Yeah, sure, of course.
Okay, so from your perspective, how does army compare to any other music fandoms you've seen?
I would say like I never really paid like a lot of attention before.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that like overall, like my favorite thing is how educated Army is about things. Because usually when people are saying stuff, like it's easy for me to just be like, "Oh, you have no idea what you're talking about." But then I'll see like takes that you guys have, and I'll be like, "Holy shit!" Like they really know what they're talking about. I think that Army is the most well versed fandom that I've ever really seen, and like the organizational skills is one thing, and all of that is great, and like the charitable things and all of those things are great. And it was really cool that right before the pandemic started that I got to go do that event at UCLA, and I think that that really helped make me want to like get to know the fandom more, because I seen like how awesome all the kids were at UCLA, or all the young adults were at
Mm-hmm.
UCLA. When I went and did that event, it was so cool to do that right before the pandemic started. And then, we went into like this crazy lockdown, and I know I was like interacting with Army a lot and talking to you guys on the regs, but um, I honestly had no idea um, how much love I was going to get from everybody at the concerts. Like that blew me away. Like it was like,
So you went to the PTD concerts?
yeah, I was there for 2 of the days,
Oh, I'm
and
so sad. I missed you.
oh yeah, I was there. I was there on day 2 and day 3.
Oh, that sucks. I was there day 1 and day 2.
It was crazy because like I was dealing with so much stuff during that time. Like I don't know if everybody knows, I'm pretty transparent about things, but like my grandma actually passed away on my birthday, which was 2 weeks before the concert.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That really
Thank
sucks.
you.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And so there were so many things that were like coinciding like with the actual concert. Like people don't even know that like like that Sunday before the concert, on my way to the concert, I was like dropping off like my grandmother's like clothes for the funeral before going, because if you see the Inglewood Cemetery is across the street from SoFi.
Oh.
That's where I'm from, Inglewood, and that's where my grandmother
Mm-hmm.
is now buried at. And so I was around SoFi that whole week for the wake, and then the concert, and then that Tuesday before day 3 was the actual funeral date. So I was there that day, and so it was just like lots of high and low moments, but like having
Mhm.
like the support of BTS's fandom to be there during those times. Like it really lifted my spirits to like have so many people coming up and like
Mm.
saying thank you for my time, or thank you for like giving out concert tickets, or thank you for just always being real and wanting to take pictures with me. And really like, during that whole week, like I got stopped at like a Target by Army, and I was eating breakfast at this cafe, and someone asked if they can take a picture with me. And it was just like a continuance where like I'm going through something that was very sad during that time, but then also just being uplifted by like a wonderful community of people. So for me,
Aw.
like I don't really have a lot of experience with any other fandoms, and like I'm sure that at some point I'll produce music for like other groups in Korea, and things like that. But I don't really see myself getting like invested to any capacity, because it's like this is like my home here with you guys. So I would just say like
Good.
you know
We're not letting you go. I don't even care about anyone else. I won't let you go. You have to stay here with us.
yeah, and so I would just say like that's awesome. And one thing that I thought was really amazing, that I don't really know if every other fandom operates like this, but I've never seen a stadium that clean after a concert. Never. Like
Hell yeah,
the
we're the
trash
best.
cans were full. There was no trash. I mean, I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. When I got up, I think I like left my like 6 margarita cups like where my seat was at, and I was walking
How
away.
drunk were you at this concert?
I mean, we had a good time, and yeah, I told you what I was dealing with that whole week. Come on now,
Fair enough, fair enough.
margaritas. And then I remember I like started walking off, and then I like looked. I'm just looking around at how clean everything was, and I went back and grabbed my cups because I'm like, what am I, animal? Let me pick my shit up. And so I went and threw it in the trash can. I mean, just like some of my friends that I took to the concert, they were saying when they went to the bathroom, like people were just like, "Oh, do you want to skip ahead? You look like you really need to go." And just like how nice everybody was.
Aw.
It was like it was a cool moment. So I don't really know how that stacks up against everybody else, but I can't imagine that they even remotely come close, honestly.
We're the
And
best.
it's no
I mean, hands
disrespect to
down.
them. It's just like, this is where home is.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just really fascinating to live in a time where I think we're all part of this huge social experiment of being online, of being together, all united by our love for the music and the content of 7 Korean men who mean the absolute world. Like, I've never been part of anything like this in my life. And I am a very cynical person, and it was damaging me and my outlook on life in a lot of ways. And it wasn't until until I discovered BTS, that I realized that a kinder, happier, more creative, more fun, more communal world did exist out there, and I was welcome to be a part of it. And like, I feel like a lot of us go through that.
Nah, for sure. I remember my sister. She she texted me and she was like, "I really love seeing you interact with Army." She's like, "It's bringing out a softer side of you, and I like it." And I
Mm-hmm.
thought that was pretty funny. But yeah, it's cool.
Yeah. I've always said that, like, if I had to try and describe my mental state before BTS, it was like I was at the bottom of a deep ocean and nothing could reach me and nothing could bother me because I was so far down in the dark and alone. And then discovering BTS and then discovering Army and joining and being a part of all this was like my entire ocean was turned pink, was turned purple. Like, it's just, I live in a different place now. And why would I ever go back to what I had before? That doesn't exist anymore. This place is happy. This place is great. Sure, there's ups and downs, as with anything else, but I don't think I want to be anywhere else.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Do you consider yourself an ARMY, or is your relationship too different with BTS to say that?
I don't know. I mean, sure. Like, yeah, like I'm definitely part of like, you know, everything that goes on as far as support. When I don't have to produce on the record or the album for me to tweet it, listen to.
Mm-hmm. That's true. I mean, I'm still jealous of that time you said that you consider them your family and you're that close, because I would love to have that relationship.
Hello? I'm sorry.
Hi, no problem. Did you get cut off or
My
something?
nephew keeps trying to FaceTime me. Um, I know it's him because he did it 3 times in a row. But I'll call him back. Um, what was I just talking about?
Did you hear we were talking about how great ARMY is, and then I was saying that I'm jealous of your relationship with BTS,
Oh,
because you said you guys are super close and you think of them as family, and I want to have that relationship. So please give me tips and tricks on how to get to that point.
you got to produce my time. But
Oh shit, I'm shit out of luck.
but yeah, you said, do I consider myself ARMY? It's like I definitely consider myself part of this community and part of like the support system for those guys. Like I really love their message. I really love their music. They've shown me nothing but love. It's a unique position to be like someone that's like making music with them and then also a fan. But it I guess it could be like that to everybody on the outside, but to me it's not. Like I've always been a fan of the people that I work with. That's what makes it so much fun. And I think that we've
Mm-hmm.
reached a time in life where everybody thinks that they're the star of the show. And I think that people have kind of reached a place where they feel like they're too cool to be fans. And I I mean, I feel like I'm cooler than a lot of people, and I don't think I'm too cool to be a fan. So it's like nobody can make me not want to be somebody's um,
Mm-hmm.
fan or whatever. So I guess you could say that, whatever. It works for me. Or I'm
Yeah.
like their what is it? Like I'm like what's my TikTok say? Oh,
You have a
I'm
TikTok?
BTS's Infinity Stone. That's what I said on there.
Oh, that's fancy.
Yeah, so whenever they need whatever it is that I provide with my stone so they can snap their fingers on the world, then I'm available.
Oh, that's so cute. I love that. I didn't know you had a TikTok. Now I
It's
do.
sparse, don't worry. I'm not on there doing any dance moves. It's only like 4 or 5 videos.
Oh, okay. Okay, so then last question for you. Well, I guess it's a two-part question. So, what's something you're really proud of or look back fondly on in your life or career? So, behind. And then forward looking, what's something you're hoping for or looking forward to in the next year in your career?
Um there's so many things that I like look back at and get proud of. Something that made me happy recently was when everybody was tweeting the photos uh, that they were taking with me at the concert. So many people
Hmm.
were saying things like, um, somebody posted something and said, "Oh, the kindest guy ever," or like, "He's so nice. He's even more nice in person." And
Aww.
my mom saved all those. She screenshotted them, and she called me one night and she was like, everything that you've accomplished and stuff, like I'm so proud of you for those things, but one of the things I'm proud of like immensely is stuff like this. And she was like, you really
Hmm.
haven't changed like who you like at the core of who you are. She's like, sure, you've grown up and things like that, but she's like, you've always been like this, and it just makes me like so proud because obviously she raised me. So if I'm out here looking crazy, like it's gonna reflect bad on her. So to have like, because I don't really need approval from very many people. I've never really seeked it out, but the people that I do feel like I need it from, like I love to hear it, and so to hear that from my mom was like it. It meant a lot to me to hear that from my
Hmm.
mom. To hear her say that, like she doesn't care about like you know money and all that kind of stuff like that. She cared that like I still treat people the way that she's taught me how to treat people, and that's what meant the most to me. Like that's something I can look back and be proud of, and for the future.
That's really sweet.
The future, I'm really excited about some of these, ways that I'm working on releasing this music and working with artists. There's going to be a lot more music from me coming out this year. Independent artists, major artists.
Yay!
There's an artist named Fiction. He's super talented, kid from LA.
Ooh, fun name.
Yeah, he's an R&B singer. He has an EP coming out on January 28th. I really would love if you guys playlist some of these songs, because he's really, really, really talented, and I produced half of it, and that comes out on January 28th, and then possibly some records.
Super soon.
Yeah, possibly some records with Rosalia coming this year. I had a record come out last month.
Did
sorry,
you?
Had to clear my throat.
Yeah, was it the Japan one?
Yeah, there was a Japanese record that came out last month, and they contacted me and told me it's the most popular record on the album, and I'm pretty sure you guys have been streaming it too, so that's amazing.
What is it called again?
Oh my gosh, don't do this to me.
And who's the artist?
It's called Happiness by Sway, Sway. Sway. And it's called Happiness. It's actually about his he's a first time father, and his kid was also born. He wrote the song about his kid that was coming, and the kid was born 2 days before the album came out, which is awesome. So,
oh, what perfect timing!
Yeah, special delivery right before Christmas. That and also some of like what I'm doing for independent artists in the NFT space, and what we're building as far as creating sustainable careers for musicians. Like we're focused on creating a world where artists can put out music knowing that it's going to be supported by a small community of people. And I feel like when you have that, you have like a certain level of freedom. And that's one of my favorite things about the relationship between BTS and Army, is that they know that, you guys are going to be there, and you guys know that they're going to be here for you guys. And it's like, when you have that, you don't even know how much that means to a musician or an artist or a creative. Like, if you know
that will be there no matter what.
Yeah, if you know that you're going to be supported, you can take risks. You can try to bend genres. You can try to do things that are not traditional. You can play around with different song structures. You can play around with different producers and different sounds. And know that, okay, well, this is still going to be supported because they support us. And like, we live in a world nowadays where
supporting people is frowned upon.
Well, no, like, yeah, that too, but like
being kind is frowned upon.
There's so many people who you talk about everything about them but the music. This person's going viral for this. They're being an idiot over here. This happened to them. This happened to them. This happened to them. Oh yeah, I forgot they make music. I only know them for the shit that they have going on in the headlines. And I like that, there's ways that I see from you guys being the example, to where I can see a group that is supported because the group is loved. And when you love somebody, you're more inclined to love the art that they put out. And when you have that relationship, you have like a level of freedom that you cannot buy. Like, you can't buy that, to be able to put out, a few English records when they, hadn't done that before, or put out like, a song like, Permission to Dance. I seen, a lot of people say that they didn't love that song as much as the other songs, but everybody still supported it. Everybody still got it to number one. And then when you see it at the concert, it feels like a different song when you watch it live than if you just maybe hear it on the radio or something like that. And it's cool
completely
to have that. So what I'm focusing on is like having a small group of like independent artists that I'm developing and releasing singles with, and I want them to have the capacity to be able to feel supported and be able to put out music and not feel like, oh, it's, you know, summertime, so I have to put out a party song. Like, you know,
Mhm.
there's still people going through like real things where they might want to hear something with a little more substance, even if it's July. Like, artists should be able to feel free to put out music as they please and put out music knowing that it'll be supported. And so that's really something that
That's
I'm
a that's a more genuine conversation between artist and listener.
absolutely, absolutely. And that's something that I'm super excited about, because a lot of the people that I'm building this with and really wanting them to get their just due, they're everybody involved so far, they're all artists who have given hits or produced or written hits for bigger artists, but they've never been able to like necessarily have the funding to get their own artistry off the ground. And so I'm focused on like trying to give them the opportunity to get funding and create relationships with their own fans and build their own communities and build their own worlds inside of this world, and be able to put
Mhm.
out music and new advancements in technology as far as Web3 goes, and NFTs is going to make some of those things possible. And I think that when we do talk about that deeper, and I think when people understand that NFTs don't have to be treated as collectibles to flip and just try to make a quick profit on some Ponzi scheme stuff, and that they can be treated as fundraising initiatives for artists, and where artists can actually be incentivized to believe in an artist early, and other artists can also um, be incentivized to invest in maybe their peers early, in
Mhm.
smaller increments, and hold on to those things, and they gain value over time. I think that it's going to be like a beautiful thing, and I think it's what record labels have feared for a very, very long time, and it's coming, and it's inevitable. I don't think they'll be able to stop it.
That's amazing. I really want to do something else with you where we dive into that and you give me your perspective on it so that I feel as excited as you do.
For sure, for sure.
Would you ever want to try and make your app happen again, or have you just given that up?
I think that this is the sequel to that. I what we're doing now, because like I said, we were using blockchain technology in 2014, because of the transparency. And so I think that this is the sequel to that. I don't know if the format of it will be an app or if it'll be a service. Like, my goal to do this is not to like, I don't want to create something just so other people can try to use it and I make money every time somebody uses it. I don't really care about money to that capacity. What I want to do is I want to have a blueprint, and I want to like keep that blueprint open source, so I can say like, hey, you want to do this? This is the way you do it. Here, take it, download it. These are the steps. Go do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that that is how you um, free the minds of like millions of people and change their whole approach on how they pursue trying to become an artist with a sustainable career.
Mm-hmm. That sounds really promising the way you explain it. I really hope it turns out like you say, and that record labels don't find a way to screw it over.
Yeah, I mean, I've been telling all my friends. I see my boy Mike Field is in here. Like, he's a dope R&B singer. Like, if you do a major deal anywhere, and they ask to try to have any of your rights in that space, because they're gonna try it. They're gonna start trying to put that in record contracts. They're gonna try to like get their clause in. Like, do not do it. Like, that is like the key to freedom for independent artists, is that
Mm-hmm.
technology, because it allows you to go direct to consumer in a way that's never happened before. And if you know who your fans are and you can talk to them on the regular, you can give them voting rights, and just there's so many things. You can give them access.
Oh my God, Army could get voting rights. You know, all of us would want that.
Yeah, it's so deep. It's so deep. It's such a like that would end up being another 4-hour conversation. But these are the things that this new technology makes possible. And just imagine, like, if you're an artist, like, you could really put like the whole 1,000 fan theory to like to work, like where if you have 1,000 fans who are supporting you, because right now there's only 4 ways to like really support an artist. Like you can download the single for 99 cents, and they've been trying to phase out the whole iTunes store for many years. I don't know how much longer it's going to last, but they've been trying to phase it out. So that's one way. You can pay $9.99 a month, and you can have everybody's music, and a small fraction of what you're paying is going to go to some of the artists that you're streaming. You can buy merchandise, or you can go to the concert. Right now, those are the only ways that you can really support your artists.
Yep.
In the future, what's coming is you will be able to, I saw Adele's first, no, her second, first or second American TV performance. I saw it live. She did Conan O'Brien in like 2009, and I was in New York, and they used to have like the people outside, like, hey, do you want to come see a taping of whatever? So me and my sister went, and we saw the musical guest was Adele, and she came out, and she had like this weird haircut, and she had this little small guitar, and I'm like, well, who is this? I don't know what's about to happen. And she started singing, and I think she did Chasing Pavements, and I was just like absolutely blown away. I was like, yo,
Wow.
who is this girl? Like, this is incredible what I just heard. And if she had, say, if she was an artist that I saw like at a small venue, and say if she had a musical NFT, for $500, and there were only 500 of them to ever be made, and say if she said, hey, if you buy this, you'll be able to come to one of my concerts or 2 of my concerts every year and get VIP and get backstage passes as long as you own this NFT. And I'll be like, okay,
Wow.
that's a great deal because I believe in what I just heard from you. So now let me pay my $500. How much do you think that would be worth now? She's the biggest artist in the world.
Wow, that would be worth a shit ton of money.
Yeah, and so that's where the level of access. But and even think about if I saw that and she had 500 that she was selling for $500, and we say we bought them and bought all of them, and she made $250,000. Now she can take that money and invest it directly into her career, and she might never have to go to a major label because now she can sell on
Wow.
tour. She can get data from Spotify and see who's listening to her where. She can travel here for a meet and greet. You can take that money and directly fund your career, and now all those 500 people who hold your NFT, those people are being incentivized because you're growing and you're getting bigger and bigger. And that 1 of 500, number 17 of 500, whatever number you have, it's just going to get more and more valuable over time. And you're like, you're part of her tribe at that point. You're part of her team, And I think
you feel
that's
included. Yeah, you feel like you're an insider, and it definitely makes you feel more emotionally invested.
absolutely. And you are an insider because what's going to happen is those 500 people, guess what? She's going to hop on Zoom calls, or she's going to hop on like private streams and talk directly to you, or she's going to like preview you new music before it comes out. Like, this is where the music business is going in the future. And the people that can adapt that, are going to do great. And the independent artists that adapt that and do really well with it is going to be so amazing for them. And they have to like keep the major labels away from any of their rights in that world and in that space, because they're going to try to get their claws in it, because trust me, they're terrified of this. They're terrified of it.
Good. They
Because
should be.
this cuts them out. This cuts them out completely. If you're making, like I said, if you're making a couple $100,000 a year from making music, you're gonna be happy. I'll even ask. I want to ask Mike. I want to know. I'll ask Cara too. These are both artists. Because the thing is, like, if you're making music, you just want to make the music, and you just want to feel supported while you're making the music. Nobody really, like, people want to be rich and things like that, but it's not. It's never about that for like true artists. It's never about that. It's about this. It's about moments like this. It's about moments like when My Time came out and so many people are messaging me, and where we get to dig in deeper and talk about the production and how he killed the vocals and things like that.
So, question for you, related. what do you think is the definition of art, and what is art's purpose?
Um, I think that the definition of art is just like it's like your creative expression. It's a tangible piece of your creative expression, right? And I think what it means to people, I think it can be interpreted so many different ways. I think that when I write a song, when I make a song, I might release something that, you know, I might make a song about. I don't have any children, but like say I have a daughter and I might make a song that's about that person, but you might hear that song and it might make you think of your grandmother, or,
Mm-hmm.
Mike might hear that song and it makes him think of like his wife, or, things like that. So I think that the purpose of art is to be left up to interpretation, but it's just to make you feel something.
Mm-hmm.
And, you
Okay.
just want to feel something either way.
Yeah, so then we're in agreement, because I think art is an expression of the human spirit, and that it is a vehicle for one person to convey an experience to someone else. And
Absolutely.
and I think when you as an artist make art, so much of yourself, your inner self, your soul goes into it, so that when it goes out in the world and other people see it, they're seeing you, and you feel a connection to those people, to your fans, in a way that is very personal, because they literally saw you for you.
Yeah, and when you start off with something, it's yours, and then when it goes out into the world, it's now ours, and we get to share in this together. And however people interpret it is how they interpret it. Car, I want to ask you something. Like, as an artist, right, and as like a producer, she makes dope beats, and she's a fashion designer,
Ooh.
and she does like all kind of cool things. This is my friend Car. I just want to
Hi,
ask,
Cara.
if you were just a musician, what is like a real number that you would be happy if this is like you were able to live your life and make money just from making music, and that was like your income, it's just your art? How much would you need to be happy?
Hey, I was vacuuming and then I turned it off and I heard Kara and I was like, "Oh my god, what just happened?" Um, um, how much like per year?
Yeah, just over the course of a year, because I was saying that so many artists don't really, it's not about being rich, it's about just being okay, and being able to just be happy in life. And I was saying like people don't feel like they need to just make millions and millions of dollars. Of course it's nice if it happens, but if it doesn't, how much would you be happy making, as long as you know that you have fans that support your music and you can release music and people love to hear from you and are anticipating your next release?
Um, the first number that just comes to mind would be like it'd be nice to have like maybe 50K a year, like, which obviously it's not much, but it's still a nice amount to live. Like, I could definitely live a nice, comfortable little life, and I don't need money to be happy. Definitely not. But that would be enough to just like, pay bills and live in a nice place and not, you know what I mean? My expenses, I don't need to spend a lot of money every month. So like that would be nice for me to
50K,
just
you said?
keep creating. Yeah, a year.
Can I ask where you live so I can like cost standard of living?
LA.
LA. 50K in LA?
Mhm.
It's so expensive to live in LA though.
Yeah, but I'm cool. I don't need much to be happy. Do you know what I mean? Like, I could live in a very little, cute little apartment or house or whatever. Like, I don't have a car.
Gotcha.
I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I don't need a car.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so my cost of living is low because I don't need a lot of things.
And see, and that's the point that I'm making, is that if artists can be in a position to where they feel supported no matter what it is that they're releasing, um, and they can make a little bit of money. I mean, she went lower than I thought she was going to say, because I know that because she lives 15 minutes from me. But it's like, she picked a lower number than I even thought. But I knew that it wouldn't, like, we don't feel like we need to be making millions and millions of dollars. Of course, it's not.
Oh no, you cut out again. Did your nephew call you? Are you back,
I'm
Sleep?
back. Somebody called me.
Was it your nephew?
It was my mom's husband, so I thought something was wrong, but he's just being annoying. Um, but yeah, like we don't need much to it's more so about knowing that you're making a connection with your fans, knowing that you can make art and make a living off the art that you're making, and that's really what it boils down to. And I think every artist feels that way. And I think that the problem with music is the way that it's currently structured is that, like I said, music business in San Francisco, you're either super rich or you're very poor. There's really no middle in this. And I think that this new technology and these new times that we're moving into is going to bring that back in a major, major way. You're going to see a lot more artists who are, doing little small shows and making good money and making good living. And you probably won't even know their name, but they're making, a couple 100K, 200K a year strictly from music, and then their fans are going to be making money in the process because the fans will be incentivized not only to stream but to share and tell other people about them. And the bigger that those artists get over time, the more valuable the chip is going to be that they're holding. So I think that that's where music is going to go, and it's
That sounds
a very
incredible.
exciting time.
I really hope it works out like that.
It will. And like I said, like some of the examples that have been set now, they come across a little weird because you're dealing with something that people don't really place any value on. And unfortunately, people don't place value on songs, but people know that there's value in songs. Like right now, if you see somebody trading a picture of a monkey and you're like, this is just a JPEG, why is this worth money? Like, it's easy for that to be confused, but like something that's tangible and there's an actual artist and you're seeing this artist that you're supporting and you can hear it in the art that they're releasing because they're actually happy because their head is finally above water and they're able to make music that they actually love and they're actually connected to. The more authentic the artist can be, the better the art is going to be that you're going to receive.
Agree, absolutely. I mean, that's what this fandom always tries to focus on for BTS. We're like, as long as they're happy, we're happy. And I think that comes from just an understanding of, human to human, that we all just like being kind to one another, and that if you're a fan of someone, you should want them to be happy because then they give you good art and then you could be happy.
Indeed.
Okay, thank you so much for spending almost 5 hours with me. This was an incredible interview. I would love to do more with you. I still have so much to ask you. Like, you're so much fun to talk to, and I hope you enjoyed answering my questions. This was just a lot of fun for me.
For sure. I think that maybe tomorrow night, or I don't know, I got to see how many people will be even ready by tomorrow to do another Army's Got Talent. But we're overdue to do another one. Maybe tomorrow night we do that, and then at some point, like, we just jump back on and just continue. Like, sometimes I do these little rooms and I call them like a space about nothing, and we just hop on and just talk, and we can kind of continue from there. And
sure, I would love that.
Further. But yeah, no, this has been fun. Like, this is great. Like, I'm sitting here with a beat up foot and just chilling. So it's cool to just talk and, have the football games on mute in the background. So, yeah.
So, final question. Is there anything else that you want to share with the audience with us?
No, not yet. I just want to tell everybody, like, I love you guys. Like, I mean it when I say it. It's like, really dope to have like a support system of people that admire, the work that I do, but then also like admire me as a person. Like, I think that that's, I'm a happy dude. Like, I can't really ask for much more than that. Like, I never thought that I would ever be in a position where people are like, oh, like, I'm your fan. I'm a fan of your work. Like, because I'm a producer and I play the background and I enjoy that. But this is cool to like kind of step into more of like a leadership role and do more things where I'm like speaking and connecting with people. And like I said, like, my goal with this space is, while I'm doing these too, is to also is to also like really, connect Army with like other industry professionals for, whether it's inspiration or you want to learn something about a field that you might want to be in this business. I know so many people, and I'm still talking to people trying to get them. A lot of people don't use Twitter, which I think is dumb for anybody. I think everybody should use Twitter, but I want to get people on here so they can talk. Whether it's like, I have a all female panel that I'm gonna do really soon. That's gonna be dope. It's like an
Ooh.
entertainment attorney, a woman
Oh,
in
that's
tech.
fun.
She's done the biggest raise for any African American woman in tech for her companies. She's actually like my childhood friend. Um, there's somebody else too. Oh, there's an artist. She's a singer. She's very popular. Army actually likes her. I want to get her on, and I want to just do different things where you guys can ask these people questions and just talk to them like you talk to me, And like I said before, like my goal with everything that I do, and it's just, I don't want to be famous. I just want to be like familiar to the people that support me, and
That's a very
I'm here.
rarely said thing, at least from what I've seen. And I really appreciate that. And I mean, I think we should all say I love you more. So, like, I love you, Sleep. This is amazing. I really appreciate this more than you know.
No, for sure. I love you guys. You did a great job with all the questions. You kept it fun.
Oh, thank you.
That's cool too. Like I have like this whole conversation series is, I feel like it's going to be the first of some more, and I think it'd be cool if you did some more. I have somebody who produced a lot of Beyonce's records that I would love for you to like interview in this format with me, and we can have a conversation.
Ooh, yeah, definitely. That sounds like fun. Please give me more. I eat this up like candy. This is my favorite thing.
Yeah, we will probably only be able to get him for like an hour, but it'll be fun though. And
Okay, an hour of the best questions I can think of.
But yeah, no, I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying just this fandom in general, man. Like, I rock with you guys, and it's cool. Like,
Army is the shit, right? We're the shit.
I was talking to somebody the other day when I was in a session, and I was like saying that crushed ice is better than cubes of ice. And it turned into a whole debate in the studio. And so I was like, all right, I'm taking it to Twitter. And so then, like, one of the writers that was with me, her name is Rachel. She was in here earlier. She probably left. But she was like, oh, this person said such and such and such and such. And I said, oh, who said that? Was it Sun? And then she was like, how did you know that was Sun? And I was like, because I saw it. And so she was so surprised that I knew, like, you guys by name, but that's like the relationship, right? And like, after 2 years of talking to people every single day, you start to remember people, you remember things about them. We share like a lot of good times together. Like there's also been like, people in Army who passed away, and there's been like, there's been so many GoFundMes that I support, like behind the scenes, just anonymous donations.
Aww.
And just, just being involved with the community is really dope, and it's uplifting and it's fun. It was really cool to do even the stuff we did for the concert, getting so many people in and walking people in that were just sitting outside. It was, people never forget those moments. And, it was great. I look forward to doing many more. And, if I make more money, then we'll just do a lot more of these things, more giveaways. Like it's cool to give back directly to the people that support you. Like, why would I pay a PR firm when I can just,
Yeah, you can tell that PR firm to shove it with the 10K billboard fee.
Yeah, you know what I did is I took instead of paying them anything, I went to Target and I bought like, I don't know, I bought like 100 albums of Map of Soul 7, and I sent them to people in different parts of the world who live in places where they don't have any money, don't really have much money, or they couldn't get the album. I sent this album to the Philippines. I sent this album to Brazil. I sent the album to like all over. I sent out like over maybe 50 or 60 albums of Map of the Soul 7. So
wow, to people you knew, or like giveaways, like what?
No, just like giveaways. I was just doing giveaway. I've been doing giveaways from the day that I stepped in, and I've never ever. I'm gonna toot my own horn on this, but I've never asked for like followers or anything in exchange for doing the giveaways. It's just been like here, put your name in here. We'll do this raffle, and like, Kirsty, her husband has helped me organize the names for the last giveaway. Um,
Aw.
and he's a computer guy, and he got everything put into like a spreadsheet, and it was easy for me to just grab it, copy and paste it in the random picker. And these things don't work just by myself, but just that's where my heart is, and I want to continue to do more and more and more things like that. But then
Oh,
outside
that's
of the
so sweet.
giveaways, it's really important that like I want people to I want to help be able to point people in the direction of where they want to go for their careers or for what it is they want to do. Like it makes me so happy. Like somebody tweeted me the other day, and they were like, "Hey, Sleep, like I got my first studio set up," and it was like this cute little setup with like, just a computer and a small keyboard, and that's how it starts. And
Mhm.
I love things like that. I love that people get inspired by what I've done, and it's
Mhm. You have a big heart. That
I got
comes across.
I got my mom's heart. She has a big heart. I got it from her, but it's just important, man. Like when you feel appreciated, like I feel like gratitude is very underrated, and I think that if the world had more gratitude, we'd be a lot better off.
Yeah, well, that's what I said. For some reason, kindness is frowned upon in society right now.
It's weird. I could talk about that subject for a long time, because I feel like uh, there's like a bad stigma to filming charitable acts, right? People, if there's a camera involved, people think that it's not genuine. And
Mhm.
I understand not, taking a camera and shoving it in someone's face who is very, very, very unfortunate. But I think more of those things need to be filmed. I think they need to be publicized. If we get on the internet every single day and we see videos of fights, we see videos of shooting, we see videos of cop shooting, we see videos of car accidents, car crashes, we see the
Mhm.
worst shit every day on the internet. Where's the balance? So I want to see
Yeah.
more charitable acts because it'll just inspire more people to do more charitable acts. Like when I started doing giveaways, other army hit me up and said, I want to donate some tickets. I want to donate some
Oh,
passes for the live stream. I want to donate this. I want to donate that. So I think that kindness inspires other kindness. And I think that people who think that
agreed.
have it wrong. And I think it's the wrong way to think about it. And I think that it actually blocks people from probably doing more kind things. Because I think if there's more examples of foolery, then you're gonna get more of that. If there's more examples of kindness, then I think that you'll get more of that. And
Mhm.
um,
I mean, that's what you see in this fandom. Like, if our role models are 7 men who try their best to be humble and kind, then we want to reflect that back. It's very inspirational, and that's why we have, so many parts of our fandom that try to raise money, that try to, have donation drives for charitable acts. That whenever BTS go on some kind of media appearance and they're treated well, we go, great, we'll donate to whatever charitable organization you guys support because we want to encourage more good in the world. And
absolutely.
it's a radical idea in this day and age.
Absolutely, it's a great thing, and it's awesome that I was able to meet so many great people from doing what I love to do. And I know that that's where everybody came from, and I'm very appreciative that everybody stuck around and took a chance and got to know me as well. So I really appreciate
Mm-hmm.
everybody, and want everybody to have a good night or good day, depending on where you are. And if you stayed in here for like 5 hours, you are crazy. I don't know why you listening to me talk for 5 hours. What's wrong with you? But I appreciate you. I love you guys, and I'll be around. I'll be around for a long time.
Good. So if anybody wants to hear this played back, it'll be available on Twitter for 30 days, you said?
For 30 days, and Nikki said that she's transcribing these things. I don't know if she's going to
I'm so
transcribe
sorry,
an
Nikki.
hour one.
Well, didn't Twitter automatically do it?
I don't think it's saved though. So shouts out
Right.
to Nikki, man, for doing this.
Oh
I
my
don't I
God.
can't think of her handle off the top of my head. I think her like display name is Fix On. What is her name? Fix On. Her name is Nikki. Anyways, she'll hear this. She's been transcribing, and shouts out to her. And then that way it can live forever somewhere, and the audio will be available for 30 days. Maybe I'll have somebody rip it, and we can archive these somewhere.
I've been saving this whole thing. I can upload it to my YouTube channel if you'd like.
Awesome. Let's go for it.
Okay. So if it's past the 30 days, you guys will be able to find this on the Armyverse YouTube channel. It'll be there.
Awesome. Yeah. All right. I appreciate everybody, and maybe tomorrow evening we do like a condensed version of Army's Got Talent, and I'll play you some of the demos that I did during Battle of the Soul era.
Oh, okay. What time?
Yeah.
What time roughly?
Like around maybe 8 p.m. my time.
8 p.m. your time, so that'll be 11 p.m. Eastern. You're mean. On a Sunday?
It's tomorrow. I never know what day of the week it is. I don't know. Let's just play it by ear. We'll see. I'll see what my day is looking like tomorrow. I have a few commitments, and then we'll just go from there.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, have a good night's sleep.
All right. Peace out, everybody. Everybody, please drop a tweet about the space if you didn't do so already. I'll check, and I want to retweet some things, and I'll see you guys real soon. Talk to you.
Bye-bye.